gathering that signaled a new political alignment in Edo State as former 2024 Edo State governorship candidate Barrister Olumide Akpata and his supporters were formally received into the African Democratic Congress at the party state secretariat in Benin City. Leading the reception, former presidential candidate and ADC chieftain Peter Obi stressed that Nigerian challenges require collaboration beyond party lines. He urged members to remain focused on integrity, competence, and service to the people.
People are then those who claimed yesterday to be democratic and now today destroying our democracy. And all of us have come together to save our democracy for tomorrow.
Barrister Olumide Akpata, the Labour Party candidate in the 2024 Edo State governorship election and former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, said his decision to join the AD
those of us members of the Labour Party in Edo State, we have come in our numbers to join hands with the ADC in Edo State, and indeed with the ADC as a party in Nigeria, to actualize this dream that we have of seeing a new country emerge.
Other party leaders described the development as a significant boost to the party's grassroots strength and overall structure in Edo State.
The new platform is to continue to make this country a nation that cares for its population.
ADC is a party for all Nigerians who want to rescue our country from the hands of those who do not mean well for us.
The only way to go forward is for the people to rally around this party. This is the only hope that Nigeria have right now.
Earlier, Peter Obi visited St. Philomena College of Nursing Sciences to assess progress on the construction of the institution's main auditorium, one of the several projects he has supported in the health sector. During the visit, he donated 15 million naira to the college. The administrator of the college, Reverend Father Jerome Idibe, alongside staff and students, expressed gratitude for the donation and commended Obi's continued support for health education. From Benin,
the breaking news that's come in, where the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, have said that they have hit no less than 14 American bases across West Asia. It is further added that hundreds of American troops have been killed in these Iranian strikes. This is what the Iranians are claiming. There is no way to independently verify about the scale of the damages, but the Iranians claim that 14 American military bases in West Asia have been hit and hundreds of American troops have been killed in these Iranian attacks. Listen. This is the statement by the Iranians. And we've got Mr. Keith with us, who has joined us live from Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Keith, the fact that the Iranians are saying that they've hit at least about 14 American military bases in the region, how do you think the Americans will be reacting to something like this?
Well, as President Trump has stated that, he has also, given this new start, reality and of this warning that there might be American casualties on the ground, and of course this is a high risk, high reward maneuver, and of course also and for on the perspective of the Iranian regime, if it senses that there is no way out and this is the end of the road for them, then of course then they'll be compelled to act further, and it's all a matter of perspective, and it's all a matter of how you will gauge the response system by the other party. And of course, once you have American casualties, and then we can expect some further retaliation, some further strikes with greater lethality and of course the capacity, and of course we have seen how this business will be a direct target, and we have known this, but it's a matter of how to mitigate and to lessen the impact and how to manage the hostilities. And so for now we have seen. We cannot yet verify the actual number of U.S. casualties, but and that we can determine as to how President Trump will react to this, and we'll leave it to the commanders on the ground to decide on the next step forward. But of course, the next couple of hours and tomorrow will be a critical timeline for us to see whether this will escalate further or there will be some room of de-escalation.
All right, Mr. Keith, thank you.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed there are many signs the supreme leader is no longer alive, pointing to his compound, which was destroyed in the heart of the capital. Israeli media reports that Netanyahu has even been shown a photograph of the leader's body, which was reportedly retrieved from the rubble by recovery teams. US President Donald Trump has supported the claim, saying, quote, "We feel that this is a correct story," end of quote. However, Iranian state media has denied this, citing sources close to the leader's office, claiming he remains firmly in command of the field. Despite the official Iranian stance, the Ayatollah has made no public appearance or televised statement since the bombardment took place on Saturday morning. As the region waits for proof of life, international intelligence agencies are working to verify the images currently circulating within the Israeli government.
February, I wanted to make a summary video and answer an important question on the minds of many. Why did Iran attack US bases in the Middle East, found in various Arab countries, as opposed to fully sending everything they have at the 2 aircraft carriers and their supporting ships, all of which are floating off the southern coast of Iran and almost certainly were used to launch US airstrikes across the Iranian state today? The answer comes from a consideration of the dynamics between the two sides here. Looking at the first day of this war without the context of Iran's capabilities and Iran's geopolitical objectives and that of Iran's adversary, their capabilities and their objectives, will result in confusion. And for some, a snap assessment will be made that Iran has misstepped. They've made a mistake. I clearly would have better commanded the Iranian forces, you might think. I'd like to outline with evidence why things have unfolded so far the way they have. Firstly, one must understand that in a conflict, each side has war goals, objectives they are trying to achieve, and to achieve them, they have chosen to put down the pen and pick up the sword in this case. In the case of the USA, the objective so far seems vague. Trump's administration has demonstrated pragmatism and acceptance, pragmatism meaning, they're quite practical. They've accepted in many ways the new world order mankind is moving into. America has danced with the dragon and come out disadvantaged, withdrawing from the tariffs they themselves slapped on China roughly a year ago. And they've shown a growing disinterest in Eastern Europe. And this perfectly matches America's demotion from world hegemon, undisputed across the globe, to great power number 1 out of 2, China being the other one. Now, in line with the geopolitical objectives of great power USA, this new sort of stepped down USA, in line with that, a costly war with Iran doesn't fit comfortably. It doesn't slot into that geopolitical objective. It can, however, their actions here, stepping into the conflict, can, however, be explained if we consider that Israel put enough pressure on the American government to force them into action. Damn, those other 3 million Epstein files must hold some dirt, as some people keep saying. But that's not the full story. Anyway, we won't get into that. How it is that Israel can pressure America.
And have already slaughtered countless civilians, destroying whatever remains of the so-called international order. To be clear here, there is no possible legal basis or justification for this unprovoked attack on Iran. These are the facts. It's not hyperbole, it's not spin, it's not rhetoric. It is a fact. Under international law, you cannot launch a war on another nation claiming that otherwise at some point in the future they will pose a threat to you. There is no basis to argue that this is self-defense. This is illegal. Under US law, as per the US Constitution, there's been no congressional approval. What exactly is the pretext? Last year, Donald Trump declared that Israel's nuclear program had been obliterated. What exactly is the strategy? Overthrowing a regime with airstrikes and then replacing it with what? Some functioning alternative? Never happened before. The Israeli Prime Minister claims that the Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has been killed by one of these attacks. We'll come on to the implications of that. What we can conclude is that this war is a great crime, one legitimized by other Western leaders. These are the same Western states which facilitated Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people and cheerled the kidnapping of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. All of this accelerates the world's collapse into violent mayhem. These are the morbid and gruesome symptoms of a declining West. It's also a war of aggression which the Western media are, as ever, justifying and whitewashing, and indeed erasing the actual reality. Let's listen, shall we, to Donald Trump announcing the war today.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
Let's listen to him in 2011.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
Slightly different tune he was singing back then. Let's read some of his tweets. In September 2013, remember what I previously said? Obama will someday attack Iran in order to show how tough he is. A couple of months later, remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly, not skilled. In the 2024 presidential election, the Republicans implored voters, vote the pro-peace ticket, vote Trump Vance. His director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, long campaigned against the war with Iran. In 2019, she posted, Trump's short-sighted foreign policy is bringing us to the brink of war with Iran and allowing Iran to accelerate nuclear program just to please Saudis and Netanyahu. This is not America first. Let's just see how the BBC is framing this war of aggression, shall we? The headline, Iran launches attacks across Middle East after US and Israel strikes on leadership sites. That's their headline. Absolutely fascinating, foregrounding Iran's response rather than the war of aggression, and presenting the US and Israel's war of aggression as being precision attacks on leadership sites, unlike implicitly indiscriminate attacks from Iran, attacks across Middle East. Shall we look at an example of these leadership sites? The Israeli military targeted 2 schools in Iran, killing over 80 children. After killing tens of thousands of Palestinian children, the Israeli military has turned its attention to butchering Iranian kids as well. Let's listen to this from CNN.
We have major breaking news here into CNN. Israel has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Iran.
If Iran launched an attack on Israel, can you imagine CNN saying, Iran has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Israel? Bollocks. Let's turn our attention to Western leaders. Let's start with the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
The state of this. Starmer reserves his denunciations for what he calls Iran's indiscriminate attacks.
We are getting information from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah is dead. This is breaking news again coming from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, is dead. Again, we're going to go to Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, the strikes coming this morning that were targeting senior leadership. That's what we knew, targeting senior leadership there in Iran. And now we can say from Israeli sources that the Ayatollah of Iran, the supreme leader, is dead. What more are you learning there in Israel?
That's right, Jessica. Two Israeli sources telling me and my colleague Tal Shalev that Israel has confirmed that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed as a result of those Israeli strikes that took place earlier today. One of these sources saying that Israel actually has photographic evidence of Khamenei showing his dead body. The second source told me that an official announcement is in the works, although it is possible that the Israelis will allow President Trump and the United States to make this announcement officially. But this is enormous breaking news here, that the Israeli government is confirming that the supreme leader of Iran was killed in Israeli strikes earlier today. This is a day that many Israeli government officials have hoped would come eventually. It is also, we should note, a day that many Iranian dissidents, Iranian protesters had hoped would eventually come. And indeed, it has come now. And it is an earth-shattering moment for the Middle East and for the future of Iran. We should note, however, that the supreme leader's death is not necessarily indicative of the Iran regime collapsing altogether. This regime is not based off of one person alone. It is a system that is multi-layered. And we know that the supreme leader understood very well that he could potentially be targeted for assassination should the United States and Israel choose to carry out massive strikes on Iran as they did today. And in recent weeks and months, he has been preparing for potential lines of succession should that actually take place. Now, we are still waiting, of course, for any confirmation from the United States as well as to the supreme leader having been killed. But two Israeli sources familiar with the matter telling us now that the supreme leader was killed in Israeli strike.
Greetings. Let me just hold on for a second. Hello, can you hear me? I know I can hear myself. I think I'm having too many technical issues. Let me just take care of it now. All right. So that has been taken care of. I don't know if I'm echoing on your end. If I'm echoing, please help me take care of it. Man made supreme is dead. Yeah, if he's dead, I don't know whether he's dead because they have not acknowledged it themselves. And if he is dead in his home, that would be interesting because you would think he would not want to remain there, wouldn't you? So he would not want to remain where they are going to come and target him. That is what I would like to think. And hence, I would like to think that the Iranians may be right that he's not dead. But if he is, that would be very, very strange because everybody knew, first of all, let me greet everybody, because I had a technical issue, so I'm kind of sidetracked by this comment. But that said, greetings to all of you. Thank you for joining me today. It has been a momentous day to an extent. It appears whenever I leave the UK's, the whole world turns upside down somehow. The last time, one of the times I came to Nigeria, by the time I got back, there was a lockdown. All right. So that said, we are going to be having conversations about the events of the week. And clearly, the Iranian attack is something that will dominate the conversation. Everybody has their own opinion, and all opinions are welcome. However, this is a fact-based session, so that we have to be able to question statement people make, or how factual it is, how coherent it is, how consistent it is. And so offense should not be taken, because the purpose of this questioning is to gain better understanding of where you're coming from. And sometimes I find that people have similar opinions, but because they are coming at it from different points of view, they kind of miss each other along the way, and the conversation sadly ends without any agreement, not knowing that they are all very, very close in terms of their positions. So we are just trying to have an honest conversation, and we are not here to discriminate against any group, any ethnic group, any race, any gender, any tribe, nothing. It's just to have an honest conversation, and anybody is free to be called out. Any religion is free to be called out. Any gender is free to be called out, and anybody. There's no sacred cows here, and because I think this world deserves a bit of truth. From what you can see in the mainstream media, they are clearly duplicitous. They lie, they obfuscate, they hide information from you that the public deserves to know. These little voices we have online here is some of the truths that you tend to get out there. You know, nobody would check, because we say it how we see it. And sometimes we may be wrong. It doesn't mean we are going to be right all the time, but at least we are honest. Nobody has paid us to try to shut us up or try to distort our opinions. We try to share it the way we see fit, and that is quite valuable in these days of AI that can manufacture anything, and in these days of media houses being highly compromised. It's not even funny anymore. The whole thing is just a sham now, and it's out in the open. They are not even ashamed anymore. That's what we get now. Hence why even the announcement on CNN, there was a time when CNN would announce stuff, you would take it as doctrine or some kind of gospel. But now you can't even trust what they say anymore. It all could be a form of psychological warfare, in the propaganda in terms of war. So, but my observation of this conflict or the attacks we are experiencing now is that, some time ago I said Iran will have the last laugh, in the sense that Iran was going to develop a nuclear weapon because they were so close. But I didn't think that the Iranian leader was so, I don't know whether to call him stupid. Maybe he's got a plan that I don't know of, a plan that involves him dying that I don't know of. So maybe he has a plan to have himself killed, because I don't see the logic in allowing your nation to be suffering such problems. I don't see the logic in it, because if the nation was a nuclear power, they wouldn't be experiencing what they are experiencing now. See what I mean? So he put his country in a situation where they will be subject to attack, in his own life will be forfeit. And such situational lack of awareness, it can be problematic. And it may be because he's a religious man, he is holy, so he put the fatwa never to go nuclear. So, but if he's killed today, if that is true, and his nation suffers the law reverses and his regime got overthrown, then the result will be out there, isn't it? This is what the world tells you all the time. I've been saying that to fellow Nigerians all the time. Weakness is punished. They don't care about your intention, they will punish you for it. It's just the nature of the world. As a matter of fact, you are inviting punishment by being weak. And I don't know why he decided that fatwa never to develop nuke was a good idea. It was a terrible idea. And if he's been knocked out, there is a chance that the person that will replace him will not have that fatwa. And that could signal serious danger for the West. They might be crowing right now. They better hope that the regime collapses. Because my thinking was that the military command in Iran was going to take the Ayatollah out because of that fatwa, because I believe there was strong debates going on in Iran during the you know, when Israel kept attacking them and other stuff. So it would be crazy if they never had such a debate to say, why are we keeping ourselves defenseless against a nuclear power pounding us constantly, killing our people, our children? People must have had that debate. But somehow they resolved that they are not going to go in that direction. And those people that did that, if Iran suffers today the fate of Syria, the fate of Lebanon, they will have themselves to blame for the consequences that is going to flow. Because nothing short of the fate of Syria and Lebanon would befall Iran, and something similar to Iraq too. They are going to be weakened, and Israel is going to pound them and pound them and pound them until Israel is satisfied that he has done enough damage to them. They need to back off. That is the fate that awaits them. And I'm sure the Iranians know this, and how they allowed this to happen, for the life of me, I don't know. What did they think Trump was going to do? But we'll see. This is just the beginning. Let's see how the whole thing shakes out. We also heard about the assassination attempt in Edo State of, Peter Obi and his people there. And it turns out that they didn't succeed. We don't know. There's no evidence of who, contracted these people to come and do what they did. The territory was not that of, ADC. ADC basically, APC controls the state. So I find it hard that ADC will do such a thing in such an environment that they don't control, because things could go wrong very, very quickly. And Peter Obi doesn't seem like somebody that will do such a thing too. He's not a guy that, he doesn't care about such, as they say, theatrics. Peter Obi is not that kind of person. Maybe other members of his ADC may be excitable, and they may be up to no good. It's possible. But assassination attempt is an assassination attempt. It doesn't matter whether it's ADC or APC, because loss of life of a presidential candidate is a serious thing, and especially a major presidential candidate. If that had happened, that we would have had problems. So I think that is where people should really focus on, because you don't want this situation whereby you are doing politics and you are afraid for your life. And that is one of the worst things, because if you are worried about rigging, imagine being worried about your life when you are running for office. That's a terrible way to start to start your political life, when you are worrying that you are not going to make it. So let's discourage such attempted violence, not even attempted, the actual violence. But they didn't succeed with the assassination. That's all that didn't happen. That said, what other is on the news? The other thing that is on the news, obviously, is the Epstein files. The Prince Andrew has been arrested in the United Kingdom. Peter Mandelson has been arrested. A few top company officials have resigned in the US, but none of the politicians have been held accountable in the US. Bill Clinton testified in secret to the US Congress and claimed that he is innocent. He doesn't know anything that Jeffrey Epstein is doing. I don't know. Jeffrey Epstein seems to be very popular. Everybody seems to know what he does. It's like, that guy that sells weed. Everybody knows he sells weed, but somehow when the news comes out, the people that used to go there to buy weed say, "Oh, they don't know. They don't have any clue that he sells weed." I don't. You see, if you believe that, I don't know, man. That's very hard to believe. Jeffrey Epstein is so prominent those days, and the Clintons were so prominent too. They are not people that just walk around not knowing whom they are meeting and how they are meeting. No, they have agents. They have people that work for them. That research people that they want to make contact with. Not to mention people they want to go to their house and have a party and swim in the pool and chill out with. You don't know who you are dealing with. Nah, man. I think the congressional members are pretending as if they don't know. This is for whatever he's saying is complete this thing hogwash. They must know that whatever Clinton was claiming is not true. And many of them are just trying to cover up for each other. But that said, I've always thought that America is going to go through a tough time. The fact that they chose war over facing what is going on at home, that should tell you that America is in serious trouble. I don't know what America is going to gain from this war. I don't think they're going to gain much from this war at all. Because the way the war is going to go, even if they remove the regime, because think about it, the Venezuelan one, what has America gained? If anything, America is making itself look small in a sense, because so many people see this as a war for Israel. So many Americans see it clearly that this is in the interest of Israel. Top generals in the U.S. military see this as an Israeli war. So Trump also came into office saying he's not going to do such things, and now he's neck deep in it. And when Netanyahu runs to Washington to come and cajole him, so it's a bit of a kind of letdown for such a great nation to be, chaperoned by a tiny, small nation in the Middle East there. But that is for the country to decide, and the people of the US to decide. Trump knows his days is at an end, and those Epstein files are going to come out. I think somebody said something about we should thank Trump for releasing the Epstein file. It's not Trump that released the Epstein file. It's the victims. The victims are too many. There are too many victims that came out. I think, from what I got, that they could number up to 1,000. You can't have too many victims coming out from left, right, testifying. The pressure was too much. You can hide it and hide it and hide it, and if you don't keep hiding it and it blows open by force, it could lead to a revolution. We are talking about some serious revolution here, where innocent and guilty alike will lose their lives. So they have to try to control the flow. Now they are controlling the flow, redacting it, a kind of managing the shock the people were going to go through, because this last January one was a big shock for a lot of people. They couldn't believe what they were reading, and until now they are still choosing to pretend as if they don't understand what they are reading too. The day they confirm to them what they are reading is true, I don't see how they can look at their leaders the same anymore. There's no way you're not going to look at any human being the same anymore if any of those heinous things in the Epstein file, it was true. And there is this information that came out recently that regarding Nigeria, by the way, I was saying how they can choose to sterilize your women and you don't have a clue, because you welcome them into your country without understanding the sacrifice you are making of your people. In the Epstein file, it turns out that it was reported that Jeffrey Epstein was interested in the Nigerian women for some kind of reproduction program. The reason why, he believed that the Nigerian women had the ability to have the shortest, they can have children, this in between the shortest interval between having multiple children, that they can have one child first, then to have the next one, they don't take too long compared to other women to have another child. I mean, so the idea is that they use the shape of the women to decide to kind of predict the term is described, I think, time in between childbirths. I think that something like that. Time in between childbirths. And they said the Nigerian women have the shortest time between childbirths. So they wanted to use them for that experiment or whatever thing, nefarious activity that they wanted to do. And so these are things that are going on behind the scenes that we don't pay attention to. And we always just, like Dr. Damiji said, go and convince Nigerians that people don't like them. You're going to struggle to convince them of that. So they think that people this thing owe them this thing. There's nothing that they can do wrong. And there was a video I saw yesterday that I found interesting, because I really wish I could play it and I can find it again, because I found that very interesting. Because you can see why sometimes, I don't know, maybe some people will not find it. I don't know how people are going to find it because it's light on the edge. But I feel like that statement tells you a lot about the way the mind of Tinubu works and the way the mind of all these elders work. This is why I said they should not be allowed to rule, because their mind is not the mind of independent people. Their mind is of the kind of mind of people that are to be governed and ruled over. Basically the mind of slaves. That's the kind of mind they have. I really wish I can find that video so I can play it, because I find that quite fascinating to hear him sound like that. I think I found it here. Let's see if I can find a way to play this. I will see if I can find a way to play this, because it's quite a disturbing scene for me anyway. I find that really weird that the president could say such a thing that he said. Let me see if I can share the screen. I'll bring everybody in. So sorry about keeping you guys waiting. I'm going to try to talk very little, because I fear that when I bring you guys on, my internet is going to go bananas. I'm not going to be able to be online anymore. So I'll just keep quiet so that you guys can talk. Let me see if I can find this. Yep, that's this thing there. I'll play this so that you guys can hear what he said.
That's putting us together. There's no doubt that we are going to be one. Let me allude to something, the change of national anthem. Some people say, okay, so what? Is that your priority? It's my priority. I agree with the National Assembly. If they make law, I got to obey that law, or we disagree openly and close the chapter. But the question of diversity, who gave us the name Nigeria? Is it not Britain? Have we changed our name? We are Nigerians. Our passport shows that. As long as we are Nigerians and one family, we remain and protect our diversity and love one another as brothers and sisters. The question of who you are, you have no control over it. It is God Almighty that put you in that particular place and make you a member of that family. You have no control over it. Oh,
you see, that is the kind of statement that he's making there that I find really problematic. It's like he thinks I don't know whether he thinks if they name your country, you can't rename it. I don't know whether that's what he's thinking. If that's what he's thinking, God help us. How can he make such a statement that they gave us our name, have we renamed it? Maybe you have the power to rename it. Maybe that's what you should be going for. And then the national anthem, you went back to that of the Yoruba woman. So that on the basis of that is why he's making that argument about the name being the same. We've not changed the name. We are stuck in a place that the British made, and we can't change it. Who told you that you can't change it? You can change a lot of things. So, and this is why I don't want old people to rule us, because the way they think is so primitive. They can't innovate. This man sit there. He knows his country doesn't have a native language as an official language. He knows he has not renamed his country. He knows his people didn't write his national anthem, at least not a Democrat government, and during a Democrat government time that the national anthem was written. He knows all that, but what did he do? Leave the national anthem to that of the British woman, and then to rename the country? Never. How can he dare to do that? To make a local language official language? Never. He will not do that, because they don't think like that. They think we are part of Britain. They just think like we are part of Britain. So they named us, so be it. Let's carry on the way it stopped. With the colonization carries on. He doesn't see that he has the power to change all that. Within a week, is that not what he did with the national anthem? He can change all that. He knows. He pretends as if he doesn't know, because he has the power to change it, but he didn't change it. All these old people, their time should be over, really, because they can't give you something that they don't understand. They don't understand the idea of sovereignty. All right, so I'll leave it for the audience to come in and chime in on the events of the day. And we all know the U.S. has been looking to, and Israel has been, really itchy for this fight. So I don't know where we think this is gonna go. So I will be going through everybody. I will try to time it so that we flow better this time, and I'll try to keep quiet as much as I can. But if anybody tells any big whopper, I'm gonna get involved though. You're gonna start fight. So be careful. Be careful before you start telling big whoppers. Let's try to keep it factual. And you have your own opinion. You can choose your side. I'm not going to have any problem with that. But don't try to give inaccurate information. You don't need to make it inaccurate to hold your own position. All right. I think who was here first? It was Jefferson. Jefferson, I saw you, and I know you are here first, and you deserve to get the first say on this. And comparable facts was second, and Moscow third. Yep, and Gide third, fourth, and Jagun fifth. All right, Jefferson. So, what do you make of this now? America, Israel hit Iran. You know, Iran is retaliating. Now we hear that Israel and the US are saying Khamenei is dead, that he was struck in his compound, and that's where he died. You know, I find that strange because they knew the war was coming. Why would he remain in the compound? If he remained in the compound, he probably knew he was going to die. In short, what do you make of the entire thing?
Yeah, it's good to be back again. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm actually in transit, but I can still speak. Don't worry. So the whole conflict is a thing of national concern, and of course, this is going to bring in more spiral events. The regime has been there for almost how many years, and before then they had a king. So the family have been living in exile, and the family, we thank God for the social media, and then the family have been fighting back to come in. And truth be told, it has been an oppressive regime, so there's nothing good about it really. So, and you know, when all this was happening, there were, of course, when the repressive regime was happening, the information, the amount of variation we had there is not like now. At least people are doing things for themselves, you know. So I may not want to stress much on that. It will be left for the people to decide what they want, and we don't know which regime is going to take over because a lot of stakes are actually on ground regarding who's going to take over the current leadership. So let me leave that one out of the picture. So let's move down to our locality Nigeria. Of course, as regards our national case, I don't know if it was a few days. I saw a video where I think someone went to visit the amalgamation house. I think it should be in Calabar also. And of course, it's obviously in the sorry state. People that actually formed the union are obviously no more. And even after the Civil War, he said the case of Nigeria being won, the union has to be preserved. But yet, even in the name of in the wake of preserving the union, this to preserve even the heritage of the union is an issue, right? So even when Jakaban is coming out to say, "Oh, we are not born into a family," we agree we are not born into a family. Most of us didn't choose a family. But when it comes to the issue of identity, knowing who you are, it is left for us to know who we truly are. For the fact you are born into a family doesn't mean you should not make because you have seen situations whereby people are adopted into a family and people trace where they are coming from. You know, so it's not it's a as far as we are all human beings, it's a inalienable right for people to know to trace where they are coming from and know where they are going. You know, we don't just accept things the way they are. As it is now, he changed the national anthem. He said, "Oh, this is the way God wants it to be." Of course, he will say that because of the because of the because it actually benefits someone's own narrative, and he's not even doing it because he actually believes in the union. Because if you believe in the union, there are so many things that needs to be addressed. You know, it's not just saying, "Okay, I love this union. Let us stay the way they are." let us change, let's come together, let's stay. No, no, no. It doesn't work that way. You know, it doesn't work that way. Even when Ghana and all these other countries they changed their name, there were a lot of things that were involved. So as far as I'm concerned, it changed the national anthem. It didn't make any impact. It just giving room for more mediocrity. So I think that's my own stay on that. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping to time too. The time setting is set for 4 minutes. Comparable facts. Thank you for joining us. You know, I don't want to jade what you're going to say. So, but what do you make of the news saying that Khamenei is dead, and how he died? Do you think that they would have been better off with nukes instead? If they had it, would this have been happening? Yeah. What do you make of it?
Okay, greetings first, greetings everybody. It's nice to be on the evening platform. You know, I rarely come to this platform in the evening, but it's rare to be here with people like John Abba, Masca, the Professor Jide, my brother Jagun, and of course, brother Jefferson. It's nice to be with you all. Having said that, of course, forefather, are you still in Nigeria? Okay, good. So about what's actually happening, the conflict between Israel and the conflict between America, Israel, and Iran. I mean, this is expected, but I didn't know what's going to come soon, because US has been building, in the last month or so about what's going to happen. I mean, some people in America here claim it's a distraction from the SP5, whatever, but that's a story for another day. So we're not going to go there. So having said that, for a disclaimer, I'm a proponent of Israel. Why did I say that? Just because they're a Christian nation. I mean, I'm not in totally support of what's actually going on, but if I have to look at it from my own perspective, I have to have a disclaimer in that I have to be real. I have to be right to myself the way I think about this. The so-called Islamic people, which Iran is, one of the leaders of Islamic nation, they are so more radical. I'm gonna come from Christian angle, whether you like it or not. This is strictly my opinion. I think I'm basing my opinion on what's actually happening in Nigeria. Just like the Muslims try to Islamize the whole country. They want to take over the whole country. It may come at it different whether it's lie or not. That's going back to Usman Dan Fodio. It's no doubt. This is what they are doing. This is what they did in Turkey. This is what they did in Iraq. And that's exactly what they wanted to do in the Middle East. Does Israel have right to defend themselves? Of course, they have the right to defend themselves. You had Iran say that.
Yeah, but hold on though. Hold on. How can a country attack another country and you say they are defending themselves?
But if you don't defend yourself, they could come there, exterminate you. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's Israel that did the attacking, not the other one. Because it's like watching two people, one person punch the other person in the face. He said, because the other person wants to punch me.
They have been saying it so many times. I mean, and they have been building towards it.
But Israel has been saying the same thing.
They have the antecedent. They have saying it. They have the history.
So, sorry. This is what I say I'm going to challenge. What is the history? Israel has had the history of preemptive strikes, not Iran.
Well, this is forefather. This is strictly my opinion. You may differ from where I'm coming from.
No. I say you can have an opinion, but you can't just tell whoppers.
I'm not being whopper. This is true.
You are saying it are not accurate. Factually inaccurate. Is the opposite. Iran has not attacked any country since 18-something. Israel has done it multiple times since 1950 alone.
In the last week,
they know that Israel, in terms of military, Israel is supreme to them. They won't actually do it in that way. But
Israel is the one defending itself. That's what I disagree with. Israel is not defending itself. Israel is attacking people. That's the difference. It's not fair because one side attacks the other side multiple times. Do you know how many times Israel has attacked Lebanon since the ceasefire?
I'm here. I know what's going on. You can't hold on, Father. You can't educate me what's going on. I know what's going on.
Yeah, but how can you see that you say one side is preventing, it's defending itself when they are the ones doing most of the attacks. By a long shot, too. Let's keep it accurate. That's my point.
Let's go to the nuance. Let's go to the present topic. Okay, I'm not here to regurgitate about what happened or what has been happening before. That's not what here. We're talking about the present, the new happened today. So let's stick to the topic. Everybody has the opinion how they feel about Israel and how they feel about Israel and and Iran. So I have my own opinion. So let it be. But anyway, from what I've been gathered, according to Israel officials, they have publicly asserted that Khamenei was killed during the major U.S.-Israel attack, and their body, they said they found the body, and I attempt to believe because Israel has a very good intelligence, even Trump has come and said that's actually what happened. But several international news outlets are reporting the same claim, but it's not confirmed. It's unverified yet. Even the Iranians said their leader is still in charge, so we don't know. But
yeah, and now hold on, let me ask you though, because I was curious about it, because for me it didn't add up in my head. They said the Iranian leader was killed in his home. That's where they know he stays. Let's say it is true. What do you make of that?
Okay, this is why I'm not starting that he was killed or he wasn't just killed. So let's wait and see some days. Because the reason why I say that, they know this is coming. So they can't just leave themselves open like this, or the leader has not fortified himself, whatever is on the bunker that he's supposed to be. They know this attack is coming, it's imminent. So leaving himself open to be attacked and killed, of course, US and Israel, particularly the Israelites, they have a very, 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 very good intelligence, that's possible. But even at all, their leader, Khamenei, has been killed. It does not mean anything. They already have about 10 successors line up already. The next leader might be more radical than the one that was killed. So it does not really mean anything unless they completely obliterated the whole leadership, But what I'm thinking, this is my strictly opinion, I think they overplayed their hand. When Israel and the US attacked them, they started attacking their neighbor. Now their neighbors are condemning. Why did they do that? So they don't have anybody in the Middle East supporting them right now. That's why I think they overplayed their hand. They shouldn't have, but it's just strictly my opinion.
I agree. I'm not. See, I think you have a right to that opinion. Some people, I think you may even be right, but I feel like the reason why they are doing it is because those nations are giving this in America airspace to attack them, and also they in the background are the ones that keep knocking off all these other nations, because every other nation that has been knocked out in the Middle East, they are also targets of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states. They are also targets of them. So it's not, people think it's only Israel that is doing it. It's not only Israel. Many of the Gulf countries are on the side of Israel. All these funny stuff that many of them are still trading with Israel. Why Israel is destroying all these countries and calling it. So it tells you that it's not as straightforward as we like to think. So that point of view, I think you may have a point that maybe Iran should have gone, because somebody was asking did Iran not go after the aircraft carriers instead of going after neighbors? Because that would be more impactful than going after fellow Arab nations. Because then the people of the countries will be like, yeah, they will be pushing their government to side with Iran instead of siding with Israel. But that said, it's a valid point. Please go ahead and round up.
Yeah. Most of it, for America, they have base in all those places, and that's probably where they initiated all these things. I'm just thinking, what I'm just saying is that right now within the Arab nation, from UAB, to Saudi Arabia and something and so on and so forth. I'm sorry for that noise. They don't have any support from there, except other war condemning the whole thing right now. But even Russia, all of them are asking for peace. So they are very weak. That's where they are not like they used to be before. Hezbollah has been weakened. The Palestinian has been weakened. This is their supporting base where they could easily stay and launch airstrike to Israel. They don't have money. So they are real weak at this particular time. Am I in support of any nation to invade any nation? No, I'm against it. who should have a nuclear weapon? It's left for United Nations to make that clear who's supposed to have a nuclear weapon and who's supposed not to have a nuclear weapon. In my own opinion, how can you tell somebody not to have a nuclear weapon? But is everybody going to have a nuclear weapon? That's where the problem is. It has to be determined who is capable of having a nuclear weapon. Is that a justification for going to war? In my own opinion, I don't think so. I mean, look at what happened initially, in Iraq, weapon of mass destruction, and nothing was discovered. Now, this is the excuse, the plausible excuse to go there. We don't know if they actually happen. But in my own opinion, I think that USA is doing Israel bidding. Let's just call it what it is. They're helping Israel to do what they want to do. That's just the bottom line. But it is what it is. The world is not safe right now, But I really want to talk about Nigerian space. That's my main concern right now. You want me to go on or wait?
Mute yourself, forefathers. Nobody's hearing you.
Oh yeah, sorry
I can't
about
hear
that.
you, forefather.
Yeah, please wait so that the others can have a chance. We had 4
Okay,
minutes.
okay, go ahead.
So it's Maska. Maska, welcome. Been a while. Thank you for joining us. Let me get Maska up. I think somebody in the middle has cleared the way. So, man, this has been a long time coming. I guess a lot of people predicted this to be happening. Trump just said IRGC troops may turn against the Iranian government. I also thought that to an extent that they may even overthrow him because he basically endangered the country by putting that fatwa. So what do you make? Because they're not saying he may be dead, and Trump is now claiming that IRGC troops may turn against Iranian government. What do you make of it?
Well, thank you, forefathers. Good to see you also. And good evening, everybody. Good to see you people, Jagun, Jide, Pastor John Abba, and Comparable Facts. Well, I would want to start by belatedly wishing Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo happy birthday. Yeah, I hope I'm sure he would get my message, So having said that, look, I personally, for me, these are all, how do I put it now? This is all noise. For somebody at my age, that's why sometimes when people like Jide talk, a lot of people disagree with him. But this is the bottom line. This is the bottom line. It's absurd, actually, even. Sometimes I find it very, very insulting. But one has to live with it. This is life. For an American president to even have any semblance of saying that, oh, now you can take your country. I wished Iranians, they teach history in their country. But if they do, the people will know. The history is not long when the same America were the ones who were putting up this Shah of Iran. In truth, this same regime, it's America that brought this regime to power. Because they were the people that provided the necessary basis for Iranians to rise and become so Islamic the way they are today. This is the stark reality. America caused this country to turn the way it is. Because when they put up puppet leaders on you, people that are not of your own interest, somebody like Shah of Iran, somebody like Mobutu Sese Seko, they go about it. We keep going in circles. So for me, it's really noise because it's going to go. Most probably the regime would go. If you look at Libya today, what is the country looking like? Or anywhere that America had intervened, what is the country looking like? But it's fine for me. This is just noise. And it's also very sad that a lot of us are still sentimental. Or the big bane of the black man is this master mentality. We cannot take a position of our own. We look up for who is our master, where is he standing, and we want to line up behind him. I'm a Muslim, but I'm under no illusion that an Islamic country like Saudi Arabia is on the side of Nigeria just because I'm a Muslim in this country. It doesn't work that way. The truth is that the same Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia, isn't it? So where is religion in the play of all this? What kind of absurdity will it be that, oh, I'm lining up behind Iran because it's an Islamic country? The same Iran is sending missiles to Saudi Arabia. Anyway, would I be blind to see this? It's unfortunate that we black people are so blind. Maybe because black starts with B, so we're also blind, you know? It's painful, honestly. This is not our own fight. This is not our own issue. If we are going to join this fight, we are just going to join it on morality. But by now, we should also know that the world is not ruled. It doesn't run. If morality is a fuel, that's not the fuel that the world is using to run. You know, so I think we're just, as usual, also, we black people, the armed robbers that robbed your house, they are on the street fighting. You're siding with a part of the armed robbers. The truth also is that all these countries, take Turkey, take Iran, take a lot of these countries, even as small as they are, they have their eyes lit on Nigeria. I live here in Nigeria. I can see a lot of moves, you know. You go to, there's a Turkish school, there's a Turkish hospital. I'm not fooled. People are not that benevolent. When they come to your country and begin to do all these establishments, there is a reason, you know. But like I said, for me, these are noise. The global, I mean, we've spoken about this Venezuela. We're talking about Iran. It's not going to end there. This is how the world works. But what is important for us as black people is to sit down. I keep saying to sit down and think of how do we operate in this current crisis, so to speak, because the world is what's the word now? It's not a pivotal point. I think it's just in a confused. It's not, the word is not even in limbo.
Critical juncture.
It's transition. It's going through transition.
The juncture is not really that critical. I don't see it as a critical juncture. Maybe yes, you're right. I think it's Chim. Maybe you're right. It's what I'm looking for is close to that critical juncture. Things are changing. And for me, the key thing is that, you know, people are no longer looking at where they used to look. People are raising their head, looking. It's like, you know, when somebody wants to deceive you, we say, like when we want to deceive small children, you say, that aeroplane. By the time you raise your head to look at the sky, whatever the elderly people want to pick, they would have picked it. By the time you look down, the things have changed. This is where the world is now. There's a lot of diversions in the air. Even countries like America are looking up. This is an opportunity for us to band together and say, okay, this is what we want to make of it. But we are not that America, where America is looking up in the sky, that's where we also are raising our eyes to join America to look at the distractions, so that by the time when they finish, they can come back to us. And if we listen to speeches of somebody like this, Marco Rubio, the truth is that right now, they are all fighting each other, but their intention, the signal I read, is that by the time they finish up this upheaval, and he was bold enough to mention it, if you listen to his speech, you hear the global south.
Time is up. Time is up before. Sorry.
I'm in Nigeria now. You should cut me some slack.
I am wondering.
Nigeria too. They are saying my time is up. I
saw something now about the Iranian Supreme Leader that is dead. He's actually alive. And I will explain. I know some people will insult me. But he's actually alive. He's actually alive.
Okay.
When it's my turn, I'll talk. I know some people will insult me.
Why do you need to talk now then? Be quiet.
Why
Be
would I
quiet, bro.
shut the fuck up?
I should do what? I should do what? You know who you're talking to? I'll squeeze your head, small boy.
Let's leave that. Let's
The
leave
reason
it.
why I said I would call the title.
Hey, Jide, hold on. Let's not get
Unruly
out of order.
imbecile.
Let's leave that. Let's leave that. Who is next?
No,
I think it's
they are using my
You know
time.
who you're talking to?
Okay. Let's let
Freak
Pascal
show.
finish, and then we go to I think Jonaba. Please
So
go ahead.
my conclusion is that if you listen to people like Marco Rubio, after this milieu, the intended outcome is for them to regroup, and they are looking at the global south, where both me and you come from. And therefore, when they are going, this is going to be like the second coming, and it's not going to be funny. And we can continue to join them in what they're doing now. But I think it's important for us this is the time to lock up shop and begin to look for how to, when it's akin to when this thing that happens in the US, this wind, hurricane, the truth is that there is going to be, after all this one now that we're talking about, there is going to be a hurricane in the global south. I rest my case there. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get Jonaba on without any of these funny Wi-Fi drama that was going on before. So yes, welcome Jonaba. It's quite a day, isn't it? Because I don't know what to make of it.
Sorry, fathers, just one last statement to Jide. In my mind, also, when Israel is saying that the man is dead, we have picture. In my mind, I think it was simple tactics. So the man will make the mistake to come out and say, "Oh no, I'm not dead. See me," so that they can get him. So that's it.
Oh no, you're not dead now. You are. So that's the game, eh? Okay. See, even if they did anyway, they did the same thing with Hamas. It made little difference. They still carried. Hamas carried on fighting like zombies. They didn't stop anyway. So I don't think that's the reason why they are going to fail. I still think what Trump is saying is not totally inconceivable that the IRGC will overthrow this government, because this leader is behaving like a hippie. It's like you go and put a fatwa when you have a nation that is threatening to attack him constantly, not to develop nuclear weapon. I believe if they overthrow him, they are not going to be peaceniks. They are going to go nuclear, because they will know that if they go, they see what happened with Syria now. It's not going to end well for them. They know what happened with Syria. So that's my suspicion anyway, but I might be fully mistaken. Let me bring Jonaba, what happened now? One of this Joro Wi-Fi doing this. I think it's not the Wi-Fi, probably just the device. The device is shaky in terms of its the camera and audio stability. Jide, I think it's your turn now, because
Why?
Jide, where is? Oh, sorry, you're still there. Sorry, I thought it was comparable fact. That you see, that thing just keep disappearing like ninja. But sorry about that. So what do you make of these events? Because today, when I just saw that, I said, "Oh God, here we go again, another war." I thought we were supposed to be in a democracy. 80% of Americans oppose this war. Trump declared it without even consulting this in the Congress, and it's not a war of emergency, which is the only scenario a president is supposed to do this. What do you make of this entire thing? It's just beginning to be exhausting.
Good evening. It's nice to be with you, forefathers, and the rest of the panelists. Masker, all the way from Nigeria. Um, um, I think the order of the world is changing rapidly, and Black, we don't have a say in it. We are just around talking around. Power does not belong to us. We do not have anything leverage to discuss when it comes to power struggle, power structure. Um, I think at the best is what we are doing, but what benefit does it serve us than to aggravate ourselves
and take sides on whether on religion or the country you prefer. But in general, the world is just changing. Um, Trump campaign against war, and this that I've started today, it may take years, even at least Trump remaining years in the office. So, and many innocent lives, including American lives, will be lost in this. And they that sit in the table of power, they know what is at stake, and as they are changing the structure of the world. And whether we like it or not, they understand that people like Trump will come into the will remain for generation to come. So what we, the black people, we do is how do we have a leverage to negotiate and to have a good bid with others that share our value, our race. If Iran can be attacked like this, you can imagine no country in Africa will survive it for even 2 hours. Iran is not uh, a walkover, but if this can happen to Iran, then you should know that we are in big trouble. Those that have power, they don't think about you, your idea, your say. They have agenda. That's what they pursue. You like it or not, they set their eyes on goal and they go for it. So for me, it's a beginning of a new chapter. Every end is another beginning. So this is a beginning of new chapter. What is worrisome is how long America will sustain it alone. Because when other NATO allies and all of that, not even not even in it, and the allies are pulling out. So the world is changing. They're going to form a new allies that they can decide. I understand the power of America, but then I think, like I say in summary, it's a position that everybody will live to see as it unfold in coming years. This is a new beginning as they end the other chapter. But then we don't have so much say than to talk the way we talk. So, but I think Iran is not just a walkover. This is going to cost a lot. That's what I stand on. On the issue of Tinubu, I was surprised that Tinubu is like when you have a girlfriend and the girlfriend is rich or is from a rich family, and they say, "Oh, and not be that rich." You say, "We like to eat your money, and your money sweet us." I think Nigerian money sweet Tinubu is looking healthy. And what I'm saying is, that as a billionaire, he could have helped himself and treat himself. But free things, a wolf, he's treated. I mean, he's in a good spirit. He's never a guy that has articulate his message very well, but he look healthy. And I don't the national item and all of those things. Like you said, this is how they think. You can't take it away from them. And this is what how their brain work over the years. Um, Even when they do have power to change something, they think they don't. So if somebody that have power think he doesn't have it, what do you do? Then what is you don't your priority is, oh well, even the name Nigeria is given to us by them. and you can change it. I'm not saying it's necessary that if the name is changed. I'm of opinion that the mentality of Nigerian, we all have to work on ourselves. I think we claim to be well educated, well informed, have the understanding of how the world works, but true, we don't. We need to educate ourselves. We need to chart our path forward and what will work for us. And we should not be afraid to start all over. If you are going to a North Pole and you mistakenly turn and you're going on the south, you will never get to your destination. So the way we are going from one thing to another, and people say, talk about democracy. There has never been a democracy. It's power. Democracy is just a talk, and they give it to you just the way they promise you heaven. Or if you die, you have many wives waiting for you on the other side. There's nothing like democracy to those that has power. Power speaks. So we are not on
Yeah,
the table.
thank you.
So I believe that
Yeah,
I end for now so that you can continue what you want to say.
yeah. Jeffrey Epstein was not elected. Now he wielded more power than presidents. Let me. There was one video I wanted to play so that we get an idea of what is going on behind the scenes of all these events that we see occurring. Sometimes it's worthy of shedding light on what is going on behind the scenes. Where is this time? Okay, let me play this on this. Oh, I've signed out of there. Wow, that's gonna be hard. Okay, let me just get that up. So Jide, it will be your turn. So I will play this so you can react to it. Let's see how that works. This thing takes a while to get up sometimes. And let me get this up so you can see. I think that's where the video is now. Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, so now I should be able to share this based on where it's been located. All right. All right, so I wanted to share this so you can see some of these dramas. Oh, that's the wrong one. Why did it not go through? You know, I can't wait to get back to my normal PC because when you keep using all these weird PCs in Nigeria, you begin to wonder what's going on. Let's see. That's not it now. Come on. Why does it keep failing to? Okay, copied it right now. All right, good. You copied it right. So I will bring it on now. Where is it now? Let me see if I can pull that up. Chunky, it's here now. How come I can see it here, but I can't see it there? Can anyone see the screen that's being shared? I can't see it.
No.
That is weird. Just downright weird. How is it that I can see it? Okay, so let me share it again. I see why. I see why now. Wow, I really screwed up big time. So it was this Cenk Yuga. You know Cenk Yuga. He was describing some of the reasons behind this war, and he wasn't mincing words at all. He was just calling, the people out for what they truly are. Has been going on in the U.S. So I will just share it now. That's it. Hopefully it should come up just fine for everybody to see. Okay, that's it. Yep, that's it. So this guy really nailed some of the issues.
Epstein had tapes all over. He had it in the Kleenex boxes. He had it in the clocks. He had it in the walls. Gee, I wonder why there was tape of all these powerful men having illicit sex. Our media can't piece it together. A honeypot operation, an intelligence operation. Why, golly gee, mister, I've never heard of that. Oh, no, that is scandalous. No one would ever do that. A foreign government do that? Do you know, last thing, I keep saying last thing, but I'm animated, obviously. So do you know that, and this is from Times of Israel, that Benjamin Netanyahu back in 1998, in the middle of negotiations between the Palestinians and the Israelis that Bill Clinton had organized, pulled Bill Clinton aside and said, we know about Monica Lewinsky. They had the tapes. Before it was national news, before anybody else in America knew. How did the Israelis have the tapes? And then he blackmails Clinton And he wants, of course, upper hand in the negotiations while pretending to give them great offers. We gave them great offers. Oslo. Did you know that the guy who organized the Oslo Accords was called Jeffrey Epstein's best friend? Jeffrey Epstein left him $10 million in his will. Oh, Oslo. We were so fair at Oslo. Epstein's best friend organized Oslo. Look it up. All of it is true. Look it up. Okay, so these guys, man, playing us like a fiddle. And so now it's going to have very, very, very serious consequences. Vote all the bums out, because otherwise we're never going to get to the end of this. It's going to be one game after another. So Epstein's not intelligence. He was in the middle of the Iran-Contra affair. Everybody knows he was intelligence. Everyone. Except the national media will not say it, because their job isn't to cover the news, it's to cover up the news. So that's why I'm mad at them. They lied us into another war. All right, guys, we'll keep covering it. Obviously, at Monday at 6 o'clock, that's the normal show, but I'm sure I'll give you updates throughout the weekend. God help us all. I hope the war is as short as possible. I hope no one gets hurt, but I'm super worried about it. All right, we'll keep you up to date on the Young Turks.
Yeah, forefathers, yeah, good to see you, man. And greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings to everyone listening, and those that are also watching. First of all, we need to understand, I've mentioned this on this channel, that both the Democrats and the Republicans, they manifest the same foreign policy, and it's about prioritizing their adversaries. And everything I'm saying is coming into fruition. So now Trump is in power. I said it on this show before he was elected. I said it, that when they come to power, they'll prepare for war with Iran, and they'll go for Iran, and they'll try to make peace with Russia, even though it's not really peace. But it's still the same foreign policy. I said this regime is not a peaceful regime. They are as evil as the liberals. So now, Ugoy, I don't know him personally, but I know he speaks for the liberals. He's speaking like a saint, right? He's speaking like a saint. Oh, Epstein files. These guys are criminals. Yada, yada, yada. They are evil. They want to fight war with Iran. But that's exactly the point. They sound like they are anti-war. Even Kamala Harris today on social media, she posted condemnation for the war currently going on between Israel and Iran. But these people, they are hypocrites, because they are also pro-war. But what they are trying to do, they are doing the opposite of what Donald Trump did before he got elected, which is to be an opposition, to claim, oh, I'm peaceful, I'm anti-war. Then when they come to power, they will ignite war on Russia. This same we go. Someone can fact check me on this. A lot of them, including him, they supported the overthrow of Syria. They supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad by no, let me use the F word. I have to watch my words. I
don't think so. Are you sure?
They are the liberals.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
But when you say they are the liberals, I mean, liberals actually attack them, but I can see what you are saying.
The liberals, they supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. They said he was a dictator.
But they were also against the terrorists that overthrew him.
Yeah, but it's a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
It's a contradiction. So they supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad that was fighting for their cause. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but hold on. See, there are two things here. They have a right to an opinion to uphold democracy. Some people ideologically prefer democracy over either authoritarian Ba'athist regime. I think it's Ba'athist that the Bashar al-Assad is practicing, or some people prefer socialism.
No, it was not. But Ba'athist is not a religious whatever. It's actually a secular, social, pan-Arab socialist
system now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a political system.
That's what you guys support democratic system. They don't support the way Assad was running the country. But neither did they support what's his name, the terrorists.
You are calling people out but this thing you're saying, I don't think somebody like you should say it.
How do you
Same, I don't know whether it is liberal or Democrats who ousted the people that were democratically elected in Egypt, and they supported, as till today, a military regime. The same America. That's why I say.
Oh, no, sorry. No, what I mean when I say Democrats, I'm not saying Democrats as in Democratic Party. No, democratic system. You see,
But I'm
so that's
saying
what I
that
mean.
the same country removed a democratically elected regime, put in a military regime.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I'm not here to defend you. I'm sure he's against it too.
So, fathers, regardless of what it stands for, the point is the overthrow of Syria right now, they are now in a worse off situation. We all agree on that. Okay, now I can continue. So the point is, these people are hypocrites. I don't count their words. They talk about Epstein files. Why are they talking about Epstein files? See, in as much as Epstein file is so evil, I think a lot of us, maybe psychological warfare, including me, I'm fighting that thing too. We may want to admit it or not, due to the social engineering of the media, social media, and the CIA, what they've done with propagating narratives. How come we are so desensitized to millions of people that are dying due to imperial? That should be a global scandal. The millions of people that died in Iraq due to weapons of mass destruction, that should be more concerning to me than some white folks sleeping with their fellow whites. I mean, it's bad. I condemn it. With their depraved, elite, evil men sleeping with kids. For me, like, I'm wondering why. I'm not trying to like point at anyone, but like the point I'm making is I just feel like there's a little bit of desensitized. It doesn't seem right to me. Like today, for instance, the war going on today, 85 children were killed in a primary school. 85 pupils. 85. And the numbers are still increasing. And I understand Epstein files, we need to talk about it, is bad. But the point I'm making is that these people, they are human beings. They have parents. These are children. They are dying. And there are a number of people that are also dying. How come, like I said, this is not about what's on the panel now. It's just a general stuff. How come people are desensitized about those people that are dying and they're focused more on the Epstein file, who they slept with? They want to see the pictures of these elites, depraved elites sleeping with minors. Like, I just find it weird. And I think it's part of the social engineering and psychological warfare they've used on we colonized people and we that we live in the West. So that they will make violence to make us desensitized to their evil. Because these people, they're committing so much evil as we are speaking. And they will commit evil this midnight. They will kill people. So for me, honestly, that FC file, I've talked about this before. It's a leeway, it's a blackmail stuff, you know. A lot of these elites, this is like a ritual for them. For them to do all these evil acts, they have to go through a ritual. And if they don't do what they are told, they'll be exposed. Clearly, that FC file is part of it. So I'm not trying to belittle it. But the point is, like, there are things that are even more grave, more evil than even Epstein files that we are desensitized to. This war that is going on, Iranian people and their governments in Iran, not the ones in Australia, Germany, America, those ones, they are traitors. Iranian people, I repeat, Iranian people and their governments, they are willing to pay the price fighting this demonic empire. They are willing, like, the cost of their life is more than trillions of dollars. The cost of the life of Iranians fighting this war. We don't know how this war is going to end, but the price they are paying is worth more than trillions of dollars. That's what I want everyone to know today. This war, some people are saying that it does not concern Nigerians. Actually, it's concerned.
I hope your time, forefathers.
Actually, it concerns Nigerians. You know why? Because imperialism is not just an Iranian thing. It's connected all over the world. And if this evil demonic empire wins this war, they are coming for us directly. They will now have our time. If they lose this war, if they are weakened, we would have more of the opportunity to go after them now that they're coming for us. So this war It's a war for people of justice against imperialism. It's a war for people that have moral decency against any form of evil. I'm glad the Epstein files came out for us to see the evil of these people. There's something I also want to talk about.
So sorry, you don't have a lot of time, because you see that.
Bryce had more than 4 minutes, man.
No,
Four,
it's-
do
it's
this thing
very-
properly. Do this thing properly, man.
I'm trying to do it properly. Don't worry,
Yeah,
you
so
get a
let me
little bit of
continue.
extra time.
It's not about me. It's about everybody's chance.
Can I speak?
Yeah,
Please can
everybody
you
when
speak
they
about
come,
what you
everybody
idiot?
comes, they want to stay
No, bro,
extra
you're being very unfair.
continue.
The amount of time that you're giving this individual is far more than he
time that
deserves.
was spent by other people. So what was this problem? What's it all about?
Shut up, you fucking idiot.
time to be fair. Leave it. No, let's
Okay,
not
now,
insult each other now.
I have 5 minutes and I'll finish. Less than 5 minutes, I'll be done. So now
5 minutes. What do you mean less than 5 minutes you'll be done?
I'll be done.
Bro, you're not doing your job.
I would have been done by
One
now.
minute.
I would have
You
been
should
done
be
by
done.
now, man.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
So I want to say something very important. Now is the time for the anti-imperialist allies. I know they've not been able to help due to geopolitical dynamics. The help has been very limited, but now is the time for them to stand with Iran. Now is the time because they will also be attacked. They will also be affected. Now is time for Russia, China, and North Korea to form solidarity and go and support Iran against this evil empire. My final thing, if Iran wins this war, what is the possibility of nuclear weapons? That's the question we should ask. We are saying it's not going to concern us. If nuclear weapons is used, it will affect everybody all over the world. If nuclear weapons is used, and we know we could use those nuclear weapons, we know them, right? So if they lose this war, they could lose this war. It's possible. We saw what happened in the 12-day war. Could they resort to nuclear weapons? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jago. It's your turn, Jago. Let's bring Jago on. So, what do you make of this? To be fair, just to address what Jide said, they didn't support the fall of Assad like they were praising. They criticized both sides because they felt that Assad was a bad guy too. So, which a lot of people believe. Jago, please go ahead. What do you make of it, the events of the day, and where do you think we are heading? Do you think all the other powers would get involved, like Russia? It's funny how Russia and China remains very quiet when all this is happening. It's really, really sneaky.
Indeed. You see, we're at war already. And when I say we're at war, the Third World War is happening. It's happening when bombs are not flying. It's happening because we've reached this point. We've reached this point economically. We've reached this point politically, in that things have to change. The game is up as far as the level of corruption in the world is concerned. People like my man, Comparable Facts, bruh, you really have to stand back a bit from what you may have learned in the past and to renew and refresh your mind as to what is at play right now. What's at play right now is that things are being opened up. And as things are being opened up, we have to tell the truth about what it is that we are seeing. We can't take it from any religious point of view. That would not give us the paradigm that we need to look into the future. It won't. It will blind our eyes. People are looking at the same things and coming out with different opinions as to what it is they're actually looking at. Right now, it's the Third World War. Right now, it's the Third World War. Now, if we are not really understanding what it entails, the world is driving to a position that none of us can stop. The only thing that we can do is to get our own corner right. So the war of attrition, the war of bombs flying into our country does not reach us. That's what we can do. We're too late in a country like Nigeria to discover that what we have been doing for the last God knows how many years has all been a waste of time. It's all been a waste. It's all been a waste. Iran has been one of those countries, I've said it before, when Iran had no support, that they've been one of the few countries in the world that have stood up and have stayed standing up, no matter what we think about them, no matter the pejorative regimes that they've had, no matter. They have been the only people that have stood up. When I speak to Nigerians, a good 15, 20 years ago, that Iran should be an ally of Nigeria. They all balked. Everyone balked and said, no, no, why? These people, they are very violent. This, that, and the other one start speaking that they're no more blind nonsense. And right now, they are one of the few countries that is not in the SWIFT. If they are taking out SWIFT is going to be apparent to them. I don't know if you people guys are aware that Visa and MasterCard, that the Europeans, starting with Germany, Belgium, and France, they have bought a new economic balance with the MasterCard. They don't use MasterCard again. They don't use Switch. They don't use MasterCard again. They don't use Visa again. Why? Because they see what happened to Russia, and they see how easy it was for America to take that economic value away from Russia, losing about 91 billion in the Russian economy, off the Russian economy. The Europeans now have seen that this thing that happened to Russia can happen to any one of us. So they have come with their own. They have come in with their own card in order to keep the money inside Russia, because they have seen the impunity that America work with. I don't think we are looking at the world economy and the world of politics in a way that makes us understand where the globe is going politically. Europe and the West, especially America, they're desperate. You don't seem to understand the desperate nature in which America is operating in. That's a
Yeah,
desperate measure.
sorry, let me ask you though, where do you think this whole thing is going? Do you think it's gonna like escalate, or America just want to tap, like Trump wants to tap for a while, then?
Iran is the last country. Iran is the last country on the list of countries to attack. It's the last. And they want Iran in their pocket in order to bring in the New World Order, as far as they are concerned. So China and Russia, as you said, they're being quiet, but they're being quiet strategically. They're going to act. Don't worry about that. They're going to act in one way or the other. The thing is, this is the Third World War. You have to really understand that Iran being the last on the list, if they could ever clear up Iran and put them in their pocket, it would be on, because Iran, Russia, and China will not allow Iran just to go like that. They won't allow it. They won't. So that war of two sides, East and West, is coming closer and closer. Soon, it's not going to be proxy again. It's not going to be a proxy war. It's going to be a full-on disaster. So the world better get ready, because I know that the world is blind as to which side they should be on. And as somebody has said, I think it was Masca, we need to be on our own side. We need to understand that, look, we are part of this power base as well. And if we're not careful, that Third World War is going to be fought in Africa itself. And that's what I don't want. Because why? Because all of the necessary minerals are there. And China is in Africa. America would look to dislodge China in one way or the other. So we have to pay attention. You know, a lot of people say on this platform that I just want to worry about Nigeria and our own problem. They believe that Nigeria somehow is separate from the rest of the world. It is not separate. It's deep in it. It's a big part of it. What we have under our ground is needed by everybody. After the Congo, it's Nigeria. The Congo is already in an entire mess. Nigeria hasn't reached the mess that the Congo is in presently, but it will be there if we are not careful with politics. Lastly, I would like to say this. It has been said, I don't know who has listened to this or we've heard this, that Trump would be the last political leader in America, which is to say that there will be no more elections in America. If you understand the New World Order, it is going to be a New World Order of tyranny and mayhem. That's how it's going to be. America is already looking to us like a third world country. And a third world country, when I see what a third world country looks like, it's always a dictatorship kind of scenario. It's always a scenario where soldiers are in the streets. ICE tells us that America has fallen to a third world state. We have to wake up and understand what we're doing. We have to wake up. Thank you.
Let me ask briefly, Jide, you said that Khamenei is alive. What was your argument for that? 1 minute, please, Jide.
Yes, thank you. So the thing is, initially, so I believed he was assassinated. But what I got was that the strikes, when the strikes happened early this morning, the assassination news was spread across, right? Trump also validated it. But what we now have from the Iranian sources, from what I checked, not on social media now, Iranian sources on Telegram and other platforms, is they actually showed Ayatollah Khamenei after the strikes on Iran talking. This is not scripted or anything. It was actually after the strikes. So I think what's going on right now is Iranian sources, they are not exposing where he is located because of his safety. So, and also, apart from that, the foreign minister also said, he came on mainstream media on NBC. He said that the Iranian leadership, all of them, including the supreme leader, is alive and well. That was few hours ago. Also, apart from that, his daughter's husband and his grandkids, they were assassinated. But he is still alive because he had already been taken to a completely different environment from where they bombed. Because his own residence was bombed, but he had already been taken away from his residence a long time before that was bombed. So he actually spoke about an hour ago or 2 hours ago. I don't know how to speak fast, but he was speaking. I could see that he was clearly alive, clearly ill and happy.
Yeah, hold on. You saw him speaking, and you saw him in a back end video. Does he have does he have any indication of date and when?
Yes. I mean, that was my initial impression. I was thinking, oh, this is outdated. This may be last year. You know, it could be it may be a scripted video by AI or all those things that we can think of. But actually, when I actually checked more sources, consistently they were saying he's still alive. However, his daughter and his in-laws, they've been assassinated.
Yeah, son-in-law.
Yes, he's alive. It is.
But the
So I think
Israelis
what's
are
going
claiming that
on.
they have pictures of him. It's just
So it's part of the information warfare. And this information warfare was used when they were fighting Hezbollah. They were saying Nasrallah was dead and all that. Eventually, Nasrallah exposed himself for them to actually assassinate him. So it's part of the information warfare. And information warfare is very powerful during wars, particularly if they are losing. If you look at the Ukraine war too, you know, even though, yes, the war is still going on, but Russia has an upper hand. There is so much information
You said something
warfare.
just now that said they assassinated Hezbollah leader, then he came out and got himself assassinated.
No. Before he was assassinated, he was in a bunker, but they were already spreading propaganda that he was assassinated. Then later, when he exposed himself, he was now actually assassinated. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. It's part of the information warfare. They are actually targeting this man. They actually want to assassinate him for real. This is part of the psychological warfare I'm talking about. You know, me too, I fell for it under Dr. Damages too, but I was
Thank you. Let's bring Imperial Apologists in. Imperial Apologists, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming in today because I'm not really, I think sometimes, this is going to be interesting. I feel like your response is going to be interesting. So, what do you make of this war, of the iniquities of Trump and the iniquities of Israel?
I just want to make a suggestion that all these people that are coming with fanciful names, can they always start by explaining their names?
Imperial apologies.
They're just making protests. They're making protests out of their name, and they want people to say it. I won't say any of those idiotic names. Not me. I'll call them by who I first knew they are.
You don't have to call it idiotic now, do you?
It's idiotic now. Why should I be saying what you wrote when I know your name? It's idiotic, Joe.
If he wants to make a statement now, Jagun sounds like a statement to me.
It's not a statement. It's my name. It's the only name I've used here. The only name.
Fathers, what's the question?
The question is, should the Israelis and the Americans, especially the Israelis. You know, people like to say Israel wants to defend itself because they are tiny and fighting for themselves. Do you think they need war counseling, you know, just to calm them down, you know, a little bit? You know, we know what happened in the Holocaust, but still, not everybody wants to kill you all the time. The UN is there to protect you. America is there to protect. And then I'd like to think that no nation wants to attack Israel with a nuclear weapon that has a Samson protocol to attack all the Middle Eastern countries when they attack Israel. So do you think Israel should calm down a bit?
Okay. Thanks for having me. Somebody called me an imperial apologist, so I decided to put up the name imperial apologist. So that's why I bear the name. I was accused of being an imperial apologist, so I want to make the person happy, so that whenever he looks at the name, he will feel very happy. That's on one point.
Thank you for indulging me, my brother.
Oh, Maska, anytime. So I want to agree with Maska. I listened to him. Actually, Maska is the reason why I came. When he was speaking, he saw through a lot of things. Listen, the black man is not at the table where critical decisions about the world is being made. I think we can all agree on that. Those who have looked into the future, or into the next frontier, are planning how to make that frontier happen. Actually, there was a group called a conspiracy that wanted to use the pandemic as a pedestal into that new frontier. They were checkmated. Another group has decided to pull in theirs. Trump, for one, I don't think he believes in war, but I think he has come to realize in this second term that there is a group in the US that must make money. That group must make money. That group were the people who gave him a tough time the first time. And Trump, being the businessman that he is, he has seen the money to be made also. And so he has decided to acquire. How do you speak that English? Acquiesce. Thank you. Now that I need Jagu's help, he has refused to come to my aid. There's somebody in Nigeria that is helping me. So he has tried to acquiesce to that group.
I take offense to that. What does that mean?
Don't worry. Me and Jagu will understand each other. Don't worry. So he has decided to acquiesce to that group. They are the guys who make money from the military-industrial complex. It's as simple as that. They're making money. Unfortunately, Iran happens to be the place where they see, where do we trigger it off so that the bombs, the weapons can float, and everything that has to happen has happened. Should any nation be attacked? No. I mean, generally as a human being, I want peace. But there is ideal and there is reality. The ideal world is the world where many of us live in. The ideal world that tells you that Tinubu will give you a free and fair election. That's an ideal. The ideal world is the world where you think that some Nigerian politicians will freely allow you citizens to have your way. That's the ideal. The real world is that there is money to be made at any given point in time. And those who know how to trigger the making of that money, they trigger it using whatever human or global event needs to be used to trigger it. And so this guy has decided to allow. John Bolton was one of those in the previous era who stood against Trump for not bombing the same Iran. Remember the first time he was forced to bomb, and he asked, what will be the casualty level if I do it? And they told him, he said, no way. I'm not going to go and bomb innocent people. And that is where he fell out with John Bolton. That made him remove John Bolton as national. What was John Bolton's position? He removed him. So this John Bolton that you were saying that was writing against him was because Trump didn't want to do a global war the first time. He learned from that because
I noticed but imperial apologies. I noticed that you seriously sidestepped.
No, I'm coming to your question. Though. Give me time, please.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm coming. So what has happened is that people learn. The man came in his first, and most presidents is in their second term when they don't have anything to lose. They unleash. That's why when you're making voting, if you're voting somebody for a second term, you need to look at how did he behave the first time. If you see that, okay, if I give this person this is what it's going to do. Now, as to whether Israel needs a, what's the word you used, counseling on war and whatever. Israel, like everybody has said, deserves to protect itself. Iran has clearly, consistently shown, listen, when Israel was formed, every Arab nation, Muslim nation was against it. Gradually, they have made friends with Egypt. Gradually, they have made friends with Jordan. In fact, Jordan was the first country they made peace with. Jordan became a strong friend of Israel. Then they moved to Egypt, then Saudi Arabia gradually, then the UAE, then Qatar. The only one that has stood and said, death consistently to you, we don't care, is this one. And this one only has also turned around his fellow Islamic nations consistently. So when we want to come and discuss this thing, let's not forget that Iran is not exactly a virgin child, innocent of everything. It's a nation notorious for wanting to bully the other nations around it, which is why America at some point had a Saddam to checkmate Iran. If we have forgotten.
Can I ask a question?
Don't ask me any question. I'm not here to
Okay.
answer. When is your turn? You can answer, please. I don't want to answer questions. I just want to make my views, and I'll leave it at that. Iran and Iraq fought a serious war before Iraq fell out to the US. US was funding them to destabilize Iraq. So Iran, we can agree on that. But the point I'm trying to make is this. There will be peace in that region, but it's difficult. One, because somebody somewhere does not like somebody. If you don't like me, I can't continuously keep my back at you and then think that, oh, okay, if I don't attack. Listen, Iran is a smart nation. They don't fight directly. They use proxies. Hezbollah, they fund all those people to go and carry out the activity and then stand aside and feel like, but we're not the one causing it now.
Hold on. Let's know.
Oh, I know you will tell me, hold on.
No, because you are stating quite a list of this is so that I can start. Because I said when people start saying whoppers.
Now, don't go too much. Say, what is the hula you think I said?
One, Israel in that region has been the most belligerent, not the other way around. They are the ones that have done preemptive wars. You know what preemptive wars is?
How now?
I can list the, okay, let me list, you want me to list the wars that they
I didn't say list, I said how.
That by attacking other nations first.
Okay.
So before the nations attacked, they attacked first. Multiple times.
Hold on.
Like they done now.
Forefathers, hold on. Let's take things quickly. We have our different views on whether Israel should exist as a nation or not. So Israel was carved out.
I'm not saying
wait now. I want to answer your question. I want to dwell on what you just said.
Okay.
So a nation was created with the help of the superpowers. Agreed. They were given a land that was in dispute. Some people say they shouldn't come there. Some say they should come there. Now that nation came, and every Arab and Islamic nation there said no. True or false? No,
yes,
true or false?
No. That's
okay.
True.
All right. And then they started fighting them. So when they start fighting you, what are you supposed to do?
You fight back.
All right. Did Israel fight back?
Israel fought back.
So how did Israel start it?
That's not the list of the wars.
But that's the beginning. That's where we start from. That's where we start from.
Okay. That's the beginning. You can argue that the beginning was coming to a land people have lived for more than 1,000 years and taking it over.
And I agree.
That's the beginning.
Not disputing that.
So those people starting the war, fine. You say they started the war because they didn't want to accept that some other person can come and take over their land. Hold on, let me finish. You will not accept Fulanis coming to Igbo land and saying because it is their land. You see what I mean?
Listen, I'm not hypocritical when it comes to
the area I'm referring to is the preemptive ones where the other side didn't attack multiple times. Israel has started the war.
But that is not true. That is not true.
Let me list them. Let me list them now.
No, I'm not talking about, you don't need to list any war. What we're talking about is the principles of what you're saying. I dwell on principles. Listen, like I said here.
What is the principle?
The principle is modern day Israel is a creation of the superpowers. I can admit that. I'm not delusional about that. I can admit that. A land in dispute, whether you agree their forefathers lived there or not, or Bible, let's leave all of that. It's a modern creation. Some people use their force to put them there. Agreed. And then they said, no, we don't want these people here. Then you started trying to kill them, and they turned around to defend themselves. Since that time, they have grown to live a life of preemption, as you use. In other words, I need to protect myself because these guys do not like me. However, in between that time and now, they've managed to woo some of those countries over to their side. Jordan, I mentioned. Jordan in particular. Somebody said, you know what, live and let these guys be. They wooed Egypt over. The only country so far, like as per this event right now, that has said, no way, we will continue to do the preemptive you're talking about using our proxies is Iran. Case closed.
Yes. So, okay.
But I can't stand this. This is a lie.
Well, calm down now. Calm down.
Yeah, like what's the yes? Why you keep saying yes? If you don't know about it, like
I want to ask him because I just jump into his mouth like that. See, from what you said, because Iran doesn't like Israel, Israel doesn't like Iran. Remember, Iran doesn't occupy any country. Israel is the one that is occupying multiple countries as we stand. Sorry, hold on, let me finish. Syria, Lebanon, this in Palestine, and maybe one other one even at least. You don't know that Israel is in Syria right now?
How?
You don't know Israel is in Lebanon. They took their land from them. They took Golan Heights and they took more after this in Assad fell. You didn't know that?
Forefathers, can I ask a question? One question and I yield. One question and I yield. Because I came to contribute and I will stay and be contributing. Listen, when Egypt was antagonistic to Israel, was there at any point Israel won parts of land that belonged to Egypt, true or false?
Yeah, Sinai.
And then what did they do?
They had to sign a peace deal and Israel relinquished.
And who handed it back over? Who gave it back?
Israel gave it back.
All right, fantastic. So when you fight war, you win territory. If you win territory, it's a way of showing superiority. But when I win your territory, I bring you to the table to say, don't do this again. I will give you your property back. But if you come back again and I win it, I will hold it back. So if that places you're mentioning are places where the enemies consistently use to threaten me, I will hold it. And if I can hold it, I will hold it.
Okay,
good. Fair.
Hold on.
Listen, we don't live
hold on. Calm down now. Calm down. Now you are saying real world. Don't worry. When the real world happens, then you're not going to like it. When it happens in Igbo land, you're not going to be happy about it. Hold on.
Listen, forefathers. Okay, let's go to that.
Let me finish. That kind of language you're using. Hold on. Let me finish now. I need to. No. You are trying to escape the point you're making.
No, I'm not escaping. I want to have
you're not letting me respond to it.
No, forefathers. Before I
let's leave that. Let's leave the Igbo one. We need to deal with Israel first.
Before I drop the mic.
You're not letting me
respond.
If I'm
living in peace, hold on now. You brought Fulani into it. I'm at peace with my Fulani brother. I'm going about my business. And the Fulani man comes to my territory unprovoked to take my property. Are you saying I should just watch him take my property?
So are you saying you're on the side of the Arabs now?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Because that's what happened to the Arabs.
That's not what happened to the Arabs.
Was Israel there how many decades ago?
Listen, but I admitted they were not.
But then you are on the side of the Arabs then.
I'm not on the side of the Arabs. I'm not on the side of the Arabs.
So you are against the you are for the Fulanis then. Are you saying you are for the Fulanis?
No, I'm not.
You're not listening.
So I'm just trying to get to the point that UN has resolved that, okay, Lebanon has a sovereign territory, Syria has a sovereign territory. As a matter of fact, Israel held on to Golan Heights, refused to hand it over back to Syria. And the worst of all, to show you that Israel actually doesn't mean for peace, they won't let 5 million Palestinians go away. They won't let them go. They won't let them join Israel. They just want to torture them until they have an opportunity to expel them. See, one thing you have not taken into account with what Israel is doing is that they have learned the taste of conquest and acquiring land. In other words, wealth. So when you have fought multiple wars and gained land from it, you are the one that is more likely to repeat it again. Like every other living entity. And this is what Israel is doing, and people that are supporting it don't understand that's why I say they need counseling to kind of get them off this
Iran
addiction of gaining
Iran
land.
doesn't need counseling.
Iran has been attacked. Iran keeps having to defend itself. Like when America supported Iraq to attack Iran, when Iraq used chemical weapons against Iranian soldiers, was it not America that gave them the weapons? Was it not America enabling them? Some of the worst crimes were committed with the support of America. So we pretend as if we can't see all these things. Iran is the one that's always been attacked. Yes, they don't like Israel because Israel is occupying Palestinian territories.
Forefathers, who is causing our chaos back home in Nigeria?
Back home in Nigeria, we have Mende, we have
Fulani
Herdsmen, we have Nnamdi Kanu and his crew, we have Autopilot, we have all kinds of people.
Forefather, can I ask a question?
Boko Haram is there. So let me bring. Sorry, who hasn't spoken? Okay, say
okay. I'm not speaking. I'm just confirming yet again. This man is alive, and I'm just delighted.
Forefather, why are we wasting our time talking about American politics? When we have a lot of problem in Nigeria.
It's KG and Mr. Ike that have not spoken, and the questions for Epstein, not comparable facts. Comparable facts was the first to speak.
Yeah, I think I want to say something quickly. Please, just say what you want to say, please. Go ahead. Comparable facts, please state your case.
He wants to talk about Nigeria. He thinks that this is not so important.
See, the Nigerian one is a bit of a... I think it's going to get exciting very soon, but let's leave that one for now. KJ, what do you make of this now? People are beginning to forget that. Let me list the conflict Israel has started without provocation. The 6-day war between where is that again? Let me read them properly. I don't want to make a mistake before I go and get myself in Wahala. Where is it now? Anglo-Persian War, Iraq War. Okay, the last war, I was listing the last war Iran triggered by itself. 1656. That's the last war Iran started. 1856 actually. That's over 100 years ago. So I also asked the same thing about Israel. So look at the list. Preemptive wars from Israel. It says 6-day war, 1967. This is the classic example of Israeli preemptive war. On June 5th, 1967, Israel launched Operation Focus, a surprise air assault that destroyed the Egyptian Air Force on the ground. Israel justified the move as preemptive strike against an imminent Arab invasion, following Egypt's mobilization of troops in the Sinai and its blockade of the Strait of Tehran.
How many wars has Israel fought with Egypt since that time?
Second one, another one again now. There's another one of Suez Canal crisis. Israel invaded the Sinai Peninsula in 1956 as part of this thing. So another preemptive strikes, Operation Opera, 1981, preemptive airstrikes that destroyed Iraq's Osirak nuclear reactor to prevent Saddam Hussein from developing nuclear weapons. Operation Orchard, a similar preemptive strike against suspected nuclear site in Syria. So you get this on and on and on strikes, and we know the ones that's happening in the last 1 year alone, where they signed peace deal. After they signed peace deal, they attacked Lebanon more than 2,000 times. You know, they attacked Syria. Syria that is not even fighting a war with Israel at all. They attacked it hundreds of times. The same thing with the Gazan territory. They've lost, I think, about 600 and something Palestinians since the ceasefire. How many Israelis have been lost since the ceasefire?
Do you know the intel that led to that 1967 war that you talked about? Do you know the intel that led to it?
There is no intel that means
there is an intel. There is an intel. Listen, there is a false intel from the old Soviet Union. The Soviet Union gave a false intel to Egypt that the Israelis were plotting or planning, and that was what led to the mobilization that triggered the Israelis to preempt back. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Listen.
No. In the end, if somebody wants to attack you, you telegraph to them that what is going on? Are you trying to attack me? What is happening here? See, the idea that is the opposite, the other way around. When you attack somebody, you must have a justifiable reason to attack. They have not attacked you. They are trying to prevent an attack. Okay, like from what you are saying, they are worried that Israel is going to do something to them. So that's why they are mobilizing. But instead, Israel attacked them. So when Israel keeps attacking first, people keep saying, "Oh, because it's Israel, they are free to attack anybody." No, and they are occupied. They are taking land. You are enabling it, because now that's why Mike Huckabee was able to come out openly and say Israel deserves the land, almost in the entire land in the Middle East, because they are used to it. You are enabling, and I've predicted it that Israel is going to be a problem for the West sooner or later. People don't know what they are tangling with here. Once people are used to profit from a certain behavior, they are likely to repeat it until they are stopped. That is generally the way human beings behave. But that said, I will leave it at that. Let me bring KJ in, because I think he's been very patient with us. I'm sure he's going to say some things that I'm going to, or maybe he's not. KJ, be a gentleman. Let's not do any more pass today. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Father, for allowing me to be able to put my layman's view, and these are my views. I have actually lost interest in, geopolitics, like I've said here many times, because I realize that everything arrangement, and so when you come to a point where you notice that everything is being arranged, and then the public is played like, like the chessboard, we have become the pawns. I am very slow now to get into an argument that will not give me any mileage. Now, the end of the world-based order is just what we are witnessing. The end. We are entering the era where might is power. Might is it. And I say that very clearly. We are going to lose out again. When I say we, I'm talking about the whole of the African continent, because we are still playing at the very periphery of what is going on. Now, every nation is putting their best foot forward. That means that you have a think tank that should be now analyzing what is going on and which way you are going to align, whether you are going to align with this power or that power. If anybody is hoping that China or Russia or India, for that matter, is going to go to war with America based on what is going on, must himself be examined. Because never will Russia, nor China, nor India, nor even North Korea go to war with America. And America will not do the same. But we will all be gathered at the table. I can fight proxy wars. I can use our own people. My late dad used to tell me something. Ebucha ratapata, achijeria lonye olo. When you finish fighting outside, you will leave for the person, for the backyard of the person where you fight. You carry your slippers, waka go your house. The problem, in other words, trying to say, is left to that individual who has allowed himself or herself to be used as the pawn in the chessboard. If I were the Ayatollah, I would have found a peaceful way, because I know that this is a war I will not win. If a people or a nation or a government is saying to you that your people are complaining that you are being high-handed in dealing with them high-handedly, and there's a certain policy that is not favoring them. If what they are saying is true, I don't think you need to get to a place where they are forcing you to be nice to your people, to get to a place of war. I think it behooves on you to look at the policies and see what you can simply be able to maneuver and change to at least allow you and your community to live in peace. I'm not saying now that you should play the fool and continuously to suffer. No, but I'm simply saying the Igbos have another proverb that is gently but gently that the snail cross through the thorns without being pricked. So if you take your time, you can come to an agreement with somebody who you know is stronger than you and be able to live another day. That's what Bob Marley said. He who fights and run away will live to fight another day. If you decide to say, if not today, make it end, or we're ready to end, the person who is bigger than you will beat you silly, take off your clothes, and beat you, run on the street like a mad person without clothes. That's what happens to those who want to show that they are strong and they are able to withstand the might of people who are stronger than them. But you see, common sense, if prevails, helps everybody. Now, coming back to what you said, you see, you keep throwing these things in like that, forefather. There's always a reason for everything. You know, there's always a reason for everything. Whether you like it or whether we like it or not, that is the purpose for which those people acted. If Israel can never accept to have acted, what's the right word now? I'm trying to look for the right word.
Preemptively.
Not even preemptively, but irresponsibly. The first purpose of every government is the security of his life and the property of his people. And if I am in the position of authority in Nigeria right now, what will be my first priority? Is to look for those people who have said they are not Nigerians, who came in from the Sahel, and they are doing what they are doing. I will put all my resources on making sure they are taken out of the land, because that's your first priority. We may decide to act like anyhow, like people who are not human beings in our own country, but others will not do that. Look, I'll give you a simple example. There's an 89 years old man they've been looking for in America. America put all the resources. In fact, I don't know how many, maybe more than 26 or almost 100 persons working on that looking for an 89 years old woman who have lived almost all her life. But that person is important to America. The president has spoken about it. The FBI is on it. All the agents that need to be on it. They are looking for that woman across state line. Is it that she's going to come back and be the Messiah in America? No. But they regard that individual as very important, and they are ready to put their resources down to make sure that whatever be the case.
The US values human life.
You may not see them valuing the life of other people, but the US citizen government value the US citizen's life. Whether not small in
are you sure after reading the Epstein files?
Including the one that is Nigerian.
Are you so sure about that after reading the Epstein files?
My brother, there was just what Chin just hold on. There was a Nigerian who nationalized as an American. He went to Nigeria. They acquired him there. America sent their listing and brought him back to America for burial. They could have said it's not be home country, they make it there now.
Yes, now, but
okay,
given what you have said in the Epstein files, are you so sure about
so that you don't
But is the Epstein file an American policy?
I don't know. You see,
it's by the elite in America.
Now. Don't come
it was an individual, not an American government policy.
You see, you are missing it.
Don't come and say it is my time is finished. You are using it now.
Go ahead.
So now you see, you keep throwing this Epstein file in. I don't want to talk about Epstein file because it's a global crime. Everybody is in it. If I don't be surprised that some of your Nigerian billionaires may be there. So don't be too quick.
They are hunting us. They are hunting us for this thing. They call us.
Don't be too quick, my brother.
They hunt black people for sports. I hope you enjoy that. They value life a lot.
Listen, my brother. Yes, I agree with you. They hunt black people for sports. I agree with you. Your own people, are they not hunting your own people for sports? In your own country now, are they not hunting? Should I say? Oh, you are not being too fast today. You are not showed us the video of the copper that the Fulani Janjaweeds were jumping on, and a copper, they're jumping on him and beating him because he has not been able to produce 5 million naira for them. You see, let's.
But that is not the elite class. That's not the government. Okay. I'm not defending the elite class. Point is, as bad as our elite class is, you are trying to defend the American one. That's what I'm calling out. I'm not defending our own.
Are you saying that there is no guarantee that our elite class in Nigeria have a hand in Boko Haram?
No, I don't understand
it. Some of them must have a hand in it. If
for
the fact that they are not
in the government, are you in the government guest house?
I just said
are you in the government guest house?
Have a hand in it. No, I'm not in the government guest house.
It's possible you're in the government guest house. I was listening.
How can you not hear me? I just said some of them have to have a hand in it.
Solely, the young man solely said something that he's tired of us. We have a way of mixing things up. When they are telling you that there's fire here, how that this discussion turn into Nigeria now? Seriously, Nigerian
distraction now. Distraction.
Father, what I want you to understand, and if there's a takeaway from my submission here, is this: what is going on now is inevitable. It is the start of a new world order. I said this earlier on. Our own part of it now, if we are a serious nation, is to begin to put our technocrats together. Which way do we lean on? Which side are we leaning to? That is supposed to be our own destiny now, because we are not going to change it. It's not going to be reversed.
What side are we going to lean on? Our people, do we have any side to lean on? We are already leaning on their backside. They are injured on their leg side. All the corner we've.
Do you want to have a discussion, or you just want to play around? Because
you asked which side we are going to lean on. You say which side we are going to lean on, and I'm telling you that we have already chosen a side. Clearly, the way you talk, you've already chosen a side. Why are you?
Hey, poor father, calm down. I don't know.
You already have a side.
You see, I try to avoid your program because I don't know how to follow you. You seem to be everywhere.
I call you out on what you are saying. You can't.
How are you calling me out?
Get away with
it? Father, I said that there is an unfolding of a new world order, and every serious nation will begin to sit down and put their act together, because it's not going to stop. Look, from where we are going, we are either going to be under or we're going to be apart with certain people, depending on how we assess what is going on now. What is going on now is bringing to might. Might is going to be what we rule in the next 10 to 20 to 30 years. It's going to be, I have this strength, I can do this. What are you going to do? We now need to be very, very, we need to be like what Muhammad Ali said. We need to fly like butterflies and sting like bees. We either need to now tell ourselves, what is going on now is gives us an opportunity to rally around West Africa and have a hold of it, or rally around Africa and have a hold of it, or go to these people we know can give us some backing, not because they're going to come and fight for us. I said earlier on, Russia will not fight for Iran. Neither will China. Neither will any of the big powers, because they will not confront themselves on your behalf. But they can use your ground to do the battle. Are you going to submit your ground for the battle? If you are not ready to submit your ground for the battle, what other ways can you bring yourself to free yourself from that stranglehold they are trying to put over your neck? That is where the system is. That is why you call people.
The reason why I questioned you was because your assertion that we should pick a side, and you were suggesting that we should pick a side. My position is that you've already picked a side, but let me put that back and say, what is your solution? What do you think we should do based on your analysis that the world is about might and there's going to be a new world order? What alliances do you think we should go for, or how should we? You say we should rally West African country. What do you mean with rally West African country? Are we going?
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me, Father. Is it that I'm not
clearly? Speak clearly. I want you to
speak in Igbo, because maybe I don't understand English.
No.
To express
Make
myself.
it clear so that we understand where your position is.
I think every person understands my position. Only you don't understand my position. And I say it again. I say it again. Your national interest. Before now, remember, Africa was our foreign center of our foreign policy. We are saying now the world has evolved so many times that we need to now sit down. What do we want to do? Are we satisfied being Nigerians? Is being Nigeria a good enough strategy to get what we need from the West? If it's not, can we include other African nations to be part of the strength? We say, look,
we have these people, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 countries behind us, and we're asking for this from you. You know, this is what we should be. Okay, how do we deploy our resources, our connection, our manpower to get what we want? That is where the world is going. We're no longer depending on the UN to be the one to intercede or to be able to, get us what we need or stand and speak on our behalf, because the new UN is falling apart. All the multilaterals are falling apart. So we are looking at a new system that's going to be created. What is the portion of that new system that we are going to have? Who are the people who have to align with? When I mean align with now, relate with, to say, look, what you are doing, we like it or we don't like it, or this is our own position concerning it. It's not just casually speaking, we don't support what America is doing in Iran, and so we are against America. We don't support what America is doing in Syria, we're against America. No. We got to be more strategic. You first defend your homeland before, you first defend your homeland before you begin to think of defending other people. If you don't do that, go and mark my word, we ourselves will become the part of that meat that will be divided. Take it from me.
You know, everything you just said just now sounded a little bit like me 2 years ago. Very, very strange, because this is why I said I wanted Trump to be elected, because it's going to open our people's eyes to thinking like this. You see what I mean? Because Trump has now, the world has always been like that. Your mistake is you think it's happening now. It's always been like that. And I've been telling you about this forever. You just refuse to see it because you thought the Democrats and the world order was real.
No.
It's not real. It's always been
Let me
about
tell
power.
you, let me tell you, forefather, where the world began to change. The world began to change in Davos. Davos was where the blow was delivered to the new world order and all the setups. But I don't want to go into that because there are certain things I don't want to discuss here.
Guys, there's a good 4 or 5 people that haven't spoken. Please be aware.
Yeah, and there's somebody backstage.
Please go ahead. I rest my case. Thank you.
I enjoy talking to Imperial Apologists and KJ because they have their own position. So, and you have to joust with them. Okay. If you have a veto on speaking, you can shut all of them up anytime. Let's bring in Jefferson. Jefferson hasn't spoken and Ike hasn't spoken.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 3 seconds. Somebody keeps saying that the Ayatollah is not dead. Are you meaning that all the international media, both the democratic media and
they can lie? They don't even go there. They can lie. Please don't bring that one up.
Including Al Jazeera.
Yes.
Okay. So don't
remember Al Jazeera is part of Qatar that was attacked. But to be fair, I have to say one thing. To be fair, Israel is hardly wrong when they say these things. So watch out.
Let them continue to add to what forefathers said. Don't forget that Israel has infiltrated Iran massively. Even before this battle started, they've infiltrated their systems. But anyway, the last thing I would say is those who suddenly are in support of or against what's happening in Iran were silent when civilians were being massacred in the same Iran. But it's okay now. We can continue.
Civilians that were being massacred, that it was instigated. He just told us that they've infiltrated. And we know that intelligence agencies have told us that even Donald Trump himself told us that CIA, the Mossad, and MI6 are walking side by side to destabilize Iran by fomenting trouble. What civilians? But in any event, forefathers, to what you said, I don't know if the Ayatollah is dead. I don't know if he's alive. But one thing I can tell you is there's something that can be done in intelligence. They could be unsure of his health right now, and in order to smoke him out, they can put it out in the media and say he's dead, hoping that he's going to come out and refute the position of Israel. Yeah, so I don't know, but I'm saying that could also be another tactic, but we don't know yet.
Jide seems to be getting evidence in some kind of private chat that is not public, but we'll see. Who is next? Is it Ike? I think
It's
somebody
Ike.
dropped out. So yeah, okay,
Ike.
thank you for joining
Ike.
us. Yeah, I see. I don't know what you see in this war, but I see trouble ahead. So okay, what do you make of this disturbing conflict that we are seeing in the world? Because Iran did concede almost everything the US wants apart from their missile program, which they have a right to as a nation. If Nigeria wants to develop a missile program, by UN law, America doesn't have a right to stop us. You see what I mean? So, but America is going after them, telling them they are not allowed to build this. They have missiles. They consider they don't have to have their enriched uranium in the country anymore, which means they can take the uranium overseas. But still, just when they consider, they attack them the next day. So welcome, guy. Go ahead.
Somebody is speaking. I don't know who is speaking. Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Ike, greetings, sir. We haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, thank you. Really, I only came in to I was listening. I'm not a lover of international politics the way you people describe it on this channel. But I only come here to tell my brother forefathers, your distraction to the main issue of what we've been discussed here is what really made me to come in. We are talking about Iran and America and Russia and Israel. When she was speaking, you brought in the Igbos and the Fulanis. And when KJ was speaking also, you brought in the Epstein file. And Maska also reminded you that why all these distractions? These things we're talking about has nothing to do with what people are discussing tonight. The Epstein file and the Igbos and the Fulanis. And what is all that all about? Is it what I really do not understand?
They are direct evidence of the argument that was being made.
I'm sorry, my forefathers, and also I just want to ask a question. Nobody would like his country or his nation to be attacked by anybody. It's normal, it's natural. But when you invite that attack, it comes to you. My question to America and the Iran and Israel: if America has attacked Iran, I think the best thing Iran is supposed to do is to attack America. Why UAE? Why Lebanon? Why Qatar? Why all these countries? They should be able to fight America. Why are they attacking other neighbors, other of their neighbors? They say they're attacking American interests. Is it American interest that attacked Iran? It was directly American government that struck Iran with Israel. So I think that we should not be fooling ourselves here. How many countries in a row is Iran attacking right now within that Middle East in the name of attacking American interests?
Because they have military. America has military bases in those countries.
It doesn't matter. It's not in Iran. I should believe that their warplane and their warfare should go to America and Israel.
But the planes are going to those countries.
Your neighbors? Those people, if those neighbors who gave America that land, America didn't just take it. Those countries, they allowed them to be there. So if America has a military base in UAE or Saudi Arabia or Oman or Qatar or Lebanon, what is the problem? They have an agreement as a government to be there. So if America is having a problem with another country, it shouldn't be that Iran should be attacking other countries, other of its neighbors. That's my worry. And
can I ask you a question then quickly? So do you support Israel attacking Lebanon because Hezbollah is there?
This is why I am telling you that my coming in here, I've been listening to all of you. My coming in is just about your distractions, about the main topic. And I just want to let you know what I think. I'm not trying to play your politics with Jide and all of you who play international politics. Jide has turned to become the spokesman of Iranian government here on a platform like this. Every minute he will tell us Ayodele is alive. If Ayodele is alive and is dead, does it change anything that there is a problem between Iran and America? The life that we take, the people that we kill, is there any of us here who has the power to give a human life? Can any of us give life? So why are we interested who is alive and who is dead? I should believe that America and Iran, they have been having this issue for so many years. And I've been talking over it. Every time they talk over it, peace meeting, peace that, peace that, peace that. I should believe that's what should be going on. But if eventually they decided to do what they have to do, my problem with what is going on is that Iran is attacking other countries based on the fact that America has their whatever they have there. I don't think that that's what he's supposed to do. He should clearly face Iran or face America and face Israel. Why are you attacking your neighbors? Take, for example, forefathers, you and Jide, who knows more about this? If all those countries now that are striking decide to go into this war, if all those, how many countries that Iran has attacked already, if they decide that they're going to be part of this, what is going on? What do you really think that is going to happen in that country called Iran? At the end of the day, innocent citizens and civilians will die. The same people we are trying to protect will die. But also, I want to drop this to America before I sign out. Iran is an institutionalized dictatorship. If you take out the spiritual leader, it doesn't mean that you can be able to take out the government, because this is an institution that has been established for years. So taking out one person, even as we are talking about it now, if the spiritual leader is not alive, probably by now they have already a leader who is going to lead. But if he's still alive, he's still controlling what he has been controlling, both the country and the military. So this is an institutionalized dictatorship that Iran has been practicing for years. So it's not something that you can wake up tomorrow and say you want to destroy it overnight. It's not going to work. So I think that the country should play softly to, what is going on. I don't support any country. Like somebody said, there's somebody who dropped a message and walk away. All this country we are talking about, Epstein fight, and Iran, America, what we have in our country is greater than what all those countries are going through also. So I think personally, for me, America, Israel, and Iran, they should find a common ground to settle their differences, because at the end of the day, the same people we are trying to protect, they are the same people that are going to die. So like I said, in as much as none of us can make one single hair in anybody's hair, I don't think any of us has the right to take any human life. So I just believe that whatever happens, let peace reign and let the people decide to live their life. But if any of us is denying the fact that most Iranians, they need a change of government, we cannot deny that the people in Iran are clamoring for a change of government for so many years. But I think that they should do it by themselves. If they don't want the government that is in power, they should be able to do it themselves. So in whatever happens, follow peace with all men. So I just want most of us who are so bent in trying to, play innocent to what is going on, remember, charity begins at home. Because in your own home, what we are going through in our own home is greater than what is going on. My brother Jago just said, Brother Ike, you have not seen me for a very long time. It's true. I don't know how many people here who asked of me that have been not here for almost 2 or 3 months. But we come here together as Nigerians. I think among the whole people here, it was only 2 people who did ask of me privately, or 1 third person, 3 people. But we come here, we are talking about Iran, where we don't care about ourselves. We don't even care about we finish this, we turn off this program, and that's where it ends. We don't care about ourselves. This platform has created this place to become a family, but we don't even see ourselves as one. I only see when I see Sister Ife, Sister Ife, have our longest time. But does it end there? I should be able to find out what has made Sister Ife not have been here for a very long time. For how many people that I've met in this platform for how many years? It was only 3 people here that asked of me. And you're talking about Iran, you're talking about America, talking about Epstein file, talking about crazy stuff that has nothing that is going to impact even any of your family back in Nigeria. And we call ourselves friends, we call ourselves brothers, we call ourselves sisters, we call ourselves Nigerians. And when one person is missing, it doesn't matter, it doesn't care. It's not your problem. The day you see that person, you know that person is okay. But also, I'm not seeking for people to ask of me because I have friends and families around me. But this place, we have created an environment where we see ourselves as brothers and sisters. And when one person is not here, everybody is not there. When one person is crying, every other person is crying. So when we come here, we should have humanity in our heart. As people who blood runs in their body, we should have a conscience of trying to find out your next neighbor, because your neighbor is your closest family that you have. But it is all well. I'm happy that I'm back here to see everybody. God bless you.
Your volume.
Yeah, I wanted to share this headline. Sorry, I always forget. So I always forget that I've not turned it up. They are saying Iranian media is confirming that Khamenei may have been killed, which is interesting because I find that peculiar that he was killed in his home. Like, he didn't leave that place. A war is coming.
No, forefathers, we have to wait for Jide to come and tell us. He's the one who has the accurate.
No. I think this one is interesting because I've always said that.
I will only accept that he's dead when Jide says it.
When Jide says he's dead, we will believe.
Jide says it.
No, look at how these guys celebrating the death of another country's leader. That's a little bit psychopathic, really. You don't have any empathy for people. See,
you didn't see what Israeli media was doing, sharing champagne on live. I was just watching it right now.
This is Nazi mentality.
And they were reading Amalek. I feel bad for these black people on here. Go ahead.
Let them keep going on. See, they don't know what this could lead to. My point is that for the life of me, that guy mismanaged Iran. In terms of security, I've always said it, that why would he put such a stupid fatwa? And secondly, look at where he was when they killed him. He didn't hide. So it's a very, very strange attitude. I don't know what he thinks.
It's not a strange attitude. Do you guys understand? This is one thing.
I don't know. I can't understand.
So let me explain it to you.
Because he's invited.
You guys don't understand. You are fighting people that do not fear death. They love death as much as you love life. They're not scared of death. They're warriors. They're not cowards.
Yeah, but you are also supposed to be smart about it. You don't just sit and get killed.
The man is 89 years old. He doesn't care. Okay? He doesn't care.
Please, let's be a bit more respectful.
Yeah, the
This
kind
thing you're
of
saying
laugh we
doesn't
saw
make
from
sense.
this guy just now, it's a bit
Because
weird.
if
How
I
can you
was,
be laughing at the
an
death of another?
Iranian, I want to commit suicide. How would it be that I want to wait and present myself to an American bomb for that? Doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I don't know. We don't know his mentality. Okay, but what has happened has happened. It has happened.
I totally agree with your last statement. We don't know. And actually, somebody like me in a war, I would not believe anything people tell me.
Yeah, we don't know. Things are going to be clearer 3 weeks, a month from now. All right. Right now, everybody's just throwing out rumors, trying to sway, because it's all chess right now. And the chess is not just the bombs, military formations. Information plays a large part. Dissemination of information plays a large part. Don't be shocked 3-4 days from now, he's alive somewhere. His granddaughter and his grandkids that supposedly died, you'll be shocked they're alive. We don't know. But credible sources are saying.
When has this ever happened before, where somebody is said to be dead and they found them alive somewhere else? I don't know when this has happened.
Well, in the last, for example, in a 12-day war,
Epstein is not dead.
Epstein is not dead. In a 12-day war, there's proof. Stop, don't argue about something you don't know. So, let's say the 12-day war, for example, they said the head of Shin Bet was dead. He actually didn't die. They said Ahmadinejad was dead. He wasn't dead. They said Khamenei was dead. They weren't dead. So we don't know. That's what I'm saying. Information, dissemination of information is a critical aspect of war right now. We got to be very circumspect and careful about what we're imbibing. Both sides are going to be throwing out.
The one I'm reading is that the Iranian media is the one saying it, and they are saying that.
Who's the source? Who's the source that told it to you? That Iranian media said it.
Al Jazeera.
Everybody is saying he's dead right now. But I'll tell you something. Again, I'm going to repeat it for the final time. Be careful.
No, I'm being careful. I'm not taking everything but the more you start,
my friend,
if Israel says somebody has died, so hold on. See, the way I look at this is that Israel, you have to use people's history. If Israel generally says somebody died, generally they have a reason for confirming it like that.
Not true. Last time they told us Ayatollah Khamenei was dead. They told us he was dead like three or four. Maybe to you. I'm not saying something I don't know. They told us Khamenei was dead in the 12-day war, like 3 separate times. Iran told us the head of Shin Bet and the head of Mossad was dead. They told us that Benjamin Netanyahu's house had been hit. We don't know all these things. I'm telling you, just take time. Everything is going to unravel. Like last night, I was watching it. As I can show you my phone. I was the one informing my whole family because I knew it was going to happen. I told people, even on the show, people will tell you. I was like, Friday, if it didn't happen Monday, Tuesday, it's going to happen between Friday, Saturday, because they're going to be worried about the market. And because Purim, this Israeli festival, the Jewish festival for war, fell on Friday, and the moon was also going to be at the same. I said that all these things, they tie them in too. So it's also ritualistic. But I think people are not. You guys are not looking at it in those deep fashion. Go find out about Purim, for example, and why they attacked yesterday.
About Libya, all I just want to say is, I think one lesson we should all learn is when we come here to share or discuss, let's desist from excessive authoritarian certainty that I know this thing is happening. Let's talk with a bit of humility that shows that, listen, yes, why this is happening. Listen, everybody is entitled to have empathy or sympathy towards whichever side of the divide they want. It's everybody's choice.
Yeah, but what's the point of saying that, though? I don't get it.
I would love peace. I would love the Iranians to be allowed to live their life. Nonetheless, we know that the way the world is going, there are certain countries, and like KJ said, where people are trying to, there's a lot going on behind the scene that is not just as clear-cut as what we see. We are not privy to some of those things. However, when it comes to the death or otherwise of the Ayatollah, yes, there is a certainty he might be alive. Yes, there is a certainty he is dead.
That's not a certainty, that's a supposition. Certainty means we know for a fact.
I'm not. When you were speaking, I didn't interject. That's the problem.
No, it was even actually my turn to speak before you interjected me. Actually,
it was not your turn.
I was after Ike.
It was not your turn.
I was after Ike.
But anyway,
I was after Ike.
I'll see you guys later, please.
All right, yeah. We'll see you next week.
Okay, I support this now. I don't know what your name is now. Christians for Epstein. So yes, take it easy. I think we don't know what is happening fully yet. There is some truth there, but when news agencies generally, you have to go with history. Start coming up, and you start seeing Al Jazeera.
What are you guys preaching to me for? I said we don't know.
I'm not speaking only to you.
Okay, like both of you preaching as if I said that we don't know.
Okay, not to you. So Al Jazeera is also funded by Qatar. So we have to know that Qatar is one of the countries that was hit today. So they have an agenda to.
I don't think we should overdwell on this issue. The fact of the matter is nobody here now can put his hand on his chest and say yes, he's dead or he's alive.
Nobody knows. Credible news agencies are saying he got killed. Credible news agencies are saying his granddaughter got killed, and his daughter got killed. That is what we're getting now. That is in news as it is right now. Credible news agencies. This is what they're saying. But I'm saying at the same time, we need to be very circumspect. Because
it has already been announced since now. What are you trying to prove?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the news has already been announced.
Who is the next person?
Anyway, I'm next. I don't want to talk to you. So,
okay, let him speak. Let him have his turn, please.
What are we crying and arguing about? Let me know.
No, we are basically
let's turn the table upside down.
We are basically talking about the attack on Iran.
You said that all the news they got.
It's like what?
Let me just ask him the question. Let me just
now because he failed to acknowledge that he has already gone.
Okay.
What? What did you say?
I said you failed to acknowledge that he has been killed during the warfare.
I failed to acknowledge it. Are you deaf or you just don't have your comprehension skills is lacking?
No, you failed to acknowledge it.
What are you talking about? I just said credible. I said credible news agencies. And after this, please stop talking to me. I said credible news agencies say he is dead. His granddaughter is this. What's wrong with you two?
See, hold on. Let me just ask you a question so that you can go ahead with your submission. So now that the war has started, and based on my own earlier submission when I found out this fatwa, do you think that fatwa is partly responsible for the problems Iran is facing now? That the Khamenei himself put in place that they should not go nuclear. Is that why he possibly is dead now? Because King Jong-un is still very much around. Can you let me ask my question? King Jong-un is still around. The people the ones that backed off, Libya backed off, is gone. Saddam Hussein backed off, is gone. Syria backed off, is gone. And the one that went halfway is Iran, but decided not to finish the job. He too may be gone. Could that be the reason?
Possibly, but I'd say this battle was inevitable. Where we find ourselves today in 2026 with what's happening in the Middle East was inevitable. When we take into account Israel's policy, especially Benjamin Netanyahu's statements and actions in the last 40 years, there are videos trending online right now where since 1979 or thereabouts, 83 even, Benjamin Netanyahu was coming out every 6 to 8 months telling the world Iran was 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Up until last week, Huckabee said it. What's the other guy's name? I forget right now. But this is something that they've always said. So again, like I said, it's also false dissemination of information. If not that the world turned on Israel, especially when I say the world, I mean the younger Western kids, we prompted them to run around trying to buy social media and other MSM houses. They will have created a false flag. This was usually their MO. This is usually what they did. They'll create a false flag to have a pretext and a reason to go attack. Iran was always going to be invaded. They've always said it. There was a list of 7 countries. This is not something that is new. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Sudan, did I mention Libya? And now we're on the final one, Iran. And they know after they took over Iran, then they have the greater Israeli projects. This is not things they're hiding. Ben-Gvir, the defense minister, said it. They've decided they know what parts of Egypt they're going to take. The same Egyptian is trying to tell us are friends with Iran today. No, they were coerced into it. You rightfully mentioned the battles over the Suez Canal. You mentioned the ones in Sinai. So they've mapped it out. They even know what parts of Saudi Arabia they're going to take. And hook or crook, they're going to take it. And they keep telling you guys, like I mentioned, the Purim Festival, go check it out. And one thing I finally realized is that a lot of evangelicals think there is some sort of prophecy. I mean, even Jefferson said it today. I wrote it here. This is something I wanted to mention. Jefferson ran up his first statement. Oh, this is a prophecy from what prophecy? That Armageddon is going to come, something they're going to induce, the rest of the world is going to die. Then each Jew is going to have 2,000 to 3,000 slaves. Go in like you, black niggas over there. So if you think you're somehow going to escape all of these plans that they have in store for everybody, you are number one on the chopping block. On Israeli TV today, a few hours ago, about 2 hours ago, they are celebrating the death of the Ayatollah, passing champagne glasses around and reciting the Amalek. For those of you that don't know what the Amalek is, please go read it. The plan is there. You guys are not that stupid at this point. It is obvious that you guys are not that stupid that you do not know. Like, they are telling you what they're going to do to the world. And they're saying, if we cannot rule the world, if we cannot slay that red heifer, the red cow, because the Muslims and the Christians, according to them, have to fight first, knock each other out, and whoever survives is going to be their slaves. So at the end of that, each Jew is going to have 3,000 slaves, 2,000 to 3,000 slaves. If you somehow, what do you want to say, Forefather?
I think you are not. They don't care about all that. All they see are Muslims.
Yes, they do. Forefathers.
These guys you are seeing, they don't care about it. All they see.
Yes, they do. If they are mentioning it, yes, they do.
No, I'm telling you, the people on the panel that you are talking to that support Israel, all these when they see Iran, all they see are the Fulanis in Nigeria, all the bad things that has happened to them in Nigeria because of Muslims.
Well, that tells a lot about their intellect. But I'm hoping when I say things like this, I usually hope that at least I usually hope that at least one person. Can you mute this guy, please? I usually hope that at least, even if it's one person, that my message can resonate with. Even if it's one person that decides to say, I thought he was talking crazy, but let me go check out what the pyramids. Let me go check out what the Haifa. Can you just shut up? Let me go check out what the Haifa is. Let me go check out what Amalek is. Let me go check out if he's telling the truth that there is a greater Israeli project. Let me go check out if there's a Samson option that the Jews, not the Jews actually, the Zionists. Hear me out. I really don't care about these guys because they're lost beyond measure. You can find out a lot of them don't take the time to read. I don't care. I'm hoping even if it's one person listening, one person can teach, learn one, teach one. That is the work. And if we know the impending danger, forget the African. The African, more than likely for eternity, the African is going to be a slave because the African has inferiority complex and the African has low self-esteem. So they don't like to, they look in the mirror and they see a white man. You get what I'm saying? So I really don't care about this guy, but I'm hoping someone might be listening to me out there and say, he sounds a little nutty, he sounds a little crazy, but let me go check. And then when they check, they say, oh, snap, he is right. These things are actually out there. These things are actually the plan for the future. This is my hope. It's not these guys that their expertise is Peter Obi and who's paying $1 to get a vote for the presidential election. I don't care about this tools.
Thank you. It's a bit sad to watch people forget morality and rejoice. It's sad, isn't it? So, see, let me put it this way. I'm going to talk a little bit, and please don't get offended because I sound patronizing. But this point is very important because this is the consequence of sometimes what they call stray lack of empathy. Because the people that have been offending you are doing you so much evil that you believe, like in Nigeria, are the Muslims that you have in Nigeria that you believe have been doing so much evil to you. So you transfer that anger or the animosity you have against those Muslims to the Iranians. And it's quite an interesting dynamic. Do you blame the people for doing that? Or do you blame the Muslims in Nigeria for representing Muslims badly? So that is the question. That's why I'm telling him, don't bother. These guys, all they hear is Fulani, Muslims, causing trouble for them.
Who's next? Who is next?
I think you are next, actually.
Okay, very good.
After you,
brownie skin. There's
I don't think Jefferson has spoken once.
Person. No, he came after these two people.
Yeah, let me
I think Paul is giving us a tally number so that everybody will know his number.
Jesus
all right,
Christ. Yeah, go ahead, Jefferson. Then we'll bring Branston in. Branston, sorry, I know you have been around a long time.
So now, please, I want to make some things really, really, really clear here. I want to make it really, 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 really clear. First of all, within our Nigerian context, we as indigenous Nigerians, we love each other, in quotes. But unfortunately, some things went, because of the state of which our nation is, we are divided by religions and tribe. And some people don't want to face the reality about what is happening in our current nation. We don't need to go too far. We have had successive presidency in Nigeria. Who brought in the OIC in the 80s?
Before, sorry, can I just make a pushback? Now your statement is not correct. The country is not divided along religious lines. Akpabio is a Christian.
Look.
Are you now absolving him of any crime?
What Akpabio is doing. And I'm not
the only Christian. Why are you selling this narrative?
Help me out. I am aware that Akpabio is our current Senate president. And of course, no, hold on. And with what he's doing today, he's not standing well with Nigerians. So I personally, I'm not in support of what he's doing in the current president of Nigeria.
Therefore, the division is not along religious lines.
I know why I brought it up.
No. Is it okay? It's not
look at the successive leadership of Nigeria. If you look at the successive leadership of Nigeria, it has always been in alignment with what is happening on the global scale.
That's also not true.
Okay, it's not true.
Yes.
It's not true. Then how big is that Boko Haram and Kuku just come in freely like that? If we have a country. Why did you allow it to get preeminence?
Who allowed? Was it not a Christian that was president of the country? What Boko Haram started? No, you know, a Christian that was the president of the country during the I'm not arguing about.
I know where you're going. You're making it look like as if, oh, that we're not divided. Oh, everything is going so peacefully.
We are not divided. Listen now, Jefferson. I'm only pushing back so that we cannot be sitting down and be selling narratives that are clearly untrue.
Oh, yeah, tell me the narrative I'm not selling here.
Okay. So I am telling you that the country is not divided along religious lines because the people who are oppressing us, I can see a lot of Christians there. And you brought up Boko Haram. It was a Christian that was the president of this country when Boko Haram started. So please, yes.
Boko Haram started a long time ago.
No. When did Boko Haram start?
It became evident under Jonathan's time. Go and check it now. It came okay. Then after that, then why didn't they shut it down completely?
No, I'm not gonna have an argument with you. I just want us to listen.
But what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, when all these things were happening, our Muslim faithfuls were in full alignment with what's happening. Palestine movement and the Arab nation, everything. They were in full alignment.
That's true. You are right. Wait, now,
especially this one, that even this Iranian this thing. Many people are in full alignment.
What you are now saying.
Let's allow him to finish what he's saying.
No. I don't think it would be fair on people for somebody.
Masca, to be fair, Masca, what you are saying is correct on one level. I think there's a reason why he's pushing back too. Let me just explain. There's a reason why he too is pushing back.
I'm alive.
I'm in Nigeria right now. No, I'm telling you my own experience too. So you take that into account.
Hold on. Let me make this point so that you can make your own. Jefferson. Hold on, Jefferson. What you are saying right now. Hold on.
The elites that are bringing the fight.
30 seconds. What you're saying now, I totally agree with you. The problem, I've said it before you speak. We black people have a master mentality. As a Muslim, you want to blindly go and follow Iran. As a Christian, you want to blindly go and follow Israel. That I agree with you. It's not correct. But that does not mean that the problems in the country is along religious lines. That's just my point. Thank you.
Okay, so along religious lines, there will not be it that we are having still massive killings amongst along the religious lines. And how be it that in the National Assembly, some group of Nigerians who are, with due respect, Muslims, are trying to pass a nationalistic Sharia law? Why?
Okay, no, see, I agree with you with that.
Let me answer Jefferson.
Question.
No, answer it. Okay, my answer, I'm not going to use Nigeria to answer that question because the fundamental argument is that this is a religious war. Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia. How do you answer that?
Sorry, I didn't get that part.
Okay, so maybe you're not. I'm saying that the fundamental start of the argument, because we are discussing Iran, Israel. I'm saying that today Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia. Why would, if not because of our ignorance as black people?
The reason why Iran is attacking Saudi Arabia is because the alliance the Saudi Arabia have with the US.
Is that not a Muslim country? Is that not a Muslim country?
It's of course the Muslim country. So what are you trying to mean?
The point I'm simply making is that one, I agree with you. An average Nigerian Muslim today would want Iran to win. If you ask him the reason, it cannot logically make any sense beyond the fact that he thinks that they are an Islamic country, even though Nigeria is predominantly not a Shia country, even as a Muslim. But people will not even look at that. So I am agreeing with you that an average Muslim will see things like that. And an average Christian, like black Christian, Nigerian Christian, will see it like that. And it's not correct. And I'm saying that you also are running the risk of propagating that wrong understanding of things. If you say that the problems of the country is along religious lines, it's not. Because the people that are propagating these things are both Muslims and Christians. And if you look at this fight, the fundamental fight itself, Israel is not a Christian country, okay? And the fact of the matter, maybe you won't know, the reason why Iran is going to happily attack Saudi Arabia is because even though they are all Muslim countries, one is a Shia country, one is a Sunni country. You may not know.
They have different
We as
sets.
Black people need to have nuanced discussions and understanding of things, and not to come glibly and say, "Oh, it's the Muslims in the country that are causing my problem because I'm a Christian."
So sorry, Maska, let me add to my own experience. Hold on. Let me just add my own this narrative to this. Let me just add my own narrative as somebody that's in Nigeria. See, what I see in Nigeria is people being careful about each other. Like when you see some of those young people that ride Okada that are these Muslims and everything, because they do Ramadan now, we see them all the time. So you see that a Christian will find when they want to talk to them, they are careful. The way they talk to them in case there is a misunderstanding. Like I was trying to joke with one of them. They say, "Why are you saying those sort of things? You shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff." So that's the kind of, I feel like we walk on eggshells around each other. And I've also met a Muslim, this is a Christian driver that is in the north. There is a Christian driver in the north. I think it was Nasarawa or one of Taraba, one of them. And he was like, I think it was Gombe. So he too felt very strongly, like a southerner, that there is something going on against them in the north. And the truth is that we all know when you are in nations where people that practice that Islam is in the ascendancy, even if most of the Muslims are not in support of what those people are doing, but they enjoy the benefits of what those extremists are doing in the end.
Exactly.
You see what I mean? So it's like hold on, let me finish it's like what I'm saying. Like when what they call it, Morocco came and destroyed the Songa Empire. Even if they are all Muslim, even they like Muslim, but they all enjoyed the other Moroccans enjoyed the empire that they destroyed, the benefits.
How? You can't just make vague statements. How? Give us an example.
Because Morocco used the wealth that they conquered from the Songa Empire. So my point is that even when people are doing something based on a certain religion that not all of them support, the Islamic world, like North Africa, didn't support it, but most of them are more developed than us. They enjoy the wealth.
You still haven't given us an example, forefathers, and I'm not going to let you off the hook because I know the history of the Songhai and how the Berbers. Because you do this thing where you don't know what you're talking about, but you just make a blank statement. So explain to us how
they gain from it.
Yeah, how did the overall Berbers in what is today Morocco gain from the invasion of the Songhai Empire?
Have you seen Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso lately? Have you seen how they are doing now?
What does that got to do with what happened centuries ago?
They destroyed Timbuktu. Remember, that's my point. You are pretending
don't tell me I'm pretending. So this is why I say you can't make fallacious. Hold on. Don't yell because you know you're not going to model it up. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So you cannot just make up statements. So are you telling us now that the invasion of the Songhai Empire by, I think it was the Almohads or the Almoravids centuries ago, is the reason why Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and all these other countries along West Africa on the northern fringe of it are the way they are economically today? Not the colonization by France, not the colonization by other European parties like Belgium. It's okay to not pretend you know what you're talking about just because you just want to speak, sir. That's just what I'm going to say. We should stop giving people wrong information.
Hold on. We don't need to go
if you want to answer the question, you can answer the question yourself.
During this last African Cup of Nations, during the last African Cup, just to make the point I'm trying to make, Morocco is an overwhelmingly Muslim country. Right or wrong?
Yes.
Senegal is overwhelmingly a Muslim country, right or wrong?
Yes.
Was Morocco treating Senegal as a Muslim country or as a black country?
As a
during
black
the
country.
time? Okay,
As a
so
black
this
country.
is why I'm pushing back on somebody like Jefferson. Because
See, I hear what you are saying, but the point I was hold on.
See, don't try to
The point
twist
I
the
was
narrative
making
here.
was that if
narrative
Arab,
here.
if
We
North
know
African countries
our
attack, sorry,
operating
hold on, Jefferson, hold on.
operandi in Nigeria.
Jefferson, hold on, you're gonna let you come in. I'm gonna let you come in.
in.
See, the point I was making, maybe the Songhai Empire was not a very good example, is that when all this extremists go on and cause damage and drive away Christians from areas, the gains that are made by Muslims is made by the Muslims, including the moderate ones. It doesn't matter. You see what I mean?
Give us an example, sir.
That you are seeing the example in northern Nigeria. You are seeing the example there where they will persecute Christians, and how about the Christians that were persecuted before? When they
So we now
it's always the same.
How did hold on 1 second. Because we're not just going to come on here and start making nuanced statements that make no sense. All right. So how did the invasion of the Fulanis, the massacres, because we do agree that the Fulanis are marauding and killing people of a certain faith or ethnicity, right? We agree on that. So how has their actions, for example, benefited, let's say, Masca?
I don't know about Masca.
I don't know about Masca.
What I'm going to say is that their presence.
Exactly, that's the statement you are making.
I'm making the statement that no. Let me finish with what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, when they expanded into most of the Nigerian space, the moderate ones before Usman Dan Fodio's more ardent this in the religious drive were there, and they were not because the Bono Empire existed before. But when they expanded south, did they say, all the wealth, the power that the Muslims now have within the Nigerian space will abate? No, it increased their power.
How did it benefit them? You can dribble like Karim Abdul-Jabbar.
Are you not listening?
You will yell. You will have to yell more than that because you're gonna.
It looks like you're not
exactly
listening.
because you know why you
power means.
No, you don't even understand what you're talking about because you just came here and made a blanket statement. First, you talked about.
You asked a question. I gave you an answer. You are rejecting it. Power means influence. Power means wealth.
No,
that is gain.
I asked you a simple question. You can mute all you want. You made a mention of Morocco and the Songhai Empire. You've retracted that, thankfully, because you've shown that you don't even understand what you're talking about. As usual, Forefather watches a 1-minute YouTube video and comes on Dr. Damages to show that he's Professor Henry Sky. Right. So now you came again and you switched it, you moved goalposts and started talking about what is happening in Nigeria. So I'm asking you again, how do the marauding Fulanis benefit Masca? You don't have an answer for that. You start telling us about the history of how the Bornus discovered coconut on an island in the valley.
You know why I didn't answer that? Because I'm not that crass like you. I'm not going to start addressing an individual when I'm discussing a subject, a concept. You have crass. You expect me to target Masca.
I am also a professional.
I'm not having that.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not having that.
I'm sorry I started this. I'm sorry, but I hope you have some understanding of the points I'm
making. I understand where you are going, but whether we like it or not, there's still a fundamental problem. Let us not deceive ourselves now. Whether the elites agree on the top and all the elites are Christian, Muslim, or whatever class they might be, we still have a fundamental problem in the nation. And most times, and if you watch very carefully the body language of our leaders, let's not even go too far. The last UNGA summit, when Shetima went to go and represent Nigeria national in New York, what was he saying? Instead of concentrating more on the Nigerian situation, he was talking about how they are going to be in alignment with Palestine. And then we have a fundamental problem in the nation.
yet again, Jefferson. No, hold on, please.
Am I the one that said it? Our VP went there to say these things.
I just want to call your attention to something. Okay. When it comes to the country, we say that these leaders are inept. Okay. But when we are going to have religious argument now they are suddenly credible people. Does it make sense? If I would say that the leader of the country and the vice president, they are not credible leaders, why would I now suddenly, because they make a religious statement, why suddenly will I accede to them credibility? Why? Because that will suit my narrative? It doesn't make sense. If we all agree that these are not credible people, let's keep them where they are. If a credible person, if for instance, you as a Christian, I relate with you, I think you're credible, you make that statement, I can call you and say, Jefferson, I was surprised you make that statement. But when I know that you are a drunkard or you are not a credible person, I can't use that argument as no. I think we need to be a bit more nuanced. That's all I'm saying.
I can agree. I can at least agree with that line of thought, because first of all, it has been established that we have inept leaders. So yeah. I can agree with that first. So, but okay. So, but this is what I'm trying to say here. Most times, whatever we do back home, actually, and then our alignment internationally actually has a correlation. So most times it actually affects what is happening to us here in Nigeria, you know. And
just to bring my point to home, okay, if you put even religion aside, is it not true that during the last election there was problem between Yoruba and Igbos?
Yes.
True.
There was a serious and it is a serious problem, yes. And the problem is obviously not over, even up till now as we speak. Which is why we are where we are today.
Maybe the question should be. But
the problem is artificial problem. No, artificial problem is artificial.
Yeah, the question there is real on this platform, on this panel. The question is, maybe the question should be, is there anything that will happen to Muslims that Christians on this panel will feel empathetic towards and empathize with them, especially if it's a Christian that is doing it to the Muslims? Let's say a Christian and a Jew is doing something to Muslims, preparing them for something very bad. Is there anything that will convince the fellow Christians here that are in support of Israel today to empathize with those Muslims? Is there any scenario? Maybe that's the question.
Yes, let me answer that. It should be some level of scenario. Now, as a real Christian, normally it is said in Christianity that we should pray for enemies, even the one that will even stab you, that will harm you. So, in such a case, because we are Christians, right, we will wish that the supreme leader becomes a Christian and knows Christ before he dies. So, in such a situation, it will be us to pray for him to accept to the knowledge of truth and be saved before and then if anything happens, we know that he's ended in rest. That is the normal thing.
So what if he's not saved? We did not feel empathy towards him.
No real child of God will be happy for another person to perish in the sense of things.
But why is it that all of you are uniformly against them?
Listen, it's two things. We don't hate the people, we hate the actions, because we are not supposed to hate a fellow human being, and that is the absolute truth. We are supposed to hate what the actions of the people. So if people are doing something wrong, we hate that.
Jefferson. Which people? Sorry. Jefferson. Which people?
No, I'm speaking in terms of. I think Papa raised the question that look, if there are things.
Yeah, maybe we need to go about
if we do harm to somebody, are we supposed to rejoice in it or something of that nature? So you understand. So that's what I'm telling you that no matter the section, no matter the situation, we are not supposed to hit. We are not supposed to hit.
I know it's not my turn to speak, but the truth is that question is doesn't even make sense. Because if you are asking that sort of question, you're already drawing a line between the people. And that's where the problem is. The people are not divided. It's just the religion that is dividing the people. when you say if something happens to a set of people, even if it happens to Christians or Muslim or anybody, if other person is human, if it's bad, it's bad. To say if it happens to a set of people, we feel bad. Even if it happens to Christians, we still feel bad. Even if it happens to an enemy, we feel bad. So this idea of using this tool,
nah, he's asking on a personal level, the people on the panel is what he's asking. He's not saying in general. He said the people, the Christians on the panel is what he's asking.
Do you know I don't answer that question? Because it's like you always drawing the line, people on this panel.
Someone was making mention about pedophilia that, sometimes we as Christians, we don't like the fact that Muslims, they always like to bring in maybe my underage or group of virgins and all of that. And then they also pointed out that, look, some of that opposition in America now with the Epstein file, they also go for minors and do all manner of things. So on a human being point of view, we should realize that those things are not right. So sometimes there are times when you have to call yourself to order. What will if in fact, and if you think of it, what will it profit you to see to be seeing things done that are harmful, be it Christian, be it Muslim, to a fellow human being, and justify it? You know, because there are so many.
Father, if you don't mind, let's hear from Brownish Skin.
Yeah, I know. Jefferson always has it's okay. Brownish Skin. Thank you for your immense patience. Because I know I have offended you on earth and in heaven. So thank you for joining us. This fight that started this morning, when I saw it, I was a little bit like, okay, here we go again, more carnage. Do you think the world has gotten a kind of desensitized to the loss of life of Muslims? Because today now we've seen about 200 just lose their lives, including about 80 children. Is that where we are now? Please go ahead. Let us know.
Well, I thank you first for bringing me in. I will start, of course, by saying, firstly, that's a difficult question, but I will start by saying also that just some ground rules. I know forefathers makes every effort, as much as he can to keep things going, but it really doesn't cost us anything, to have some dignity about our discourse here. No one here is a kid. You understand? So when you see people in particular, I'm shaken by the nature of, is it 2 Niger Christians for Epstein? I'm a bit shaken by the manner in which he speaks, to people. It's not the first time. I like what he says some of the time, but the way he attacks people individually is not necessary. He's obviously an intelligent guy. Everybody here is intelligent, I tell you that. Nigerians are intelligent people, but it won't cost us anything, to show a little dignity.
That's what the beat
No, I'm happy at least when I hear him all the time, but it's not necessary. It debases us as a people. It does. When Jefferson and Musaka were speaking, that's a very explosive issue they were talking about. But you could see that there's decorum. There's decorum. Turning to and again, good to see forefathers, good to see KJ, of course, good to see Ife, good to see Paul, Miguel. That's what they say in the place where it happens, Miguel. So I'm happy with the attendance. Turning now to the issue of this fight that has just occurred. There's one thing I always say from the little time I had some engagement with politics and politicians. Mm-hmm. What I've come to understand is that you must know who you are messing with first. You must know who you are messing with first and what agenda is at play. I'm not a man naturally that tilt towards Tinubu. I'm not. I never supported him in his elections. But I must say, you see, you must take away this angle of self-delusion and pride, national pride. Everybody has it. And really look at what is facing you. Because when I look at the politics, especially some of the political leaders in the Middle East, going back to, I would say, the 1980s, in my opinion, not in anybody else's, I think they would do more if they had carefully assessed the risk to them and their people before wagging their fingers in the hands of these world powers, especially the Western powers. Because if you look at history, at least modern history, going back to the First and Second World War, if not earlier, it's not necessarily that we want it that way or that people want it that way. I won't say we. It's not necessarily that people want it that way. But history, the outcome of many of these regional conflicts or world conflicts, it tends to favor them, favor their cause. That's the result we've seen from the First and Second World War, which are, at least those are the ones that are closest to us. So I would say, in respect of this matter, perhaps it would have been wiser if the Iranian government had quickly come to some arrangement. It is true that nations have their pursuits. Yes, they want to have nuclear weapons. Yes, this one wants to dominate this or dominate that, and the issues are deeply rooted. But we must also remember, you must know who you are messing with, and you must know whether you are able to overcome them or not. It's foolish to go up against an adversary that you know you are going to be crushed. You know it. So I would say, in doing this, or dealing with this kind of thing, Tinubu was wise. Oh. He was wise. Believe you me, he was wise. We may not accept it. Many may not accept it. Many may rail against him, including our brethren from the north. One of them said he was a weakling, or told Akpabio that Akpabio was a weakling when it came to matters of the US. But I tell you, Tinubu was wise in dealing with that one. And we are not out of the woods yet on that one. We're not. Because there are certain conditions that they've stipulated. Are we going to be able to meet them? For example, from the little we know, everybody knows common oil, they want Sharia to be removed from law. That's to abolish it. Abolish it in the sense that it should not be part of the law, either state law or our national law. How is Nigeria going to cross that one? We already have huge geopolitical fault lines. How are we going to overcome that? But again, I would say Iran, just like Saddam, just like Libya, they are always quick, in my judgment, they are always quick to wag their fingers. This will happen, this would happen, this would happen. And then when the world powers come down on them, my brother, my sister, nothing happens. Life goes on. I remember clearly the first bombing of Benghazi in the 80s under Ronald Reagan. And my man Gaddafi said, oh, they're going to take terrorism to the streets of America. Did it happen? It didn't happen. I remember very well Saddam Hussein. And these were people that before now, as a younger person, I was carried along with, the bold rhetorics. Then it came to the turn of Saddam. It will be the mother of all battles, innit? Well, we know how that one ended. His own people in the end hung him, and they were defeated. The general in charge of the Allied forces at that time said, I think Norman Schwarzkopf, He said the defeat of Iraq was complete and total. We must understand the powers we are going against. And if we know, not because we're excited in the head, but if we know we can overcome them, good. But if we don't, then we must look for a way to accommodate that imposition on us. And in many ways, I agree with what forefathers and some of us said earlier, that look, this is like the Third World War unleashed, and that in many ways, Africa is not excluded. The only thing I can say about, yes, there's that there, but the thing I would say is that it is true. Because if you look, the West African region has been relatively peaceful for a long time. But if you look at the events that have occurred in the more recent times, from Mali down to Nigeria, you would see that it looks as if the powers that be, they are mapping out their territories where they would be able to launch things or do things. You see the Russians are in certain part of West Africa. Never had Russians in this part like that before, but they are there. Of course, my people, the US, they are there in Ghana, big time, and they are coming into Nigeria. China is in Nigeria. China is in Angola. China is in Congo. This is mapping, whether we like it or not. So in total, I would say on this particular conflict, nobody will be rejoicing that the leaders must understand what they are facing. If you could give me just a second or two, let me just address the point Maska was making. Maska, I appreciate your intellect. But you see, I've lived in the north. I lived in Katsina. I lived in Kano. I lived in Kaduna. It is self-deluding to say that our country, Nigeria, is free from ethnic division, division along religious lines, and that those factors are not impacting us politically. They are. They are. Sadly, it doesn't mean every Muslim is part of it, but those factors are impacting us significantly. That's all I have to say for the time being. Thank you, forefathers. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think
forefathers, let me beg you for 2 minutes.
No.
Let me beg you for 2 minutes. Let me address something.
I have to respond first. Hold on. Maybe I'll let you go ahead. See,
because you said something, I want to respond to that.
Keep it short. I'm going to keep it short. See, the only thing I have with that submission, which I should be sympathetic to, but it contains so many things I hate about our narrative. In other words, fatalistic defeat and concession to others to do as they please with us. That is how we kowtowed and got colonized and got anything they want to do. He never addressed that. He never said anything about what we should be doing to completely break out of their control. Remember, we are an entire race of people. You see, that is the problem. Because
you know why I can't. Let me finish. You know why I can't.
No, we had
you. You are saying something now. You are destroying. No, okay, go on, please. Please go on. Please go on, please.
You are thinking you are going to live forever. By doing what you are doing, you are ensuring your demise. That is the mistake you are making. You think that there's a kind of choice about it. What Iran is doing now, they don't have a choice. Because the alternative, even Saudi Arabia will face the music soon. Every single one of them, they're already talking about attacking this in Turkey. Israel is talking about attacking Turkey that is part of NATO because they believe in the greater Israel thing. See, we don't understand what we are. When you start pretending as if your enemy is going to fall and die, that is a dangerous assumption because you have put yourself in a position whereby They can decide your fate, your children's fate, and the rest that comes with it. You are going to die nonetheless. The fact that you're afraid of dying will ensure you die. Because if you look at the Japanese that fought,
Yeah, just like you are going to die too. You are going to die too.
No, I'm going to die too. Of course, I'm going to die. That's the point I'm making. So you have to make it count for the future generation. You can't say, "Oh, let's just accommodate them and be like a slave colony."
No, you have to be strategic in dealing with them.
Father, please just give me 1 minute, please.
You didn't say any of that. You are blaming Iran, saying, "Oh, Iran should." No, Iran. No, they've done their own calculation. If they wanted to go nuclear, they should have gone. Personally, I believe they should have gone nuclear. They were silly. To all the people he named, they went halfway and went back. Halfway and went back. They all perished. Guess what? The one that didn't perish is North Korea. That didn't go halfway. They went throughout to the end. Is anybody bothering North Korea right now? How about Ukraine that gave up their nuclear weapons? That's the problem. If you are weak in this world,
nobody bothers you. If you have nuclear weapons, nobody bothers you.
That's the mistake Khamenei made. I don't know why. I keep saying why he did that one.
No, you see, these things, when you want to acquire them, if you acquire them secretly, like North Korea did, then you can escape. But once they discover, oh, this is what you are doing, just like South Africa. No, just like South Africa. They didn't do it secretly. They did it openly. South Africa had them.
No, they did it primarily secretly.
Before they gave them independence, they knew they were doing that back. I'll be happy to.
Yeah, but what's the threat of North Korea compared to Iran? And Mr. Browning, let me start off by saying, listen, is it muted? I think it's frozen. Damn, my energy is crazy. All right, so this is the thing. If he's listening, I match energy for everybody else listening. I match energy. The way you react to me, but the way you come at me is how I react to you. So I can be cool with you, and you come at me crazy, chances are I'm going to come at you crazy too. You heard me, Mr. Browning. So I match energy. That's what I do. But that said, you keep saying that Iran should have watched the way they reacted and basically capitulated. So you expect what Iran, the demands that Israel wanted, and the demands, well, this is your words. What America wanted was a 300-kilometer distance for the ballistic missiles, no hypersonic missiles. Any of their missiles is not going to go more than 320 miles, meaning it cannot even leave Iran. Get rid of the fossil fuel, hand it to a third country. Finally, they said, we don't even want you to give it to a third country. We want you to hand it to us. Then Iran said, at the last meeting with Oman, we will adhere to everything you asked for. And guess what they still did? They bombed them. The last time, prior to this, there was a meeting going on in Turkey. There was another one. They were on their way to Qatar. Right there in Qatar, they started eliminating all the Iranian generals, scientists, and all the advisors for their nuclear program. What else do you want them to do? I asked this question. Maybe sometimes we don't know these things, but now that we know something like this, and if you say you do know it, then where is the willful, again, I'm not insulting you, where is the willful ignorance coming from? Because if you say, let's sit down at the table and negotiate, and you start knocking off all my men and all my family members, and you start killing everybody, you came at me in bad faith. I didn't say anything. The next thing you start attacking me, I have to defend myself. I'm kicking your ass. You call them Big Brother America. They died the whole thing down. Same tactic again. They used.
I think you're frozen.
Same. He's not frozen. Same tactic again. They used in the last 24 hours. Same tactic. What do you, brownie skin, knowing all of this, what do you expect Iran to do? Of course, you said you want them to capitulate, so I would assume that's what you want them to do.
Let me tell you, simple. Listen.
Oh, you're muted. You're frozen. I fear that the mindset that he's got is the reason why we are where we are. Because they never stand up. They just want to feel like they can dodge. They can somehow outmaneuver a predator. You can't. And this is an antelope cannot outmaneuver
Be a father.
a lion that wants to finish you.
Fathers, be a father. Be a father. Be a father.
That's what I'm trying to be now. That's what I'm trying to be by trying to let you understand that you can't just say we should just kowtow. Because that's what our leaders have been doing.
Listen,
and look at where we are.
Fathers, listen now. Listen now. Hear me, forefathers. The nature, I mean, I don't want to say exactly what I do, but the nature of the work the nature of relations of nations is tied inextricably level of their interface and diplomatic skills. That's what it is too. This problem did not start today. And if you ask me, the fate of Iran concerning this matter had been sealed a while back, just like the fate of Maduro. It was sealed. It was never going to. There was nothing was going to be resolved because things had gotten to a head. Interest had become more entrenched. That is why. Okay, you say you want against this opponent. That's why I say it's not.
Sir, if you know their interest, if you know their fate has been sealed, what are you expecting them to do? Is the question. If you agree that it's been sealed,
that what you are going to do is going to get you through that problem. That is what it is.
Sir, if you say your fate, let's say for example.
No. I'm saying
let's say for example. Hold on, Mr. Brownski. Let's say for example. I think it's frozen. We can't hear. It's shit is delayed. If you telling us, because this is why they say, if you're telling us that the fate has been sealed, which we all know, we all agree to it, but you're here saying, well, it's your fault because you weren't more diplomatic, you weren't more astute, and you weren't smarter in your negotiation skills. No, you agree that they brought demands that they could not reach. And even when they agreed to these demands, you said, we're still going to kill you. What else did you want? What do you want them to do? Because if I say it's willful ignorance, now you're going to say I'm insulting you.
No, I think that's the way some people have that ideology whereby they believe that if somebody's stronger than you, you just lie down and pretend as if, try to give them what they want so that they don't harm you. I don't see that in the world. People that do that generally face a worse outcome. People that actually fight back, they are the ones that get good deals. Japan got a better deal than Nigeria. Germany got a better deal. They are the ones that fought the Europeans. They fought America, fought Britain. They got a better deal than us. We that have been twerking for them, what have we got for it? You see? I don't understand why.
Please let me quickly correct some misinformation.
Was Yakubu here before?
I don't know. This platform now, there is a lot of misinformation. Since afternoon, I've been watching you guys. It's crazy, man. There is no sin to say like I don't know. To be honest, first of all, South Africa don't have nuclear bomb. They don't. So we need to understand they actually dismantled their nuclear bomb. What South Africa, what they have, it is a civilian nuclear power plant. So converting that to a nuclear bomb, it takes years. So you basically need like 5 to 10%, less than 10% to run a nuclear power plant. But when it comes to a nuclear bomb, for you to make nuclear bomb, you have to enrich uranium up to 90%. So we need to understand the difference. They had 6 nuclear bombs, but they dismantled this nuclear bomb in the 90s. So you can read more about that program. But that was also another stupid idea like Ukraine did. Forefather, I'll be talking about Iran. The Iranian, the biggest mistake of Ayatollah was him passing fatwa not to have nuclear weapons. I strongly believe if not for that, they would be nuclear power. Nobody will come to your border. You don't go to North Korea to make a mess. They're gonna blow you up. So if anyone have opportunity, like I have repeated this, right? If I were Iran, I would tell you, come and take all my oil and leave, let me have nuclear weapon. Simple. Protect your people. There is no two ways. You see, we African, we are not thinking right. What is really going on? I think a lot of us think it's a joke. It's not. So I listened to Dr. Franklin last week. He was here. Of course, a lot of people actually agree with what he was saying, but when they turn back, they are saying different things. The double standard is crazy. What is going on in Africa? You see, one thing we need to be very, very aware of. If we are not careful, in no time, write this on the wall. Africa, the West will come and divide Africa. They will redistribute it. They will not care if 10 million people buy. They don't care. Trust me. If you think what is going on around the world is a joke, with the madness going on, we see the genocide going on in Gaza, they move on like nothing happened. You see the attack in Venezuela, you see the attack in Iran. More are coming. More are coming. Africa, we are the lowest of the lowest. This is the true fact. But what we end up doing, even the Arabia country you are seeing in the Middle East, like Master has been saying, they don't care about religion. See, for the past couple of months, Saudi Arabia and UAE, they be at loggerhead. There is a serious Cold War going on. Saudi and Yemen, there is a serious war going on. It's about interest. It's only in Africa, all we think about is, oh, it's a Muslim, it's a Christian. Then we blow all of us away. Nothing will happen. You see, when America were bringing military base to Nigeria, I will look at people like, you really want them to? What are you thinking? So if you are thinking, oh, Trump is coming to save Christian in Nigeria, oh, sorry for you, man. Bro, you got to have a rethink. They are planning right now, if you don't know, to put a military base in Rivers State. Rivers State don't have problem of terrorism. Rivers State don't have banditry. What is military base doing in Rivers State? So you think is the oil, is the natural resources, nothing more. I listen to people on this platform. Oh, we don't care. Come and take it. After all, we are not benefiting. You can come and take it, Trump. Dumb.
They be food. They not get sense. They don't have sense. They are food.
I keep telling this. You don't show your father's house with a left hand. If you do that, you will pay for it. That's where we're going. So even as we speak today, hold on. Hold on, Jefferson. Let's assume Nigeria is divided into pieces. Let's assume Nigeria is divided into pieces. Let's say 10 places. Let's say they would be your neighbors. Pakistan and Afghanistan, they are fighting today. There is a war going on. I don't think people are aware. They are both Muslim countries. Not only that, that region, majority of them are Pashto. They are the same tribe, if you don't know. So we don't know what is in our backyard. Even if you divide the country into pieces, you will have hostile neighbor. So this is the way we need to think. You will have hostile neighbor. So we need to fix our thinking. We need to fix our thinking. And look for a way how we can have a country that is formidable, a country that will work for everybody. It's not the way we are thinking. Our thinking is flawed. So it's very frustrating when the worst part of it is when you listen to people, you say things that are not just for you. You want people to hear you speak. Why are you saying false things? It's really weird. You just come and lie, say stuff that you know they are no history, they are not fact, they are nowhere. Like, it's crazy. Honestly, last week I was just enjoying Dr. Franklin. You see, this is the kind of mind we want. If you think Because I feel like people come, for example, criticize Tinubu. My understanding of a lot of Nigerians, it's not that they actually hate what Tinubu is doing. It's because their favorite is not doing what Tinubu is doing.
Oh, please, stop. Stop.
If their favorite is there, they will not care.
It's not doing well by the people. Stop.
Hold on. Who is this?
I understand where AY is coming from, because I think I've seen that behavior in many Nigerians.
Yeah.
Even Western people do the same thing again. Where you have, when Obama is in office, they say, how is the economy doing? They will say negative. But the next day, Trump will get into office, suddenly the economy is doing better. So people are biased, and sometimes they don't even know.
Consistent. Try and be consistent. When you are criticizing what is wrong in UK, criticizing in America, criticizing in Nigeria.
You are saying is exactly
try and be consistent.
It's exactly what
I think you will have a problem with listening to people. Sincerely.
So I don't think people really are that biased in this country. I don't think that an average Yoruba man is supporting Tinubu, sincerely speaking. Everybody is suffering. It's the same thing during Buhari's regime. Even the Northerners, we are all causing the regime. So I just want us to
to be fair, if you say that it's not true, average Yoruba man supports Tinubu.
If you use to kind Yoruba people argument over Tinubu, you won't care.
I don't think Maska have met the Yoruba that are ready to go to war.
Every Yoruba man, if you argue Tinubu, you
they say make you not quiet. Then when they kill Nigerians, you say make you not talk.
But is that a problem though? I think sorry, is that even a problem? Because this happened in America too, where 97% voted for Obama, and that technically you can say is racist, because it's like 97% black people voted for Obama. So, but is it a bad thing for people to vote for people that they have affinity towards? I'm not sure it's necessarily a bad thing. It's what you do with that relationship. Whether if the person is doing well, you don't criticize them objectively. Hold on. You don't criticize them. Hold on, Jefferson, please. Hold on.
Something changed, something didn't change.
So
what are you talking about?
See, some people are biased. Jefferson, calm down now. Don't make me take you backstage now. Let me get a word through. See, I don't know why he's so exercised. I'm not sure what is controversial that you said. So in America, when you see that happen, it looks like it's racist. So why is it that when somebody, let's say an Igbo man votes for an Igbo man, I don't see that necessarily as a problem, or even a Yoruba man. Is when you are discussing issues, that's the one that frustrates me, that they cannot be objective with reason anymore. And if that is the case, how can you make mind to solve the problem? They cannot see the problem.
Can you see Sole Jefferson that is attacking you and everybody speaking? Because that is the line he told. Let people speak, Jefferson. Let's
and from what you said, let's finish with this one. From what you said, the national security aspect is very vital. I think the way we have taken national security like a joke, national security is it basically guarantees your lives. And we've treated this thing as if it's nothing. And I fear we are going to pay the price. It's maybe already too late. Was it not Marco Rubio the other day that was saying the way they were colonizing before was the right thing to do, that they should not have apologized for it, that they should return back to doing it. He's saying they should return back to doing it with Europeans. Then he went on to say that they are not going to be custodians of their managed decline. Now, this is what they mean. They are saying they are not stepping backward. They want to come back again. And the idea, when they say that we don't even understand what they are saying, then it's like Berlin Conference now. Because at least Berlin Conference, we couldn't fly there to be part of the meeting. But this one, we could watch the video, but we still don't understand what they are telling us. Trouble is coming. And the signs are already there. They're already in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, those people in Nigeria will be more powerful than your president. if they are not already more powerful than your president?
Yeah, we need it now. We need it because our people are very, very biased.
Now you see my
We
problem.
need
You
that.
see my problem. You see my problem. We are dead people. Some of our people are
The
dead.
question
You don't
I want to ask,
understand.
the question I want to ask, those troops that have been coming from America to Nigeria, where did they land and where are they presently?
I think I gather they went to the northeast. They are operating somewhere in the northeast. But I'm not certain. I can't be certain.
Okay, are they,
Yes,
are they operating there?
intelligence.
Are they operating there chasing Boko Haram or killing Boko Haram or doing what there?
They are providing intelligence to Nigerians to do the work. That's what they said. But I don't know.
Okay. At least we've seen like several troops coming down. Because if it's for intelligence, I don't think they need more than one troop to yoga. They would like even 1/10 of a troop to come there and just do their thing. Because now the first batch troops came. Another batch, I think this is the third time. I don't know if I'm correct. Third time that third troop came. So my question is, where are they right now? What are they doing? What is their motive? It's just because that number of troops cannot just be giving you honorary intelligence, whatever. You understand? Because my fear is if they are building base there, and if they are building military base there, trust me, if this thing goes south between this war, Israel, Iran, whatever, we'll collect.
Wait, so that's why you expect them to just live like that? Then the enemies will be regrouping. Is that what you're saying?
My brother, what enemy do you have? You are your own enemy. My brother, listen to me. There's no enemy out there. You are your own enemy. Jefferson, listen. Jefferson, listen. You are your own enemy. First thing first, a commander, army commander, a Nigerian army will come and tell you this thing now. Will come and tell you, Jefferson, listen. Will come and tell you the armed robbers, the kidnappers in the bush, or the two fighter, or the cultists, in all the states, when they catch them, they can sentence them to death or life imprisonment. But when you see any Boko Haram or any Fulani, whatever, in the north, those people are only qualified for rehabilitation and integrated back to society. Maybe give them just a put in the military. But when you catch people from this side committing crime, maybe stealing, robbery, or whatever, they are only good to send them to jail. They are not good to be rehabilitated and sent back to society. That's why I say you are your own enemy. If you really want to capture these people, this enemy you're talking in Northeast, Nigerian army has the power capacity to do it. Sending those people come over there, it is not the game. Listen to me. The game plan, listen to me, my brother, listen. Open your eye, smell the smoke. The game plan is let that thing happen and have an excuse for these people to come in there and do whatever they want to do. That's just the game plan. Saying that you not being able to do that, you can do it 100%, but you don't want to do it because you are right. You are helping them to achieve the script that they are writing. That's what I was like. That's why I say, where are they right now? This thing are happening between Israel, America, and Iran. If anything goes south, maybe they want to tell whatever. They might want to where is their closest base? If you can't go far, let's go to your closest base. And if you decide to put a base in Nigeria, maybe notice will collect. You understand? That's why I asked the question: where are those people? You are hiding under the guise of they are giving you intelligence. Which intelligence? I left my case. I continue.
Let me bring in Yakubu, are you there?
Nobody then they go White House.
Hold on, Jefferson, I need to bring Yakubu in. He hasn't said
So let's
anything.
leave the room here now.
And there's been here for a while.
Forefather, I've been here for an hour plus. So.
Oh my God. Okay, what I'm going
to
do
plus.
Okay, two of you need to talk. I think we'll try to have everybody talk after he speaks.
Forefathers, don't worry, Paul. Forefather has told us to
Oh, look at that.
Well done,
I don't have respect.
It's not. You should bring Mike to you.
Yakubu, thank you for joining us. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. I'm sure you have been. So, but what do you make of the conversation so far? This war going on, and how our fellow Nigerians have reacted to it.
Thank you very much, forefathers, and thank you so much. The panelists. So far, so good. For me, I'll speak like an idealist, a pacifist, because at the end of the day, the First World War came. The world didn't end. The Second World War came. The world didn't end. Now it's possible there will be a Third World War, and although the only difference this time around is that the scale of it and the, you know, what is going to be involved this time around is quite little than the previous first two times. But the question I keep asking myself is why waste so much energy and time in producing warheads for the purpose of what? I don't understand. It's one world. We're all humans, We, if there is an alien invasion now, then I will understand probably why there is the need for the acquisition of the warheads, probably to ward off an aggression from space. But why accumulate these warheads? I mean, to use it against another country. Why? It doesn't make sense, And then, at the other hand, you now create a body called the United Nations and bring the same countries under, the one roof to discuss what? I don't understand. Is the world confused? In one breath, you have a United Nation having all the countries sat together discussing how the future of the world should look like. In another breath, you have countries amassing warheads, nuclear warheads, ready to, shoot at other countries. Like, it's confusing. It doesn't mean that, what has been said from the beginning, that what will destroy humanity is trust. Doesn't mean that it's actually true. Is that what is playing out now? That trust will finally be why humanity will completely disappear. Because the next person does not trust the next person. And the simple reason is because we are all afraid that we're all going to die. When at the end of the day, even the resources we are talking about are still not even explored yet. We have so much resources in this world, so much. One over 100 of it has not been touched. But you have one person accumulating trillions to himself. That is where the main problem is. Greed. Because it translates from that one person accumulating to himself to one country accumulating to itself. Greed. Why do you need a reserve? Why do you need a reserve? For what? I can understand if it is for rainy days. But if you create a reserve for the purpose of depriving the next person, then of course, I mean, that is not human. In my own understanding of humanity, having a reserve to make sure that the next person does not have anything is not human. So there are so many contradictions here, so many contradictions, so many, that we are lost completely to the point that we even begin to attribute most of these problems to religion. Religion has nothing to do with anything that is happening to us. Absolutely nothing. Religion is just there. As far as I'm concerned, religion has not offended anybody. All that religion has done is to lay down a guide. Pray 5 times if you're a Muslim. Pray on Sunday if you're a Christian. That's what religion has laid down, a guide. Don't covet. Don't kill anyhow. It's just a guide. Religion did not say go and... In fact, the two religions said don't even kill. And if you kill, there are consequences. But I can't hear people repeating it. People are not repeating it. So I don't know where all these issues are coming from.
Isn't it ironical that the 3 major religions that say don't kill are responsible for the largest?
That is the thing. A lot of people think that it is religion that is responsible. No, it is people that are responsible for it.
But is it not nature?
Is
it not nature? Is it not nature that made it that way? Because nature creates scarcity sometimes and ensures that it makes human being have the need to store for rainy days and store
Now,
for excess.
Now there are simple tenets of life that we seem to have forgotten. It's very simple tenets of life. And what are these? Smile always. Be happy for the next person. And ensure that whatever you do it from your heart because it will come back to you. Very simple tenets of life.
That
It
kind of
is
stuff.
people.
That kind of stuff is not asking for trouble.
No, how? How will it? How if I do good to you? If I do good to you, I'm expecting good back. Yes. If I do good to you, I expect that you will do good to the next person, and the next person will do good to the next person, and the next person will do good to the next person. So where will evil come in? That's in question. Where will it sneak in?
You see, this is what I try to let you understand. We think only human beings are responsible for why we are the way we are. Nature is part of it. It forges us this way because
nature is on its own. Nature is on its own.
Nature creates scarcity. Nature floods your environment, destroys your this thing. Nature can be
nature
very
balances itself. It doesn't create scarcity. It balances
but the point
itself.
is that we are within it, and it does what it likes with us, like because it's doing its own thing. But there are consequences to doing that. When people are looking for grain and suddenly there is famine and there's no food, then there was the food that they used to be shared equally or kind of amicably before. Suddenly they realize that okay, my children need to have food more than the other people's children, otherwise they will die. They will start fighting for it. So you can see how that can happen.
that is the human, the trust I'm talking about coming into play. That is what is going to destroy humanity eventually. Trust. You do not trust the next person. You do not trust the numbers. That in strength there is number. In number there is strength. You do not trust that. If you come together, even in that situation, you can overcome it. No, you just feel that no, as long as that situation presents itself, there is danger. And once that danger, that basal attitude sets in, it becomes trouble. You begin to panic. No.
To be fair,
meant to panic.
To be fair, if you look at the people that have survived till today, that have those instincts, what that tells you is that the ones that survived are the ones that took action. Some of them even resorting to cannibalism and all kinds of drastic action to get ahead. That's the essence of life. Is those ones are the crazy, brutal ones. By your standard, you say they are irrational, but they are the ones that survived. You see what I mean? They did evil, terrible things that we will call evil today. And that's why sometimes in life you have to look at all the forces that are at play, because it's not only human beings that are responsible for it. Nature has even done some heinous terrible things, wiping out all civilizations, societies and everything because it feels like it. So next time you learn to build fortifications.
Nature has never ever turned against the human. It's the human. It's the human that has destroyed nature. It's the human that has reshaped nature. Nature, from the day we came in contact with nature, nature has not shifted. The only thing nature does is that it knows how to regulate itself. It knows how to balance
it looks
itself.
like we are going to put nature on trial here. This is getting
But nature has never raised a finger. Nature has never raised a finger.
I agree with him, even though I know it's first time to talk.
So that's
this one nature, not nature. It's all boiling down to spirit of good versus spirit of evil. Forces of darkness.
That is what is happening now. Now we've allowed the spirit of evil.
The spirit of God versus spirit of darkness.
We've allowed the spirit of evil that you just mentioned now to create the world that we're seeing. You see, all this talk that you guys have been talking about for the last 8 hours has been destructive. It has been, this person died. Nobody even said the prayer. No, nobody said the prayer. He's been confirmed dead. It was as if it's a transaction. It has become normal now. Oh, okay, one out. statistics. You know what I mean? Okay, who's next? That is what it has become.
The world you are painting is the world that should be.
I said I will talk as an idealist, as a pacifist.
Okay, good. For the future.
That is my line of thoughts.
The world that you have now is full of people that think like what you describe as monsters. They don't think like it's not this
like a hippie.
Yes.
So you can imagine. You can imagine the end. You can imagine that there is no end.
Point. Nobody can say that there's not enough food in the world today. Or
there is a lot
of water in the world, or there's not enough air in the world. So why is there a problem?
Exactly.
Why is there a problem?
Because this is the last embers of our
believe that we should live in scarcity. That's the genesis of our issue. We have built our world around scarcity, and we think it's okay. And it didn't start today; it started from time immemorial.
That's why we're telling y'all capitalism is very destructive, but you guys don't listen.
Forefather, you want to give me time now?
I rest my case.
I support Paul. I beg Forefather, let Paul speak. I feel very, very uncomfortable.
Paul, okay, go ahead, Paul.
Forefather, just like the way Yakubu talked, he spoke like my father, a gentle Jehovah Witness man. You understand? Who just read the Bible, quote the Bible like literature. Just so nice. But words don't work like that. Two things are supposed to work hand in hand. But you see some great nations, they separate it. Is it Peter Tosh that said everybody is talking about justice, but nobody is talking about peace? Peace makes us enjoy the world. But guess what? These barbaric nations, these great nations, they want peace. You understand? But what they treat people based on justice. Oh, you did this. Let the long arm of the law take its course. But when it comes to them, they want peace. They like peace of mind. You understand? That's why you can see America will protect an America anywhere in the world. Why they are having over official 152 bases around the world, and the one that we don't know. But you must understand something. The second strongest department
is... Hello?
Oh, look at that. They've called him away. You know, nature as usual. Very disappointing. No, I understand the wall he's painting. The wall he's painting is the wall I'm saying that America needs to go to war counseling. Israel needs to go to war counseling. Let them calm down. Because this wall is right. We are going to face
the truth also is that
okay. I think I'm back now. Sorry, I jumped into it. I'm using my official phone. That's why.
Paul, I just wanted to respond to Forefather. That is not even if you take America as a country, as a whole. It's not that they are fighters. Or if you take Israel, I'm sure the bulk of Israelis, they don't like to. But we have allowed a group of people in every country that are hawkish in nature. And they are proposing and propagating all this. I don't know who said it. I think it's Jefferson. Propagating all this ideology of scarcity. If we don't kill these people, there is not going to, as if there is not going to be enough food. Sorry.
So this morning I make mention about the Middle East people that. The so-called Saudi Arabia, the Bahrain, Jordan of this world. I said they have what I call selective bipolar. 1 minute they come out, they say one thing, but when they go inside, they say another thing. They don't like what Israel is doing. They know Israel is also coming for them. But they also understand that Israel is not doing those things because Israel has the power. They understand that it's the power of America that is making it doing all those things. And they understand, knowing fully well that countries that America don't have relationship, they know what those countries are going. Cuba, for example, Libya, for example, so many countries have suffered, even though the so-called Iran have suffered with all the sanctions. That's why their citizens can protest that everything is expensive. It is based on sanction. Like as I was saying the other time, the second strongest department in America, it's not the Department of War like we think, it's the CIA. if America want to take the Ayatollah down easily, it is the CIA. Those things that they tell you about Venezuela, how they take that Maduro down. Leave those documentaries that some of us may have watched and all that. It is the CIA. Somebody betrays somebody. You understand? It just makes it easier and every other thing. So these are the type of things they will do. But sometimes absolutely power corrupt. That is just what is playing all around. So no matter how you want to think peace, you want to think all those things and every other thing. No, it is the man who have power wants peace. The man who have power wants peace. The man treat other people based on justice. Let the long arm of the law take its course. They make the goalposts. It's like the way we watch football. They say winning team don't change strategy until they start losing. For the fact that they are winning, they will never change. For the fact that you're thinking that we can change this way, it's going to work for us. We are losing. They make the call. They cut the shot. We cannot do anything more than the way we're doing, other than for us to stand up and do something. Dr. Damage said something this morning that I like. Said the next 100 years, this nuclear that we're talking about, maybe every country is going to have it. But as of today, North Korea is finding peace. Look, Pakistan have it, India have it. They've been fighting for God knows when. How come one of them have not used it? I'm asking you, even Israel that had it secretly and everything, how come they've not used it? How come Russia have not used it, that they are even recruiting military from Nigeria, Ghana, whichever way? How come Russia have not used it, knowing fully well that Ukraine don't have one? I'm asking you. So these are the things. They know what they are doing with all those things. So you might just see it like, oh, if Iran have it, oh, it's going to cause problem and everything. What about if somebody needs to have it in that area? You understand? To bring peace. What about that? If Israel can tell you that they're going to go all the way to Turkey.
Paul, why do you think Russia hasn't used it?
Oh, why? Because as at this time, that's not the end goal. As at this time, that's not the end goal. And Russia equally, to some extent, I may be wrong and I may be right. Russia equally understand that America being, like you say, today, they are the number one and everything. It's not the weapon that America have, because Russia have that same weapon. China have that same weapon. But America can use sanctions to win every other nation. And what is sanctions? Sanctions simply mean America can threaten the whole Nigeria not to buy anything from Russia, threaten the whole Africa not to buy anything. They're going to close their shop. These are all the things that they themselves, to some extent, calculate. These are the things that makes America strong. It's not what they have in their itinerary, their weapons and everything. That's not what they have. It is the power of sanctions that they can use. They use it very well. That's what it keeps so many countries, like the Cuba, Iran. When people complain that, oh, our economy is doing bad, oftentimes you see sanctions, you see so many things. America uses their CIA very well. Like, for example, let me just go round and round. Somebody talk about Nigeria, they brought over 200 military men, and all they tell you, they say intelligence. Intelligent, my foot. If it is intelligent, it's the CIA that will do a better work, not the military. If you want military, go hire military, like Saudi Arabia, to some extent.
Military intelligence is pretty capable too. They're very capable too. Military intelligence, they are very capable,
Yeah, the CIA will do a better work. What is putting military down? You see, let me use one funny phrase. Some of us that grew up in Nigeria for a very long time. When you see a military man had a place, maybe he's doing something there, not finished, or living there, and everything, they write outside, military something, keep off. Nobody go, military zone, thank you. Keep off, nobody go close to that kind of thing. We that live in America sometimes, when you see the American soldier, they train us to say, thank you for serving my country. We greet them at the airport, we greet them everywhere. Oga, sometimes those places that they stay, they strategically calculate those places. It may be for many purposes. Sometimes you don't even know what they are taking under there. You understand? Even though the host country cannot even go close to that place. And they fly all these big aircraft, they fly things, go and everything. You don't know what they are bringing in and what they are taking out. You understand? You say, oh, look, let me tell you, Alaska officially is even bigger than Nigeria as a state. Alaska is under 9% developed. Why they say they are building the biggest drone in somewhere in Niger, like they used to tell you, like they don't have land, when we have land surplus that we've not even used? Why are they going to other places and say, we are doing this, we are doing that? Come on, let us be wiser and every other thing. And everything they are doing, it works for them. But how do we think this thing? You cannot let these people tell you the narrative. The problem that we are having the narrative. Like I see my Christian people today, we support Israel. And the Israel they are supporting today are Jewish, not even Christian. It makes me laugh, you know, and they support it with full. I know these things don't mean what it means. It's an artist, but I kind of use it like joke. I say, you say, ACDC, after Christ, devil comes. I'm telling you, sometimes we've moved Christ and devil comes. And it is the Christianity that do it. And their primary purpose is not to make devil come, but they successfully lead us to devil. Now devil is taking his walk towards us.
The reason why. Sorry.
Let me just land with that. So these are the things. So this mindset where we think something will not go back and research this thing again and again and again. Oh, the Bible said, oh, Israel, anybody that followed them, the Bible said. But first of all, the Bible was never my religion. You understand? It was never my religion. So I am not part of that constitution, because as a Christian, my Bible is supposed to be my constitution. As a Muslim, their Quran and their Hadith is supposed to be their constitution, their other books to read and other things. So the man who serves other things is not supposed to be. Why are you quoting that supreme law of your own doctrine to me? This means you are invading my space. I'm not supposed to oblige. Some of you talk about this Sharia law in Nigeria, when the Sharia law to some extent is really, really clear, but people abuse laws anywhere. The Sharia law is clear. As a Muslim, if they hold me as a Sharia law, they will still ask me like we all go to court. You understand? To first of all take that oath. If I said I am not a Muslim in court, then the Sharia law is not for me. They can damage you psychologically and say, are you denying Allah? Then the person will think second thought and say yes. When you say yes, your hand is going or your head is going. So it's just reverse psychology. That's how it is. So if I say that I am not Sharia in the North, they don't judge me with the Sharia. They judge me with the secular and everything. So these are the things. It is there. But when we say it today, we say it differently. That Sharia itself, is people abusing it? Yes. Is our secular court people abusing it? Yes. Every day that we see bad police on the road, we all know that it is the DPO that deployed them to their strategic place to go back and bring money. We all know the DPO also returned to the assistant commissioner and the commissioner. We all know these things. But we want to ask a DPO that, did you send your boys to go collect money? Like as journalists will ask. This is funny. Are you expecting them to tell you yes? It's just kind of funny. There are 10 of us here, and if all of us mic is on, somebody farts, who will agree to say I'm the one that farts? Nobody will agree that I'm the one that farts.
We just blame Jefferson because it looks like the type of fart on live TV.
I understand you. Everyone has what they believe and what they stand for. That is fine. But I will speak from my own perspective.
Yeah, but believe is not enough. Like, look, if I want to use all this love terms, infatuation look like love, but it's not love. You understand? Michael Bolton say, how can we be lovers when we are not friends? Growing up, I love my siblings, I love my parents. Who do I share many of the things growing up as a young man? My friend, because we have quality time. I can confide on them. We share so many things together. I may love my siblings, but if we don't have that friendship, they don't really know me. They might be the people that I love. That's to tell you how powerful our friendship can be. You can see what is going on. For example, look at America with their ally, like they tell you, with Europe, the way they do everything. For the first time, Trump discussed Europe in the absence of Europe. They were shocked. Remember, that's how they discussed Africa in Berlin, 1896. You understand? Africa was not there. The same thing for the first time. Trump discussed Europe. They were talking about Ukraine. He said, oh, you don't need no Europe. They discuss it. They fed back. That's why you see every one of them now. The European leader today, their new maker become Beijing. They start running to China. They are fighting back because they never see this day comes. And every other thing, these are the things that we're facing. If you are waiting that the people who want peace will give you peace, they will never give you peace. They will only give you justice. But they are the one that will set the pace. Just like as our last election. That's my take for now.
All right. So,
Paul, have you ever heard of mutually assured? Paul, have you ever heard of mutually assured destruction?
Yeah, we know about that. I just wanted to add one thing about that.
No, I want to say something.
That's one.
Me. I haven't spoken in a long while. Forefather took me out for some reason I don't know.
We're going to be rounding up.
It's okay. Let me say something before we round up. I've spoken once.
See, we're going to be rounding up. We have to. It's well past.
I know. Can I say my thought? I need to address this.
Yeah. But hold on now. Hold on. I just not long. See, I wanted to just say something about the nuclear escalation because there is a study that went on in the US and different institutions. Really, what they said was that if somebody uses one nuclear weapon, it's going to spin out of control, and everybody's going to use their own sooner or later, or at least it's going to go to a full-blown nuclear wars. That is why they don't use it. It's for deterrence. Like if you try, it's going to go out of control. Almost all the simulation, over 90% chance that it's going to spin out of control. Okay, so that's why. Jefferson, I want to say something quickly.
No, it's me before. I said it first.
Jefferson is 30 seconds. Don't try to go past 30 seconds.
Let me be quick. You need to understand something. There are a lot of strong reasons why the Christians go with the nation of Israel. It's not by accident. First of all, through the nation of Israel, they came the true religion, the 10 commandments, the promise, and it's through that the Messiah came into this world, the King of Kings. It's not by accident. And even when he came on earth, his own rejected him. And he's still going to come back, whether I like it or not.
So far, just 1 second, once it's done.
How do you know? Were you there? Do you know where he went? Do you know where heaven is?
Jefferson, Jefferson, let me ask you a quick question. Between you. No, just a quick question.
No. It's going to stretch. It's going to stretch.
No, I'm not stretching it. It's not something that's going to stretch. Just hear me out.
It is not with clear eye. There's a reason. There is an underwriting for it. It's fine. And if you watch very carefully, America, even though America as a nation is not, yes, it was founded on the tenet of the principle of as a God's own nation and everything. Even though everything is not 100%, what they are doing is not 100% correct now because obviously people are compromised. They know that they have to stand with the nation of Israel because they stand with the promises of God. And whether you like it or not, you are still going to. Jesus Christ is going to send two witnesses to go and witness to the remnants of Israel. Whether you like it or not, this is not a clear. This is not a clear item.
Man, that brainwashing is strong. We have to.
It's very strong.
Can I be heard? Africa never rejects Christ. It was Jewish people that reject Christ. The Jewish that you are fighting for today. They are the one that kill Christ. They are the one that reject Christ. Not Africa. It was Jewish that reject Christ and kill Christ. Not Africa.
Don't let me raise my voice.
If I go more than a minute, just cut me off. If I go more than a minute, cut me off.
You want to do your 1 minute?
Just 1 minute. That's all. I just want to say, I'm not even going for 1 minute. Jefferson, between yourself and AY being a Muslim and you being a Christian, which of you do you think the Jew, a practicing Orthodox Jew, is going, which is over 80% of Jews worldwide, will be allowed into a synagogue, and which of you's house of worship do you think the Jew will go into to worship? I'll answer. You don't have to answer because I have 1 minute. If you go into a synagogue right now as a Christian, they will beat you down and they will beat you down and chase you. They will listen. You can interrupt. They will beat you down and chase you out of there. AY can go in a synagogue and pray, and he'll be welcome in there. If they see you and Jews are not allowed to go into churches because you are regarded as idol worshippers. But they will go into a mosque and pray in a mosque because they believe that them and AY worship the same God. So you guys need to educate yourself a lot.
See, look, it is not.
No, repeat. No, don't repeat. Don't reply because don't reply because that's how it is. Wait, oh dear. You see these guys. You see these guys. Listen, guys. Listen, if I may, guys, if I may. Oh dear. Please, if I may.
Let Jago have his 1 minute.
Guys, listen. I've been listening, and the speak around the word peace is fundamental to where we are right now. We all want peace. Every day, I don't know how you guys are as individuals and what you are going through in your individual lives, but I feel that finding peace just in your individual lives and in your own circumstances is quite difficult, especially if you have a sensitive nature or you have a nature that actually suggests that war is coming. The word peace is, again, something, this is all in literature. Peace, if you have read certain documents, is the word that is going to be used that will not be peace. It will not be peace. The I don't know what to call it. The amalgamation, the putting together of something like Trump has brought to the table, called the Peace Corps or whatever it might be called. I'm sure I haven't got that right, but it suggests
Board of Peace.
Once again.
Board of Peace.
Thank you very much.
The Board of Peace.
The World Board of Peace. Now, imagine when I saw that, again, this is something that I read, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago. And I've always kind of, again, put that in my mind, waiting for this to come across. I've seen what the Catholic Church is doing with the Islamic world in Doha and such. They've signed an agreement to kind of amalgamate all three religions, all three Abrahamic religions under one kind of roof. And again, that's been quite confusing for me. But I looked at it. But now that there is this forum pronouncing themselves the Forum of Peace, it suggests to me that the one world order, or the person that would come and be the world's enemy, is going to come out of this amalgamation. And we need to watch out for when and who suggests that there is peace in the world, and this is the individual or this is the group that is going to administer that peace in the world. Because again, it's another way of bringing the world under a big lie of feeling peace, because we all desperately want peace. We've got to really understand what's going on, because we have been fooled and fooled and fooled again. And it seems to me that we're not recognizing the level of fooling that's going on. There was 9/11, which was to fool the world, and the world was fooled for true. Apart from, if you do not have a reckoning before things happen, you are going to fall into the trap. We had COVID-19, which, if you don't know, that's
so it's going to bring us under that world government. What is the name of the person that is going to bring us under that world government? I want to know.
Wait, can I just continue, my friend? I don't need that disturbance.
No, it's very important.
And let me finish now. I haven't spoken for an awfully long time. You're not recognizing
already. Have you not done
that? Oh God! Please, let me finish. Just let me finish. You took me out. I don't know why you did that. I have no idea.
Other people have to be on. Other people need to be on.
No, bro. Let me finish. Therefore, because I haven't spoken. Just be fair.
Continue, please allow him to finish.
Yourself.
Just allow him land, please.
Take 2
Father,
minutes.
let her go finish now. Yeah.
Take 2 minutes.
Look, my brother, if I'm saying something and I haven't come to an end, I'm not someone who overspeaks. You just have to listen. If you don't want to listen, be quiet and just give me my time. All I've got to say is that we have been fooled, and we have to admit that we have been fooled. Because there are many of you whose mouths are so big and who feels that they know everything, that they don't believe that they've gone through the time when they have been fooled. The word peace is going to be the next fooling of the world population. And when that comes out, we are going to understand who the Beelzebub, who the devil, and the fact that we have already noted through Epstein files and through all these levels that we are being run by devils. And because we're not recognizing that, because we're belittling things, because we're not taking any note, we are going to be fooled all over again. So watch out for the word peace. Watch out for your own individual desperation for the world to be in peace, because the world is not in peace, and there's no one man that's going to bring peace who is alive today. There's no one man who's going to be able to bring that for us. So I'm saying this so that it's recorded and it's said, and we will see what happens in the near future. Thank you.
I really thank you for that, Jago. And let me bring Brownie Skin.
Brownie Skin spoke.
No, it's just to round up now. Everybody will speak just to round up. Brownie Skin, thank you for joining us today. And I appreciate your submission. As you can see, everybody listened to you. I had those questions to ask and observations. So please go ahead. Brownie Skin, are you there?
He's muted.
And it seems to be delayed, heavily delayed. Okay, let's move to the next person. You want to?
It's me now. Abi, it's not me.
Yeah, go ahead, Masca. Yeah, it's you. Definitely, you've been patient. So please go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to summarize my position, I think, through the night, so that there will be clarity on where I stand on issues. For me, what is really fundamental is that, yes, there are religions, but what is even more important is that if we truly believe in God, we must acknowledge that He gave us, I don't want to use the word brain, but let me put it like this, that He gave us the ability to do an analysis, to make choices of right and wrong.
Free will.
I don't want to call it free will. It really doesn't. I don't believe that there's anything like free will, but this is another subject for me. I believe that whatever we do, half of the time, is not really free. For instance, like what I'm saying now is in response to what other people is saying. It's not like I willingly decided but that's another subject. Now, so I'm saying that even as a person of religion, there's no any serious-minded person of religion that would say that there's no right, there's no wrong. That person is not a serious person of religion. So if truly we are even saying that we are coming from a position of religion, let me take myself, and for instance, as a Muslim. Okay? Is it right to kill other people, especially innocent people? Is it right? That's the first question every person of religion should ask himself. Is this thing that is happening right, or is it wrong? That I believe that if you're truly a person of religion, that's where you should come from. Forget about, you are not, because the argument I hear most of the time is tit for tat. Okay, these Muslim people are terrible, so let bad things happen to them. Or these Christians people are terrible people, so let bad things happen to them. Because as it is today, a serious-minded religious person should be able to do the little analysis to ask himself. It's not about whether I support Israel or I support Iran. the fact of the matter is that innocent people are being killed. And some of the argument that, oh, the country should have lied low, and I think these are not religious arguments. If we're truly religious people, then we should start from the position of right and wrong. Yes, okay. So how do I put it now? I'm supposed to support Israel. The question I should ask myself is, what Israel currently doing, is it right or wrong? And let me make it very clear. For instance, now, even as a Muslim, when you hear the story of what happened to Jews during in Germany during the, what do you call it now, during the Second World War, or before the Second World War, it's clear that no, this is wrong. Why would you just gather people because of their race and burn them? Even as a Muslim, should I say as a Muslim, I'm okay with that? And people will take me serious as a Muslim? I think that would be absurd. So for me, that is the fundamental point. Forget about who you're supposed to support. If my father is suddenly, okay, let me even rewind. For instance, you have a child who has become very notorious.
Your 1 minute is up. What kind of 1 minute is this one now?
No, look, it's not. This argument is never going to end. I never deceive myself that one day I will be able to convince the world in 1 minute. So I would be
surprised. It's always possible, but it's just that we have 1 minute left to clear.
No, but I've made I've made my attempt. If my minutes are up, I will be able to rest my case, knowing that look, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's not just about today. If God gives me life next week, I will be here too.
Like I said, always a gentleman. Thank you, Masker. I appreciate your submission. And
I'm sure will tell you that no, I'm not a gentleman. He has
me, I'm not a gentleman. No.
It depends on the day now. It depends on the day. Depends on the day. Welcome, Brownie Skin. So, what do you make of it? Just give us a kind of summarization of where we are with these developments with the war.
Brownie Skin is not
it's frozen again. It's frozen.
All
right.
He's calling from Ghana.
He's gone away. AY, are you there? Can you give us a minute of summary of what you have seen today, and where do you think this is going? If you can do that in a minute, that would be great.
Yeah. So it's quite unfortunate what is going on in the world. No matter how you're gonna look at it, and I don't think any country should go invade a country for whatever reason, right? The killing an 86-year-old man, to me, to be honest, you are foolish, man. 86 years, he has lived his life, basically. It appears to me Ayatollah was prepared to die. He was not even hiding. To be honest, he was just in his normal building. So I think if he was not ready, he would be hiding. If you watch him, even for the past couple of weeks, when he come out to give a press conference, it's not disturbed, to be honest. So I think Iran are gonna fight, to be honest. Of course, they don't have the firepower to match America, but you need to know the mind of the people you are dealing with. The patient, they are not that easy. They will fight till the last man drop. So they are not like Africa that our own is just when you live in big mansion, you don't want to die, you don't want to be close to death. You are dealing with different set of people. If you know Iranian, I don't know if some of you have Iranian friends. Their mind, their thinking is completely different, to be honest. If you ever have relationship with an Iranian, their thinking is different. So I think the war will continue. They might be killing more people, but trust me, I don't think these people care about that. But hopefully we get peace in the Middle East. My only fear is I don't want the war to not escalate to that level where, for example, the Middle Eastern country will not be involved directly, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
That's the next step. Economic destruction.
yeah, if that happened, then we are done. Sincerely, even as I speak to you, I was supposed to travel to Turkey today. I have to cancel my ticket because I don't want to get stuck in that region. I have to cancel my ticket. I cancel
If I was going to go get a hair transplant.
I canceled my ticket in the last minute. I woke up this morning. Yesterday night, I was with two of my friends. I was telling them Trump is ready to attack yesterday or today. We met this morning. I said, "What did I tell you?" Yeah, I woke up this morning. I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" But it's crazy, man. My biggest fear, just like when COVID happened, I also fear for us, for Africa. But I don't think we know what the time is.
We ain't got a
Because
clue what
when these
time.
people are coming for us, bro, they are not going to be care if 50 million people wipe out. This is my
Yes,
fear. See, if you understand the history of the people you are dealing with, you know what you need to know. You need to go read the history of America. If you are still thinking they're going to protect you as
Of
Christian,
white people, of white people. Read the history of white people.
they wipe out over 90% of the population, over 50 million people. It's not new. Then we didn't have the kind of weapons we have now. I see, if they want to blow you away, they don't even need to come to your continent right now. They can go close by and just be throwing what they are throwing. You're gone. So we need to take these issues very seriously for the future of Africa, because Africa will be a threat in terms of population. It's happening already. We have a population that is fast growing. So this will be a problem, because the way you hear them, oh, we don't want you to take over our country, it will change to we don't want you to take over the world. We don't want all black people, we don't want 50% of the world population to be blacks. See, this thing is, they are real. Don't think if you think they are joking, they are not. It's real. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring back Brownie Skin. I hope your network is better now. You're not in Nigeria. I don't know. Maybe it's in Nigeria actually. Okay. Let's go with Yakubu. Yakubu, thank you for joining us. So, what do you make of this Iran war? Where do you think it is going? Do you think it's going to end well, or somehow? I don't think it can end well, but can they reach an agreement that will just end this? Is it a few days
Okay.
or months?
Okay. Thanks, for further. What is going to happen is that they will blow Iran to smithereens. They'll
Oh
kill
dear.
everybody in Iran, and then they will be happy. You know,
Wow.
that's how it's going to end eventually, because it won't stop. So what's the point of saying it's going to be 6 days or 1 month or 2 years? Look at Ukraine and Russia. They're still on it. You know, and this region, Middle East, is a volatile region. It's a region that is filled with people that are always, hot-tempered, quick-tempered. And we're talking about skill here. The skill that is going to come out of this, if they allow it to spiral out of control, like someone mentioned that once a nuclear warhead is deployed, it becomes free for all. It's going to get to that point that it become a free for all for real, because you're talking about impatience here. But for me, the fundamental issue here is that, is there really a need for it? Because it's all about advantage, comparative advantage. Is there a scarcity? Is there a need? Are we hungry in the world? Or is it a scarcity that is artificial and is created for the purpose of creating wealth for a certain class of people? So this is a fight for the rich. That is why I said religion has nothing to do with this. Nature has nothing to do with this. It is greed of a certain type of people who ordinarily all they want is to open a reserve. And I ask myself, why will you have a reserve when the other person is hungry? You have excess and the other person is hungry. Why do you have that? Why do you create that artificiality? For what reason? So at the end of the day, if they carry on in this trajectory, we all know that the end result is there's going to be a continuous fight. It will stop. It will not stop. It's going to be a continuous fight. And by the time they are done with blowing Iran to smithereens, then they will face themselves, because there's this autoimmune kind of situation that I'm foreseeing. They will turn back against themselves. That's exactly what's going to happen. America will implode. Israel will implode. Then we'll begin to understand that some of these issues that we talk about, they are not normal. And because they are not normal, they don't stop. It's insatiable. And once the enemies are finished, new enemies will be created, and it's going to be from within. That is just my simple summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brownie Skin, I hope your connection is better now. Yeah, take your 1 minute and give us your submission about where this war is going to. And now that it's confirmed that Khamenei is dead, how do you see everything unfolding? Oh, it's got audio issues again. Okay, let's see. All right, so I think support diaspora voting is next. If you are there, support diaspora voting. Are you there? Support diaspora voting. Are you there too?
Is that the polling?
All right. Jefferson has spoken. Jagon has spoken. Christian has spoken. Has Valiant is the only one.
There's a new guy I see. Has Valiant.
I mean, I really ain't speak. I asked a question, but whatever. Like,
as Valiant, you got 2 minutes because we are rounding up. So I'll give you extra 1 minute to just state your piece on this matter. I really thank you for joining us today, because it's a shame you were not here earlier on. It would have been good to have you around. Oh, yeah, where is he gone? Where's Valiant? Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Take 2 minutes.
Okay. It was very, very proud today. In the sense that, well, I'm not like particularly very empathetic about, what is happening around.
We're not hearing you well, sir.
Yeah, that's true. I can't hear him very well. Yeah, you are still quite low. Nothing is coming through.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better now.
Nothing.
It's better now. Can you sit up, please? That is
Okay.
Is the protocol. We want to sit up.
Do you know what time it is right now?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. So I saw one of the airstrikes, right? That hit. I think it's a school for female children. Like 90 something of them died. That was what first broke my heart, And all through, when I was looking at what was happening, what kept, the flashback that I kept having was, my experiences here in Maiduguri, Borno State, of course, since 2009, we've been battling an insurgency. And I know firsthand what it's like to be in conflict. I know how vulnerable you can be, especially women and children and all that. But that aside, because we are now talking geopolitics and, how the United States is trying to assert itself to dominate. I can't help but to feel sorry for Black people. Do you know that the reason why Donald Trump kind of hesitated before he actually went ahead and did what he did was because most of for one, the Saudi Arabia, actually refused to allow the United States use its base to go do the attacks. And a lot of other countries too. They didn't want it because they thought that there's every possibility that things could get out of hand, and then they will be like, it's just like a domino effect. Now, you can just imagine the kind of fraternity and the kind of cohesion that they have. I mean, in the Arabian world, even though you would say that the Persians are not actually Arabic, but they are so ingrained in the Islamic culture for over 1,400 years now that they are practically brothers, even though they are Shi'i. And MBS tried to, stop this in the little way that he can. Well, of course, he also has limits. But you can't stop these people. And where they are going with the New World Order is more of Pax Judaica that I was even talking about. It's about collapsing the United States and the dollar and everything, and then moving world capital to Jerusalem, and then have, Israel be the de facto superpower to rule the world in the next couple of years. Yeah, of course, they are going to use Palantir and all those their software, malware and software to spy on us and all that, to control us, everybody, essentially. So I feel very bad for Africa, especially because our leaders are spineless. Most of them are bought for, and they don't stand for anything. No moral principles, nothing. So we're as vulnerable as the depth of the thinking of our leaders. And here I would want to bring the attention of all Nigerians to Tinubu. And I make no apologies for Tinubu being who he is. And what I want to categorically say about Tinubu is the fact that he has demonstrated a level of cowardice, a level of treasonous complicity to allow the United States have this kind of unfettered access. And I was hearing somebody saying that they were in River State. My God, they are in Borno State. The United States are in Borno State. I have seen Predator drones. I have seen Q9 drones, Q9 Reaper drones flying up and down. I have seen some Chinooks. Now, from Borno to Niger is just 100 and something kilometers. They are surveying Niger, and I just think that essentially we have just become a forward operating base of the United States right now, and we are just looking at these people and saying, what? First, the killings have increased since the Americans came. Nothing has changed. In fact, it has gotten worse. And here we are looking at our situation, and a sense of helplessness and hopelessness is just overcoming us. I don't want to give up yet, but where we're going is not good. And for a country like Nigeria, with the population, with the brains and all that, I don't know how I'm going to look my children in the face and tell them that this is what we did during our time, that we had to deliver. We are not going to deliver anything for them but slavery and some an inferiority complex to Fiakwa. Let me just leave it at that. But as for Iran, it is what it is, man.
Hey, hello. You can't just change something. We don't have a lot of time for that. Sorry.
I'm done already. So and about one more thing. Sorry.
You keep adding more. You can't be done and add more.
No. Just 1 second. I'm just going to say something. And because I was hearing people talking about. Okay, so why is it that in Nigeria, when you ask people to talk about dictators and people who are bad in their books, they usually bring Abacha's name up. Yet Abacha is the only Nigerian president that makes serious effort to acquire, the bomb, the thermonuclear fission thing, and yet he is the villain. Imagine if he had succeeded. Imagine if they didn't kill him. Well, chicken, and that's all I can say. Thank you.
That's brilliant. You know, the person that wrote the story about Abacha is the West. So that's why he's always the villain. You understand?
you.
So that's
They,
the issue.
they killed him and his his body too in Libya.
Let's welcome the lady that has joined us. Thank you for joining us. Hello. And yeah, I take it you've heard the news of Iran being attacked, and their head of I don't know whether we call him head of state or Khomeini, their leader, has been killed.
She came on for a reason. Let her say what she's come on for. Don't give her reverse.
Look at this
Yes,
bush.
now.
I'm going to
Read,
say what I want to say.
brother, read the room.
Dragon, let him moderate now. Dragon, please.
I can't read the room. What can I say?
You're blind. You're blind, deaf and dumb at the same time.
She can speak for herself, eh?
Absolutely, she can.
So let it be. So
I'll try.
I'm just trying to do what I can do. So the guy died in his house. They bombed him. For the life of me, while he's in his house, his in-laws, you should pack out of your house. The moment you hear war is coming, you pack out, boy, he did it. So I don't know what you make of this whole episode and how it's going to end. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, forefathers, and hello, my brothers. Nice to be in your midst tonight or this morning, depending on where you are. You see the way I'm breathing. Not that I'm scared, but I have known that this day will come somehow. After I saw or heard about the Kissinger report, I've been troubled deeply, and I don't know if you are all or you all are troubled, have been troubled, and for how long, and what are we going to do about this? This is not just about Iran. It's about what is happening in the world right now that is becoming absolutely lawless. What solutions do we have rather than I know that every opinion matters and very unique, depending on the window of the way the window through which you see the world. But we must bring solutions to the table, if not openly. Somehow, there has to be a forum for great minds like yourselves to come together to bring solutions. We need solutions. Maybe forefather, maybe discuss with Dr. Damages that there should be sessions made specifically for solutions. That day, there shall be no other discussion apart from tabling solutions on a particular topic of that day. Solution day. Maybe once a week or twice a week, because without solutions, we talk in vain. Talk is cheap. Let's begin with solutions, and maybe the people with the talents may hear us, or somehow we can do something to save Nigeria. I believe that we have great opportunity as in Nigeria, as Nigeria, if we try our hardest, if we seal all the cracks, ethnic and religious cracks, one way or another. We have more enemies outside of Nigeria than inside of Nigeria, but we do not realize that because we are busy um, fueling and expanding those cracks that divide us the more. That is actually, it's like when your house is on fire, you're busy pointing fingers at one another, accusing, or even maybe talking about Ayotela, who may not even care about Nigeria. You know what I mean? So we need to look inward and think, how are we going to survive in this lawless world as it is? Not fear mongering, but it is reality. Something is going to happen. How are we prepared? What are we going to do? We don't need to sing it out. We can take solutions somehow and plan and begin to do stuff in case. We cannot just stay and Nigeria is gone. Look at how other African countries that we had helped in the past are suddenly turning against us. We are not the most criminal on this planet. I know we are not perfect, but I've seen other countries that are as criminal, but no one hears about their crimes online. Why is it that anything Nigeria or anything that happens is tagged Nigerian crime? Today, I saw where our brethren country, Ghana, was complaining that they were attacked by men on mask. The fishermen were attacked, and the people attacked them were on mask, pirates. And they labeled the people attacking them as Nigerians. And one sensible Ghanaian in his channel was asking, how can you tell? What's the distance between Nigeria and Ghana? How did they cross all the oceans to get to you to steal something that is worth maybe 35,000 cities? So I just feel that anyone that wants to catch cruise now is Nigeria, And I do believe that there is a motive to destroy Nigeria from outside. We have more external forces working together to destroy Nigeria, one way or another, through the Kissinger report, through even our own brothers who are Africans. For some reason, I don't know why they are all trying to tear Nigeria down, even though we're supposed to be one people standing together as Africans. I don't understand. So we should find solutions. I know I should feel that a life is lost, Ayotala or whoever, but I care more about my people, because those are the people I'm close to, and we are meant to come together as one and build this country, Nigeria, because if we do not come together, bring solutions, remove our bigotry about religion and ethnicities, we are going to perish. Nothing is going to save all of us. Don't forget that. Please, unite. Let's bring solution. Please. Thank you. And good night.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You can't ask for more, really. That's a good way to end it. All these gentlemen that have come
Where
here
were
today.
you since hello? Where were you since? When you should have come in around 5 o'clock to give peace.
I wonder.
Peace a chance.
She came to summarize the show. All
Miss
these rough people that have been talking.
But forefathers, truly, you should do something about getting us a secure channel where we can talk about solutions.
Yeah, I guess so. No, don't worry.
Yes.
We are
not online. Plus,
not
encrypted end to end. Of course, that's the only way to go from here, man.
Okay.
We need more solutions than talking. 80
Definitely.
to 90% of solutions and doing, whichever way, we are being recolonized, whether we like it or not.
Yep.
Externally, are we going to allow that? It didn't just start with President Tinubu. It's starting with all of us. Some of us that betray our country.
That report, me, I didn't even know about it. What are the things that are inside?
You don't want to know, brother.
Just read the national NSS of 2025. It's
horrible.
It's a continuation of that.
So what is inside? What are the key points so that
in summary, it's about Nigeria. You just put your leg on
report is just for Nigeria.
No,
there's a section for Black Africa.
It's a 1976 report that underlines that Nigeria should not be allowed to develop. And that its resources should not be given to Nigeria as a country. So this is a very serious thing, and it's been played out. But none of us are aware. When I say none of us, I mean the majority. We're not aware of the danger that we're under, which is why we are stupefied. And we just walk like we walk in a stupor. We're drunk. All of us are drunk.
Let me just interpret it in my own way.
That message has been very clear to me all along. That
it's deep. Regular news. It's deep. It's not just clear. It's deep and very wide, deeper than the ocean. It's like someone holding our forefathers by the neck on the floor with their legs that are stinkingly dirty. Like you're gonna remain there forever, no matter how.
But even without, Even without the Kissinger report, this should be common sense to us, knowing our history and our relationship with them, how they've treated us, how we all came into contact. It's common sense. We don't need Kissinger's report to be declassified before we know these things. Look at how they treat us, even till this day. But I guess the problem, I think, there's no unity in Nigeria, and a lot of Nigerians do not even realize that they are not white. A lot of Nigerians think, well, I'm not Black American, so I'm better than them. They treat me different. They're not suspicious of me. And the only reason the white man does that is because he knows that you're subservient. And in talking to you, in talking to you, the white man knows that the African is very
up to masters. You don't want to believe that you can have your own individual position as a race. You always look up to the master. Christians will look up to whoever they think is the Christian master. Muslims will look up to whoever they think is the
I think it's more, I don't think it at this point, why I don't think it boils down to religion is because I say, look at who has made sure that Black people, not just Africans now, Black people all over the world do not rise. There's only been one race that has been spearheading the movement to make sure we are called ugly, we are called beasts, we are called violent, our women are called promiscuous, we're looked at as thieves, as degenerates, as barbarians. Only one race on the planet has done this successively for almost 8,000 years. We don't have to look too far. We know who these people are. All we have to do right now is spread that same gospel to our brothers and let them know they do not look at you as other than dirt underneath the balls of their feet. And the moment Black people start realizing, like, listen, these people don't like us, then maybe, just maybe, at that point, something might spark and that revolution can start. But until then, until we have people that even come on here think they are MAGA. Can you imagine someone raised in Africa coming to the United States thinking he is MAGA?
You'll be surprised. We still have people
we
in
don't even have
Africa
to imagine it. We don't have to imagine it. They are here on this platform.
who are fifth columnists, right? They have infiltrated our government, civil society space. In fact, some of our leaders, presidents are assets of three-letter agencies. That's how bad it is here.
Thank you. Let's allow Brownie to have his final say because he's been trying to have it in the last hour.
Terrible. Just a quick one. To Niger, you see, or rather, I would say the panelists, there's something that I would say, and I think we should honestly reflect about it. The African society has always had significant internal weaknesses. That's why they're able to overcome us. But we never admit it. Even look at the small football match we played here with Senegal and Morocco. Look at the fighting. And then look at even the small one we played with South Africa. And look at how they treated us. And they are killing Nigerians in that place. I don't think we understand it. Because with those structural weaknesses, they're able to overcome us. This world, the landscape of this world, it's not fun and games. And turning a bit to what New Niger said, New Niger, I appreciate that there are issues of race in this world. Like the critical race theories would like to tell us. It's more than that. But we are not united. We have no proper plans. In this world, who told you that anybody will take you seriously? You will become a victim of anything, of any agenda. If you are not organized, you definitely are going to become a victim. Whether you are Black, green, Asian, it don't matter. Even the slavery we talk about, they had slavery in Europe. They had slavery. And even when I look in some of the American critical race theory materials I studied some time back, You will never know it. But go and read what happened to the Asians in Boston and see how they were slaughtered. But they are organized. They have an organized society. We are not, even us here in the States, are we united as Black people? Are we united? We're not. You're deceiving yourself. You say we are. We're not. Your own brother. Once he sees you're an African, oh yeah, these are the ones that sold us out as slaves. Yeah. There's no unity. But that is not something people sometimes appreciate. The Black society, African diaspora, they have a problem. They are not united. Nobody has been able to unite them. Perhaps if they get united, we might have more strength going forward. But now they are not united. Even
Brownie, do you think the white man, and I'm going to ask you this this is just a simple question. Do you think the white man has been a hindrance to the development of the Black race all over the world? It's a simple yes or no question.
Let me answer it this way. Do you think that Africans have been a hindrance to their own development before the coming of the white man?
Do you see why I asked that question? The reason I asked the question is I was listening to his underlying messages, and these are very dangerous Black people to our race. Very dangerous people. Because you know what he did. No, you know what he did. You know what he did. I was listening to him, and what he started doing was going back and defending the same white people that I started off, that the rest of us have agreed are the main problem we have. But because of his colonial mentality, what did he do? He said, "Oh, Africans are not united. Even the Black Americans, you can yell all over me all you want, but the Black." Then he starts defending the white man and saying, "Well, do you know there was only even slavery in Europe, but they pulled themselves together, and look at what happened to the Asians in Boston. We don't care about that."
Victimhood will not help us.
Finish your submission.
Victimhood will not help us. Victimhood will not help us.
It's not victimhood. See, let me put it this way, so that we can clear
Even
this.
before the white man came,
Brownie, let me just clear this. If there is a snake out there and you have a child, it's your job to ensure that child knows that there's a snake out there. It doesn't mean you can be held responsible ultimately for not teaching your child those things, but that snake is still a problem. So it's not victimhood to say there is a problem out there.
No, but so let me.
I don't know why we shouldn't be doing that.
Let me confess. Hold on.
Please.
Hey, I didn't start the debate. We have finished submission. We have finished our submission.
The idea that
before you
you should let it go to 6 o'clock.
No.
6 hours.
No, I've already gone well. It's 3 hours.
What Mr. Brownie is saying, the two of them are correct, but I think
both correct.
The middle ground is that when you know that, okay, there's a snake in my compound, as a responsible father, okay, would you tell your son that, oh, there's a snake there, and go to start watching TV?
No.
Is that correct?
No.
And then when the son comes, all of you are complaining about the snake for the next 10, 30 years. That is what he's saying. You can't sit down and keep complaining about the snake in your backyard. You must do something. That's what he's saying. Other people saw the snake in their compound. They did something.
But he didn't say that, though. He's basically saying...
No. That is what I'm alluding to. That is all I'm alluding to.
Gentlemen
That's
and
what
lady.
you're alluding to, then I agree with you.
Gentlemen and lady, I wanted to add something.
Trust character.
Because what the lady Hello came in and said. That is exactly
this is why I don't like questions being asked. This is why I don't like questions, because it just stretches everything.
We cannot continue to come and be complaining. We need to sit down and have a strategy about this snake. We all know about
our house in order.
Yes,
So
I see. The reason why I think
you really think you can tell this man?
I hear what you are saying. See, they don't need to go on. See, I know what triggered him because the language you are using the language of appeasers and collaborators. You use more of that than the other way around. You see what I mean?
It
If you
might
have been
be my
spend much of your
personality.
time,
You understand? It might be my personality.
this is why
It does
now.
not mean that I'm an enemy of humanity. It doesn't mean that. It might
No, it
be my
doesn't. Nobody
personality.
No, it means you're an enemy to black people. It means you're an enemy to black people. And I would not get in an organization with you because I cannot trust you. You did not say it explicitly. I listen to what people don't say. That is one thing about me. What you don't say is louder. Whatever you don't say is way louder than what you say. And what you did not say explicitly was how you looked at the black man, the white man compared to the black man. Indirectly, you denigrated us by dividing us. What you did, you divided us, the diaspora. I listened to you. You divided us from the diaspora and the African. But the problem is the diaspora. This is what you said. People like you are not trustworthy. What organization can we have with someone?
We have to roll out. Let's take this backstage. Let's take it backstage if you want to do anything.
He didn't listen to what Masoko said.
They can backstage. They can backstage.
Forefathers, I wanted to ask just one last question. One last question.
No questioning, please. No questioning, please.
It's not a big question. It's about unity. It's about unity.
Sorry. No, even tiny question is going to cost.
It's about unity.
No, you guys, everybody's too wired.
I look at us.
No tiny questions. Okay, let me
hold
on. Let me thank the people. Hold on. See,
Nigeria is a terrorist. He's a terrorist on video.
The only time I would let somebody speak is hello. When I finish thanking the people that donated. Team Ajek, $199. Thank you very much. And Asvilliant, 400 naira. Hi. Thank you very much for the 400 naira Asvilliant. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 400 naira. And all the chats, all the people in the chat, I really appreciate you. We are late. I can't name all of you. So I would give Hello the chance to finish speaking, then we'll just close out. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Hello.
First of all, I have to thank our brother Hasvelent. It's not easy, to give. So we must give. We should give. All of us watching from behind the scene, please, if you can, support the channel, because without your support, the channel will not continue the way it should, please. It's not, they pay for subscriptions. So what I want to say is that both Brownie Skin, our brother, and our Christian for the atheist faith, they are both right in their way, in their deliveries, but maybe there is some crack that is causing that misunderstanding. That's exactly what I'm talking about, that misunderstanding, whichever way we want to see it or term it, but we have to dive deeper to find out the root causes of these misunderstandings. Example is what is playing out between our brother Brownie and our other brother, his brother. It is, we are all one people. First of all, before anything, whether you are in diaspora or inside Nigeria, we should look inside ourselves. The Africans should look inside themselves and find out what is causing more divisions, deal with it. The Africans or African Americans or blacks in the diaspora, where they are in their community doing the same thing. Imagine Africans looking in, doing the solution thing within, cleaning the house from within, then the diasporans cleaning the house from within, knowing whatever they want to know, who is their enemies or whatever, just dealing with it. The Black Americans doing the same thing. And when your house is clean, then we all come together and say, okay, this is how we want to unite. Even though we have different cultures, but we have a common goal, a common cause, and we support one another. We create a system that both benefits. No exploitation of on the other side. No one is weaker. We are all stronger together. No one is better alone. We need one another regardless of our ideas that are different, but we should come together. We know we have external hands, regardless if that external hand is placing their feet on top of Africa or on top of Black Americans. It should be one common goal. Listen to your brethren. The things he doesn't say that you think you understand, why don't you ask him
Exactly.
what it is exactly? He can fill you in. And brother who is talking about diaspora, explain to your brother in a polite word. They say sweet words are good. I'm learning a lot. When I started, I used to, no one fights more than me. I can box, so but I found out that what does it benefit me if I hurt my brethren
That's
and I
not.
go back home and I don't have peace?
It's
And if
Mary
I'm
London.
wrong, I apologize. That's how I do it. And I can sleep that night. That's me. Do you know
It's
what I mean?
Mary London.
Just
It's Mary London.
yes, I love you.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
And just so no more response. Responses. No more.
Just hug and make up. Keep hugging and making up, yeah.
Look at that. Everybody's calm now.
Your forefathers, AY wants to link.
I think AY is already backstage. I thought he was backstage already. He was here already. That's AY on the
AY the place. AY is not stranger.
That is
AY not to link.
But the reason why I want to add regarding
Nigeria must take me out for dinner. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria must take me out for dinner to cool me down.
Now, regarding security, if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war at all times, because that is the nature of the world. If you look at the human body, there is a reason why we are able to survive, because we have antibodies that fight things that are not beneficial to us. So that is how you have to approach life. I respect your way of looking at the world, Yakubu, but the way the world is structured, you have to be prepared for threats at all times, because nature beauty is inbuilt. Nature threatens us all the time. Look at mosquito, man. I mean, Nigeria, I know now, all the ACs, they put them for 17 degrees to kill mosquitoes, because mosquito will kill us if we let mosquito kill you. So that's how it is. Nature is like that. So you have to always prepare for danger if you want peace. You see what I mean? It's a duality thing: light, darkness, and war, peace. So that's. I thought I should just add that quickly. Let's get back to our enjoyable sound.
What you have just said also still adds on, but I still want to make the point.
Yeah. Let's not add anything.
Now, what is going on here? Can you imagine? We've been here for the past 5 hours. You and I were all in Nigeria.
He said take it to backstage now. Maska, he said take it to backstage. Backstage.
Nigeria only careful.
eluigwe sokwala no Elijah sokwabịa Gideon sokwabịa nna m ukwu Abraham Aịzaya onye amụma Peter okwute nke nzukọ bụ ha niile zukwa atụ Alfa enwere onye ma bụ egwu ebe a ije o nwere onye ma ete egwu kọma anyị agba n'ọgbọ ka anyị bata n'obi anyị erue n'obi kelebe bụ ma nkelebe kelebe bụ ma nkelebe kelebe bụ ma nkelebe kelebe bụ ma nkelebe
Yeah, there was no space for me. Who are these people that joined when this stuff was closing? Like some people joined when we were closing. All right. Let me bring back support diaspora voting. All right. You can go ahead if you want to hash any issues out, all the questions to be answered. I can't hear anything anymore. Is anyone saying anything?
No.
No, nobody's
All
saying.
right, go ahead.
Yeah,
you can carry on. It's open conversation. Go ahead.
Let's try and be orderly.
The question I wanted to ask previously was about unity. I wanted to understand really because we keep hammering on that issue of unity. We are not united.
Are you talking about diasporas, Nigerian diaspora?
Well, with that as well.
I think that question, that thought came from Brownie Skin, whereby Bobumre was trying to oppose what he's saying. Okay. So, are you directing the question to?
No. I'm directing the question to Christians for Epstein. Because,
Bobumre.
Boom Boom Ray. Because Boom Boom Ray kind of really understands the concept of aggression very well. He knows how to manipulate aggression.
So, Bubumre, you want to respond to that?
You know, if you are capable of manipulating aggression, then it means you've understood unity from
Very
inside.
manipulating aggression.
Very well.
Bubumre, you want to respond to that?
I wanted to.
What was his question? I'm listening to him.
I wanted to understand. We've been talking about unity. Unity is the missing link in Nigeria. That is why Nigeria is where it is today. But I want to understand from you, if you believe that unity is the reason why Nigeria is where it is today, how far gone are we from unity at this point?
Quite a bit, but it's not something that I don't think can be rectified. And let's look at it from this angle. Nigeria's problem, regardless of what we think about the religious strife and all the carnage and the chaos happening all over the country, is mostly economical. That's the biggest problem we have. And I think having the right government, I mean, of course, if wishes were horses, right? But having the right government that can put measures in place to improve the livelihood of Nigerians, not necessarily just employment, but I think sustenance. And this is something myself and forefathers always go back and forth with, which even Jagun is here, sometimes he gets angry at forefathers, right? But I think given, for example, the blessing we have in terms of the kind of fertile lands we have, every man needs food in his stomach. That's number one. Then a big problem we also have is the mentality of the people. We have to lay a lot of emphasis on education. Everything else comes after, and everything else I think will solve itself if we can solve at least those two problems that we have right now. So you know, once you can take care of those two, eventually that unity that we so sorely need, it's going to work itself. It's going to work itself out.
Christian,
you know, it's going to take a while.
Christian, that those two issues have been taken away from the elites. How far gone are they in uniting themselves?
They're politicians. They're all united. They have a common goal. It is power. And with that power that they need, you can't say people that their job, the main job of a politician is treachery. It is not to do anything for you. It is a dog-eat-dog world, their world. They are united. This is why you would see El-Rufai bash a Tinubu today, even though he was his cohort 5-6 years ago. They're fine. They live in their world according to their own rules, and nothing is wrong with their lives. It is the common man that has a problem. Hopefully we put the right people in power. I don't see that happening anytime soon, to be honest. Not anybody we have, not Tinubu, not Buhari, Obi, not Atiku, not El-Rufai, not Amechi, whom I happen to like, but personally, but whom I'll never vote for because I know the kind of person he is. So, again, I think if somehow the youth of Nigeria, and when I say youth, I'm not talking about a 60-year-old man calling himself youth. I'm talking about someone that maybe not more than, okay, well, maybe in Nigeria, let's say 50 years old. If they can somehow, and you know, sometimes it's depressing to think about, but if they can somehow form a movement of like minds Because I'm telling you this, if we have an Obidient tomorrow or an Atiku, we're going to have the same 16 years thereabout of the last 64 odd years. Nothing is going to change. You always have to listen to these people when they talk. You know, you have to look at their antecedents. You have to look at who they're going to be beholden to. Do you think the United States is going to go to OB right now and pressure him and he's going to stand his ground and say, no, I'm going to do it for my people? Or do you think he's going to sell Nigeria out faster than Atiku or as fast as Tinubu? They're all the same. These people have never done anything for us. Their mindset and their mentality is the same. They're subservient. They're not that intelligent. Let's be real. Most of these guys are not, they're dumb. You look at I mean, come on, let's be real. People get mad when I say, what did OB do as governor? Of course, if you look at it from a Nigerian point of view, you might say, yeah, okay, yeah, he did good. But no, this guy's internally generated revenue in 8 years of $8 billion naira. This is the man you want to put in charge of the economy of the largest black nation in the world? Okay, Nigeria is in trouble, bro.
Let me rephrase something here.
All right, thank you.
Nigeria is a population of 2 million people. In other words,
200.
only the elite. 2 million people. In other words,
okay, we just play suppositions now.
Let me get this thing out of the way. So sorry, the clock. Can you bring the clock out of the way, sir? Sorry about that, guys.
Okay, Christian. Nigeria is a population of 2 million people. In other words, only the elites, the elites are the population of Nigeria presently, right now, with the myriad of issues around. Do you see them coming together to sort it out?
What do you mean sort what out? Like make life easier for the common man?
Yeah, to sort themselves out and make Nigeria better for themselves.
It will never happen.
Okay,
it's never gonna happen.
Why?
It's a group of like minds. They're not gonna change.
Did you hear his fundamental assumption? Every other common man has died. Now it's just a country of 2 million people with all the resources. All of them are elite. They are educated. They are well schooled. They are all in positions. Will they now turn around and say, okay, let's make the country good? That's his question.
No.
And the follow-up question is, why will they not?
Because they are inherently greedy people. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a snake from putting venom in your body. It will do what a snake does.
Sorry, Christian.
Yes, sir.
With this new hypothesis, we are subsuming now that there is no snake.
Believe me, we are still live. We are still live. And I think forefathers need to wake up from his slumber and do the job properly.